Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, I got to remember to do something here. This is a daily challenge to remember to go into my YouTube channel, go to the YouTube studio, go to the content, click on live, find the show, and click that I want monetization. Of course I want monetization. No, I'm going to show up to work every day because I want to work for free. I think it's awesome, the concept of working for free. You know, who needs to pay thousands of dollars of bills every single month? I don't know why I can't just click a button on YouTube that says, every time I do a show through the Restream app, monetize the content just like Rumble does. Once again, this is this is behind the scenes. What do they call it? How the sausage is made. You don't need to know about this, but now you know. Welcome. I was trying to do my intro, but now I can try the intro. And it's interesting. I see a whole bunch of comments already in the chat room on YouTube, but I don't see it on Restream. There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns, said Donald Rumsfeld. I've got a grab bag of both. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Hey, at least I'm not on mute. I had like a 2-week stretch where every show started on mute. Occasionally, I'd get a few minutes into a monologue and I wouldn't even glance at the messages yet because I'm trying to stay focused in my tangential way of doing wide weaves and connecting dots that seem dissimilar, and I was crafting something from scratch, but it was muted. So at least that's not the case today. All right, so for the third time's the charm. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, November 24th, 2025, and this right here, the program that you have stumbled across today, it's called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What's that stand for? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, we're going to talk about Thanksgiving. Pass the sedition, please. Pass the treason. Yes. We're still going to be unpacking what the Seditious Six were out there saying. On one hand, they sound kind of just like Oath Keepers, and I support that. And on the other hand, there's no unconstitutional orders. So what is the purpose of this campaign? To try to get military to go AWOL, to go treasonous, go seditious? I don't know, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving. Why is she leaving? She just crossed over the 5 years, so she's going to get a pension from the government now. Okay, cool story. That being said, is she going to go on The View? Is she going to run for president? Like, what is the plan? And how did the good people in Congress, there's not many, Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a few. How are they all on President Trump's shit list right now? Is that an indictment on President Trump or an indictment on these people? I don't know. I feel like if you grade their liberty scores, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they had good scores. And now there's just this battle brewing, and I'd love to mend some fences and try to get some. I'm once again calling for a bourbon summit. I'll go to D.C. I'll do it in Kentucky. Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, President Trump. I want to break some bread. So you call me, I'll host. Very hopeful we can do that. But, you know, some people are losing hope out there. Some people are getting frustrated that it's taken too long to take out the traitors. And you see that Adam Schiff, that's ramping up. He's about to, my guess would be, with all the smoke around Adam Schiff, he's going to be next. But why is it taking a year? Why has it taken a year? The treason, the treachery, it seems obvious to me what we've been looking at. But there's a lot of stories to get to. Hit like, hit subscribe, join us today on the program, and let's get it started right now.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Hey, look at that logo. People were giving me grief about the last one, so I switched it. It's more crisp. It's more sharp, right? It's more bold. It's more vivid. The T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. This is the one we were rocking with, the T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. But yeah, it's garbled. It's a little sloppy in that the New American Media part. We had this one, the T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. That was okay. I do kind of like this one a little bit better, I think. Kind of, sort of. American flag background. Just kind of washes away. Oh, by the way, it looks like quick programming note, Strictly Football here on the New American Media, brought to you by the Unhappy Hour. I believe that's going to be tomorrow, Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. I assure you there are reasons for this. Or did I say 2 p.m.? I think I said 2 p.m. Let me double check here. 2 p.m. Eastern is looking like what we're going to aim at. Got to move some Lego pieces, some Tetris pieces around. Okay, getting some good feedback from this logo. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think it's kind of good. It works. Oh, I can't have two at once. There we go. That's what happens. Okay. All right, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Also, it's a new week. It's a new chance to toss something into the collection plate. This is my sermon. This is my service that I give, not just on Sundays. I do it Monday through Friday. And the occasional Saturday show. I did a 2.5-hour Saturday show. That was fun. Had a lot of news that I wanted to get to. The Mamdani thing, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, just the Seditious Six. There's stuff on Saturday that I had shared on the New American Media broadcast, on the New American Media Instagram account, that if I didn't address the topic in 24 hours, the content was going to leave. And I'm like, let me just do a show. Figured maybe I'll do 45 minutes. I did 2+ hours. But I am the bartender, Brian the bartender. Look at all of the screens behind you. We're going to talk about the stuff on there. And if you're enjoying yourself, reminder, we're ending another month. So it's a good opportunity to maybe sign up as a subscription on Rumble, YouTube, or Patreon. You set a monthly amount, and then you say set it and forget it. And I'm a proud supporter of the New American Media. We appreciate everyone who has and everyone who may. Additionally, we have Rumble rants and super chats. If anyone wants to peel off a couple of bills and toss them in, or clank some coins in there, we appreciate all of you. As well as Venmo, Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, or on PayPal. fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All of that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Not going to get any tips if I don't explain that we have tip jars out. So please consider doing that. Let's go ahead and pop some chat up on the screen. Now I'm actually seeing the chat. John, Fine, Picking, Marion. Hello, everybody. Lauren. Yes, very nice logo. It does seem cleaner. It does. Sharp. You know, I'm not building these from scratch. I'm going, hey, Grok, let's do this. And I try to work with it, and I'll give it a prompt and then another prompt and then another. But it's almost like the movie Multiplicity with Keaton. What was his name? The Batman. I can't think of his first name because I went to school with the Keaton, and I'm seeing that name. Wow. All I can see is the name of the kid I was in 6th grade with. I won't tell you his name. Keaton, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Michael Keaton. Whew. That took a little too long. There's a movie he did called Multiplicity. There's a scene where they're talking to Steve. Hi, Steve. And he's a little simple guy. And they're like, what happened to number 3? They go, will you ever take a photocopy of a photocopy and the resolution isn't quite as sharp? Meet number 3. Hi, Steve. When I work with Grok, instead of refining and making it better, it gets sloppier and sloppier and more confused and more like garbled. I would love to see some improvements with X when it comes to that. I know what the problem is. I would love to work with the engineering team. I actually did, by the way, reach out to X. There was a position that looked very interesting. And I was like, I would spend hours a day working with this group. That'd be fun. But yeah, there's a lot. The game plan is to turn X into the everything app. They're headed. Like, that's where they're headed. So I'm very interested in that. But he's never been called Mike Keaton. Has he ever been referred to as Mike Keaton? You're correct, David, though. Michael. Lauren, two-pardon J6 protest. You could call them rioters. I mean, protesters were arrested. Andrew Johnson abused an 11-year-old allegedly. John was charged with napping and aggravated assault. Tell you what, share that story on X at American_media_tag us. We'll take a look. I haven't heard of these stories. Hey, do you want to look at the Democrats who were arrested last week? Lauren, do you want to? Do you want to look at the Democrat rioters who were arrested last week? Hey, you know what? I got plenty of Democrat criminals that we can talk to you about today, including the beatdown. You know what? Let's just turn the news cart upside down, shall we? Let's jump into all the stories. There's a lot to talk about. There's only so many hours in a day. I always appreciate having Lauren come in to push some left-wing talking point. Takes a snapshot, a screenshot or something, sends it off and gets paid. Like, aha. You know, at least we're important enough to be on the list where you get paid to troll our account. I do appreciate it. And lets us know we're over the target. All right, so what are we looking at here? Hey, let's take a look at what liberals are doing, Lauren, since you want to talk about the Democrat rioters. Let's talk about the Democrat rioters. Well, here's some civil disobedience. Isn't that so good? Breaking 911 here shows a video allegedly of liberals in California. And by the way, every video I show is allegedly. Perhaps something could be misrepresented. And if so, let's make a retraction. We take every story, every video, every assertion with a grain of salt, as you should. And you should correct me if you find things that turn out to be inaccurate. I would love to clear that up. We're a bunch of trash pandas over here. We're a bunch of raccoons rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's just what we do. Liberals in California reportedly lining up at a Home Depot to buy a single 17-cent scraper and then return it and then repeat the process in an effort to slow sales to protest the store's cooperation with ICE operations.
Works as drummer.
That's what actually was.
Why are there so many people in Home Depot overalls, though?
Hey, can everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I have been volunteering with.
we can come to this side. Come to this side for the customer to walk through.
No to ICE. Yes to invaders. Why would somebody say no to ICE? Why do you want to leave your home windows open, your home doors open for people to ransack and cause problems, chaos? And by the way, this is so simple. This was explained somewhere. I talked about it on the show a week or two ago. There are two potentialities with illegal aliens. Either they're working or they're not working. So if they are working, they're taking American jobs. Oh, I know it was great for South Park to go, they took our jobs. They took our jobs. Oh, look at these country bumpkins. Oh, they took their jobs. Let's laugh at those poor people. Ha, ha, ha. Your jobs are gone, you dopes. They took your jobs and you're complaining. Oh, aren't you so cute? We're South Park. We take $1 billion from Paramount. Oh, and then we just do very lazy sleeping with Satan, tiny penis, Donald Trump jokes. Oh, we're so highbrow. I've been big fans of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Why are they not roasting Jasmine Crockett every single day? She is a literal cartoon character. But they don't. To my knowledge, I don't know. I haven't been a regular viewer for a bit. I try to catch some of this stuff. It's hard to find this stuff anymore. Everything's on a different network, and you need a $15 monthly subscription for that. And you're like, everything gets a subscription. The only subscription you need is right here at the New American Media. Patreon. Oh, I don't think that reminds me. That does remind me. I'm going to publish this video. This was left uploading. And I am going to publish it right now. What a good reminder I just had for myself. I'll share it on X. And I will say, here's our TNAM Patreon link, because your support helps us pay the bills, not deceptive pharmaceutical advertisements or any of the other crap that keeps the lying legacy media afloat. You keep us afloat, and we appreciate every monthly supporter. There we go. Hey, thanks for the reminder, Brian. No problem, Brian. By the way, in the world of football, the Cowboys staged an epic 21-point comeback to beat the Eagles 24-21. Marjorie Taylor Greene to resign from Congress in January 26. Giants fired defensive coordinator Shane Bowen after their latest collapse. And Shedeur Sanders led the Browns to a victory. First Browns rookie quarterback in his first start to win in, I don't know, what was it, 30 years or something? That's pretty ridiculous. We'll get back to this video here. What is this? Lauren says, Trump's approval rating has fallen. Huh. I'd love to double check your sources on that. By the way, Lauren, go ahead and share a link to the report that shows that. I'd love to look into those numbers. Tag us on X at American_media_. back to the people who are targeting the Home Depot. But the options are this. It's a binary choice with illegal aliens. They are either working or they're not working in America. So if they're working, they're taking an American job. Oh, those are just low skill, low wage jobs. Yeah, we have teenagers to work those. Yeah, we have people, first job, second job. You get a lot of job experience. It's good. You get different skill sets from working these jobs. We're supposed to be working at an early age in high school. We're supposed to be working. I did. I was a busboy at 15 and I haven't stopped since. So they're either in this country, and by the way, there's probably some amount, some small, marginal, specialized roles. You can name them. Service industries or farming, agriculture, the traditional jobs that we hear it's difficult to fill these spots. So if there are people in a part of a very narrow program that want to come into America and have a full criminal background check, I mean, we're doing the DNA samples, we're doing the fingerprints, we're going to check your country. Have you been up to no good? Are you going to be a net positive? Are you bringing your problems and your proclivity to violence or theft or abuse into our country? If that's the case, you are automatically excluded. And what the Democrats have tried to do, along with the deep state rhinos, Republicans in name only, they have tried to bypass the process where we get to screen for poison. Screening for poison is literally the least you can do. A requirement to make sure some monster doesn't slip between the cracks to come in and do some monstrous crap in America. Ain't having it here. In fact, I've called for the death penalty for immigrants that come in here and want to take the life or severely harm, abuse Americans. You want to be from another country, come into our country and hurt our people? You should face the death penalty. Not just for eye for an eye. I'm talking, more than moderate misdemeanor type stuff. Like if you come in here and you mess around, you need to find out. We need to mark an example. Mark the moment by making an example. People need to be thinking really long and hard before they try to come into this country and abuse the people of America. But that's not what's happening in Somalia. I mean, Minneapolis, mini Somalia, Minnesota. Lots of waste, fraud, and abuse. Lots of theft. It's piracy. So either an illegal alien is working a job that's taking a job from Americans, or they're not working and they're being handed money from some government program, some slush fund, some non-governmental organization, some Democrat city, some blue governor, congressperson, clergy member. There's 100 variations of how illegal aliens are being handed our own money, taken away from our school systems, our healthcare systems, given to them, sneaking in and not working, but being handed free cash. Oh, you want to talk about resentment from the American people if you're taking our own resources and giving them to people that don't belong here, weren't invited here, haven't been screened to make sure that it's safe for them to be here. And nobody can know in the future, like future crime's not really a thing. But if you're a known problem where you came from, no thanks, country's full. We don't need any more problems. We got enough problems. We're overflowing with problems. We don't need yours. So they're either working and taking American jobs, these illegal aliens, or they're not working and they're stealing our money. Either way, get out. This lady holding her sign, no ICE, no ICE. So you don't want any immigration control. You don't want any customs control. You just want everybody. Wouldn't this lady be pickier with how she spreads her legs and allows any man or woman, any human to go inside of her? I know that's a little graphic, but that's the point. Your country needs to be discerning in who we allow to enter us. There's names for women that open up for anybody. They're not good names because they're not good reputations. And they're going to make you ill really quick. You're going to have a really bad time real fast if you have zero discretion with who you let inside. I know that's a little much to say out loud. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, but it should. That's why everyone must be vetted, and we want the best of the best. This should be like a college application. We want people who are going to be likely to come in and make something out of themselves, contribute instead of take. We have enough takers. We have enough problems. Look at the SNAP situation. My God, what I saw during these SNAP videos, people, oh, my SNAP card turned on. I got to go hurry up and spend it. They have to spend tons and tons every single month or else the money's going to go away. So they get things and they sell them for half price and they take the money and they do. It is such a scam. It should be proteins, fruit and vegetable. That's it. No sugary drinks, snack cakes, mozzarella sticks. The audacity to think that food is appetizers and desserts. Those are luxuries. A sugary drink. Have a water. Because then you're going to get a bloat on 100 extra pounds. You're going to have tons of health issues. And then our healthcare system's going to have to pay to fix those health issues with all those Frankenstein ingredients that you're loading your shopping cart full of. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I thought that what would be cool is if participating grocery chains could find a way to create like warmed meals, like how you get a rotisserie chicken or something. You go to a lot of these grocery stores and they have like salad bars and warm food, prepared food. What if there was like, you could load up, you pick your protein, pick your vegetable, pick your thing. And it's like, you get your school lunch, you go to Kroger, or you go to Meijer, or, you know, wherever you happen to be shopping and have a meal, but it's no bullshit ingredients. It's just, here's some food you need to eat. Here's some food. That's your government cheese food. Yeah, maybe it's not the best, but maybe it's actually decent ingredients. Maybe it's not going to make you sick. I don't know. Davidson, great for the Browns. That's for sure. Yes, I'm going to do a Browns standalone show maybe later today. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., strictly football. Looking forward to it. We did a live stream yesterday, which was fun, of the game. And then afterward, Ezrael Robinson, he was kind of giving us the play-by-play of his favorite team, the Cowboys, coming back. I can't believe they came from behind to beat the Eagles, but they did. So we'll talk about that later. Anyway, these people that are saying, no, we shouldn't check for problems. I don't understand the mentality of this. How many masks do we have? Lots of masks. People wearing Home Depot shirts. Why are so many people wearing Home Depot shirts and Home Depot smocks? Are these employees or part of the a lot of Home Depot t-shirts. Are these workers or did they get shirt? Protest shirt?
They still have like a good amount of paper.
Are they the actual logos or fake logos?
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Nice. What are you guys buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Sorry. What are you buying today?
I'm buying ice scraper.
Oh, yeah. What are you buying today?
I am buying an anvil putty knife.
An ice scraper.
Yes, ice scraper.
So, subversive living. Great way to piss off everyone just trying to shop. Bravo for turning more people against you. Rogue Republican says kick them out. We said American jobs opening up for Americans to work and help America. You know? It's an easy fix. Make this item non-refundable. Okay. Natalie, imagine doing this on your day off. Oh, wait, I forgot. None of these people work. Another comment. Go to church. Hey, there's a good use of your time. Surveyor, this is the most triple vaxxed mask wearing thing I've ever seen. This comment, you have the right to refuse service. All right. Well, that's happening. Wanted to show you that. Hey, we're seeing what people are talking about. Here's Tucker Carlson. He has thoughts on the zeitgeist of the country, the mood or feeling of the times in America.
If you want to understand why young people are getting radical, one of the main reasons is they are being exploited by the most unscrupulous, richest people in our society and then being blamed for it. And no one says a word about the rich, unscrupulous people who are doing this.
Okay, that's very true. This has gone into bizarro world right now. Things feel off. They feel obviously off. The massive spike in inflation hasn't come back. Lauren over here wants to say that she thinks people are blaming Trump for the economy. The ship already hit the ground and you're trying to blame him for being the pilot, the captain? He wasn't in charge for the 4 years that this stuff went bonkers under Biden. That was Obama's team. Puppeting Biden. Biden didn't know what was going on. Neither did Kamala Harris. She had no idea. This was Obama's team. They got exactly what they wanted for. They got exactly what they wanted during that time. He's obviously helping the economy. But these things take a moment to cycle through. And one of the biggest problems is inflation. What are we doing about inflation? Or a currency that can replace the Federal Reserve note, because there's no reason we need to only use a Federal Reserve note. You guys want to keep digitizing trillions? Then choke on them. I don't want them. Oh, wait, but we're the bankers. We're so clever. We're the bankers. No, you're trapped. You're our slaves forever. We're slave holders, slave owners. Now I get to sit back and just gather my gold. You can choke on your Federal Reserve notes. What the fuck do I care about your monopoly money? We don't care about your monopoly money. We can trade in purple seashells for all I care. But this inflation, what's happened to buy up the homes and make everything unaffordable for anyone to live anywhere, it's unsustainable. Unsustainable. David says it's all an illusion at the moment, in my opinion, and everything is out of control. Indeed it is.
Because everyone's taking money from them.
So they're all on the take, which is why they don't like Trump, because he doesn't need their dirty, filthy slave money. Oh, I can't believe you're talking so openly about slavery when I think you have like 3 or 4 stories about Derek Chauvin getting railroaded in today's stack of stories. Yes, I do, actually. Yes, I do. Because facts don't care about feelings. And the banksters, they're the gangsters at the banks. They hate you. You're cattle to them. You are their property. You are their slaves. And how many people in our government are a part of the system? They don't mind selling humanity out because they made a few bucks. What's the story about Marjorie Taylor Greene? She took $900,000 and turned it into $30 million, and now she's bouncing. I'm not against Marjorie Taylor Greene, but let's talk about it. What the heck is going on? You're going to resign and leave. You're going to leave a vacant Republican post at a very crucial time in our nation's history where every vote counts. What's in it for you, Marjorie? And why were you such a thorn in the Trump administration side? Well, maybe because Trump is pro-Zionist too much, a little too pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. And Marjorie's a little too anti-Zionist or anti-Israel. Same with Tucker and Candace and Nick and Massey, and go down the list. David says, Brian, what do you think of Trump's latest posts? David, are you on X? Can you follow the New American Media on X at American_media_? Oh, let me put the tip jar stuff back up on the screen. I forgot. Rumble rants, super chats, etc. Oh, I'll show this as well. Follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, D Live, locals and YouTube at the New American Media, Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat, on X at American_media_, and subscribe to our podcasts, the Agree to Disagree Show and the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on Spotify and Apple. Once again, here's the TNAM donation links at the bottom. Rumble rants and super chats, always appreciated. You're not on X. Sorry. Did you say sorry or sorry? Sorry or sorry? Sore, like I'm sore, like Baker Mayfield is today. I don't know what happened, but it looked like a problem with his left shoulder when he got tackled. This might mark the second time he's had a major injury on that left shoulder. I'm concerned about that. We'll see. I haven't seen an update, but I was watching that game and it made me sad because Baker is one of my favorites. You'll have to tell me what posts are you talking about with Trump's latest post. I don't know which ones you're referencing. But if you can paraphrase it here in the comments, I will gladly give you some thoughts. Back to Tucker Carlson.
And you saw this in the last one, the liberal administration. Young people are being destroyed.
Destroyed by student loans, and that's true. And who benefits? Yeah. It's 2025. A college education should be peanuts. The knowable information is all out there. Make an American University online course. In order to graduate, you got to show up and you have to take the test in person. You hand somebody your cell phone. There's no cheat sheets. You got to learn the material. Go in and take your test and prove your competency. This shouldn't be as expensive as it is. They're racking up debt. No reasonable lender would give somebody hundreds of thousands of dollars as a 17-year-old. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a basket weaving course, a gender studies course, a political outrage course, a bunch of goofy degrees that don't have real world pathways to gainful employment. You would never anticipate getting your money back. So you would never loan people. You'd loan them money, but go, what's your major? Well, I'll loan you money if you're going into engineering. You want to go to trade school and you want to figure out how to do, okay, well, fine. Well, yeah, you can come out as an electrician, as a plumber, a builder, somebody who knows how to do something useful. Gender studies degrees, get out of here with your pseudoscience. I'm not giving you $200,000 to go dick around for 4 years, get out and then go, I don't have any money. We need free student loans. We need student loan forgiveness. Yeah, it needs to be free. Everything needs to be free. It's like, you signed up for that shit. Yeah, but I was barely an adult. I was 17. I was 18. I was 19. I didn't know what I was doing. Whose fault is that? Part society, but it sort of falls on you and the parents and the lenders. How about we just make a new law in Congress? Make it so that the lenders can have the lendees go bankrupt and go, we're losers. We got no skill set. We can't work. You loaned me $200,000. That's on you. Because what we've lost here is that there's a culpability of the lenders, of the banksters. But our system has been set up the opposite. And now we have the problems that you see with us today. David says they had a few direct references to 17 and what's going to happen. I did see that. I shared that with one of my friends. I don't think it's in my stack. Where was it? President Trump, I believe on Truth Social on November 23rd, that was yesterday, he posted something, time to obliterate the deep state. And on his shoulder, on his lapel, it says, do it, Q. And somebody said, I regret to inform you that President Trump is QAnon posting again. Now, that's a topic that YouTube has hated for some reason. And we're trying to play nice so that we can... So, Mr. YouTube, could I make a couple pennies today so I could try to pay my many thousands of monthly expenditures? Could I make a couple pennies today on my 14 and a half years of content and 1,900 video views that should have been gaining tons of residual revenue over the years and the decade and a half since I've started? So, may I have a couple of pennies today? So read the bottom. For countervailing views on health and elections, visit cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. They will give you countervailing views on everything, including Banan and the 17th letter of the alphabet. Just seems like the obsession over shutting that story down. Do they protesteth too much? Why are they so concerned of said things? Why? Very interesting. Why are they so curious about that, huh? Why do they want that shut down so much? Oh, maybe there's a story there. Or maybe it's just so much dangerous misinformation, disinformation. We're Google, YouTube. We know everything about everything. Oh, do you? Do you now? Compare Wikipedia to Grokpedia. Compare your Google search to your X search. Let me remind you of this. The New American Media. See that? And there's a flag. Whoop, I guess it's upside down. Everything's backwards. There you go. Trump in the Bronx, 5/23/24. Met a dude named, what's his name? Justice. Bones Justice, number 89. Made this for Brian. Bones heard that President Trump was coming to his town. Bones looked it up on Google and said, the Trump rally. They gave him an address. He lived a little bit away. So what did he do? He figured out what he needed to do, hop on a bus, take it to here, jump on a train, go from here to there. And then you end up at the location. So he went. It took him a couple hours, I think he said. Gets there. You know where they took him? Where Google took him when he said Trump rally? They took him to the SEIU AstroTurf anti-Trump rally a mile or two down the road. Nudge. Just, what did they say? Like the silver and gold coins, they used to scrape off the edges a little bit and they'd get all the shavings, then they'd melt the shavings down into new coins. Office Space, the whole concept of that movie, Mike Judge, funny movie. Idiocracy, Beavis and Butthead, and Office Space. If we could just design in the computer algorithms just a fraction, not even a penny, a fraction of a penny. If we could just take a fraction of a penny from every transaction and send it off to a separate account, that won't mean much at the moment, but thousands, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions later, that's going to turn into a bunch of money that we can launder. We can steal because we're greedy dipshits. Google likes to use the Cass Sunstein method. Nudge. Just gonna nudge you at the corners, nudge you at the edges. Just shave a little bit off. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Until you do it twice, 3 times to the same coin. The coin starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. That's what inflation does. It shrinks the purchase value of the Federal Reserve note that is not a federal agency. It's a private banking cartel. At some point, the inflation's just a little too much. You enter a debt spiral. You can't get out of it. Collapse. Now, that's the Cloward and Piven strategy, to collapse the system on itself and then usher in your socialist utopia. Weren't there 98 congressional members that voted in favor of socialism? The radical group of the Democrat Party that's trying to nudge Pelosi and Schumer and others out so they can put more Marxists, Leninists, communists, socialists, whatever you want to call it, into office. 98 Democrats said, we love socialism. Yeah, that's an ideology where everybody's equal, equally miserable, equally poor, equally devoid of human liberties. No fucking thanks. Line in the sand. No thanks. Now, that's not to say that capitalism has been in effect in America for a very long time. To blame the problems of what we're seeing here with capitalism, I mean, you're blaming the wrong thing. We're at some sort of version of crony capitalism, fascism. See, oh, you said it. You said Trump's a fascist. No. This is the system that the swamp has designed. The sewer, as Tim Burchett said, he goes, no. Let me say this about that. It's not a swamp. Swamp is one of God's beautiful creatures. It filters the water. It's got a rich, diverse ecosystem. It's actually pretty cool in the swamp. This here in DC is a sewer. All excrement, all waste product. So there's a lot to it. And who's benefiting? It's a big club, and you and I aren't in it. Who benefits? Well,
of course, you're benefiting.
The colleges benefit from this, getting all the kids hooked into endless debt. And then they get pay raises, and then they persuade the teachers' unions. They persuade the Democrat Party to push all their radical stuff to keep all these policies in place that make education unaffordable and pointless, learning pointless degrees. It's a self-fulfilling cycle, rinse and repeat.
And so are the companies that are getting rich from this. But
you shouldn't be able to get rich from this when people come out unprepared. The lenders have a responsibility. And you know what? I think it's time we change that law. How about you?
What was the Biden plan?
The Biden plan? You mean the Obama's third term plan?
The Biden plan was to stick taxpayers with the bill for bailing out students.
Yeah. Remember Biden tried to do that even though the court said you can't do it. He's like, I'm going to do it anyway. No, you can't. And if college is going to be free, then it should be free. Put it online. You go take your tests in person. Any harm there? If anyone can show up and take a test, then I think you've earned a degree. And let's start cranking out engineers, builders, plumbers, electricians, like real jobs, people with real skill sets.
So they identified the problem correctly, which is kids are getting completely screwed.
And so now the kids are screwed. They're angry, and the Democrats are opening up their homes to them, opening up their legs to them, saying, come on inside, let's go. I know it's been rough out there, but I shall save you.
It's terrible. So who gets to fix it? You do. You've got nothing to do with it. You're probably paying your own kids' tuition. But
Yeah. You got to take care of your responsibilities. And now we're going to reach deeper into your pockets to take stuff to give it to other people who didn't take care of their responsibilities.
You get to bail them out. And guess who's not blamed?
The people that set the system up, or the banksters, or the Democrats.
Or punished.
The schools.
Beneficiaries, the lenders. Because you can't criticize the banks.
Can't criticize the banks. Watch me.
Criticize the universities.
Watch me. The reason I am who I am is because of what the universities taught me, what I learned in high school and then in college. I saw this stuff coming a mile away, and I decided I'm not going to sit by and let this railroad steam on. No. This train, this railway, this train track, this is bad news. We are going in the wrong direction too fast. Let me see what I can do to change this.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, yes, you can. You can absolutely criticize the correct people. Rob Benson here says, Trump says Mamdani is good, but Thomas Massie is bad. ISIS terrorist, good. Oh, yeah, was that Syria? But Marjorie Taylor Greene is bad. Chinese students, good. But American students, good, but not important. Foreign workers, good. H-1B visas. American workers, too dumb to do those jobs. And the list keeps growing. MAGA went from anti-establishment to far left in under a year. Rob Benson says, prepare now. Nothing is stable. Everything is shifting under your feet. If you do not break out of the left versus right illusion, you will sleepwalk into a full surveillance state and never notice the cage closing. Your team is not a party. Your team is the American working class. There's a lot of legitimate frustrations about President Trump's term right now. TikTok says the white rabbit. What does that mean? Can you elaborate on that, David? I'm not sure what that means. This is Sean Ryan talking to Tucker Carlson about why young people are all becoming Nick Fuentes fans. Like, okay, so there's a phenomenon. What's behind this?
About him, what is Gen Z, or what is the younger generation? I mean, what's the draw? What's the draw to?
Well, he's
Fuentes?
Unusually articulate, self-confident, clear. He's a clear talker. I don't agree. I mean, he's 27, so, not to be arrogant or be like, young man, you don't know, but, hanging around a long time gives you, I think, a fuller perspective, and he hasn't. So, there are things I disagree with, conclusions he draws that I think are not true. But in general, the guy is highly articulate, totally fearless, doesn't care at all. That's always a draw. The man who just doesn't care, he's just going to say it. Mm-hmm. always has a big audience because people are attracted to strength, period. Every time. What's strength? It's fearlessness. I'm not afraid. And that's how, that's how the Vikings pick their leaders. Who's the least afraid? Of course, human beings are like that. They'll never stop being like that. So
fight, fight, fight.
Only in our world are there other, do you put like terrified menopausal women in charge? Normal studies don't do that. We're not going to do that in 20 years.
Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. I've talked about the wimpy whites a lot. The liberal women that I can't make hide nor hair of their political ideology. Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. Terrified menopausal women in charge, which really sums up the Democrat Party. There's not a lot of high testosterone men in that Democrat Party at all. They have the effeminate men. They have the, what did Tucker say? The terrified menopausal women, the wimpy whites, the brainwashed, the abused, because a lot of the people who end up in that spot, they've been mentally butchered. They've been abused by the people teaching them. It is a damn shame. They've been taught to hate who they are, hate where they come from, hate their history, hate their country, hate. And then they have the audacity to come in and blame the Republicans for being hateful. It's like the Republicans are hateful of the abusers. That's what the right hates. The left, they love to say, oh, they're so educated. They're so educated. They're so indoctrinated. They're told you need to say this, and if you regurgitate this, we're going to give you a good grade. Okay, yes, I aim to please. And they start accepting all of this nonsense. 2 + 2 = 5. Men are having babies. Oh, they are. Tell me more. Tell me more. It reminds me of that Gene Wilder, where he's like, tell me more. I don't know if he says tell me more in that scene, but I can see the gif or the gif or the meme of it. Terrified menopausal women. That is and he says, we're not going to do that in 20 years.
But Nick Fuentes is just a reminder that people follow fearlessness because they read it as strength. We should not be surprised. Why are they open to it? Why are they not watching the approved? Why are they not watching Fox News and some Sean Hannity? What does Sean Hannity think? They don't know who Sean Hannity is. Why? Why are they open to this? Well, changing technology is one of the things, one of the reasons. They don't watch TV. They don't have cable subs. But the main reason is because they've been completely betrayed. Nick Fuentes is absolutely right. They've been screwed. They can't find jobs.
One of my friends posted about he's been looking for a while. I mean, more than a year. And can't find work. I have been looking for a while. I can't find work. Where are these jobs? What do these economic numbers even mean? You can talk about the Dow Jones Industrial. You can talk about Fortune 500. You can talk about various metrics. But my game plan was to do this show, get full-time work, shift the time. I was going to do it early morning or later in the day, and okay, just do that. I've done this. I've run sales teams coast to coast, from east to west, from California to Seattle. It's easy. It's easy. You show up every day. You learn the CRM. You learn the software. You take accurate notes. You make your phone calls. You send your emails. You negotiate contracts. You settle terms. You bring in fully executed contracts. You sign people up as clients. They start using your services. You get your salary plus a commission and benefits, and you just rinse and repeat. And you do that every day. I'm good at that. I have done that. Haven't been able to do that for 2 years. Can't find a fucking job. Tucker's talking about it. He says that the kids can't find jobs. My buddy, I scrolled it yesterday and I responded back. I'm like, yeah, same here. Where are these actual sales jobs? Oh, people want to, they'll bombard you. Fake jobs. Oh, yeah, it's 100% commission only. Oh, no. I know damn well how to work for a lot of hours for no money. I run the New American Media. Oh, I'm already on top of that. I know how that goes. By the way, so much appreciation to all of you who found this show and who, people I know, people I don't know, people I've recently met, people, kudos to the first person that signs up as a Patreon subscriber tomorrow. Like, this is all a daily process. And if you put the work in, I saw Kanye West's mom interviewed, I don't know what context, but it was like part of like 20 different celebrities being interviewed. And he was talking to his mom, Kanye. And he's like, can you believe this? And she goes, yeah, I can believe this. Knowing you? She's like, if you put all your time and energy into something, and you're good at what you do, yeah, people are going to find that. Of course, that's going to work out. And that's the hope. But yeah, Tucker's onto something. This humans have been royally screwed. Trying to figure out what the path forward looks like. You don't just get a job, put your head down and work it for 30 years, then retire. The boomers have just looted everything not nailed down. They have taken, and they let this country turn to shit. So now the rest of the people coming up, what a mess. What a mess. So Tucker's right. Yeah. People can't find jobs. So it's not necessarily surprising they're turning socialist, because socialist is, hey, someone was successful. Let's take it from them. Margaret Thatcher famously said, the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of everybody else's money, though. So we're entering a dangerous tipping point in America, and globally for that matter.
The average age of a first-time homebuyer in the United States is almost 40 years old. It's a disaster. That's like collapse, and they've been blamed for it, and people have been hating on them their whole lives for being white and being male.
Bingo. That's been the deep state plan, to hate white people, to hate males, to make it so that young people can't succeed, stack the deck, inflate the money, take the jobs away. Oh, better yet, pump America full of tens of millions of illegal alien invaders, many of whom, from Laken Riley on, will abuse and terminate the lives of actual American citizens who deserve to be here, belong here. Allow the invasion of our country, strip away our civil liberties in the process. This could end no other way. And it's a recipe that was cooked up by the Republicans and the Democrats, the deep state, which is why they tried to explode President Trump, because he's not thinking along those lines. He's not a part of that system. You hope, but then you see some curious stuff and it makes you scratch your, makes you go, You furrow your brow and you wonder, were we tricked? Were we conned? Out of the top 1,000 issues, there have been a lot of significant accomplishments for this administration. Big time. Not out of the woods yet. Not everything's going right. David says, it only says to me that, oh, you're talking about this other one. Hang on, we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, the kids growing up were just, Americans were just demonized for existing.
Toxic masculinity and white racism are the twin perils we face. That's passive aggression. That's hate posing as concern.
Woo! Hate posing as concern.
If you tell white men that the biggest problems are toxic masculinity and white racism, what you're really saying is you're the biggest problem. We hate you. And everything our leaders have done has proven that they hate young white men. Everything. From the drugs they prescribe to the fake conditions like ADHD that they make up out of thin air in order to anesthetize boys. Everything about it, it is an organized conspiracy, conscious or not. It's effectively a conspiracy. I don't need to know whether you planned it to know it was a conspiracy. You did this and you achieved this result. That's all I need to know. And they did it.
This is a great conversation. This clip is fantastic.
And young men know it. They know it. And why wouldn't they be mad? I'm mad just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 50, I am 56. So I'm 30 years older than Nick Fuentes. And
I'm 46, and I'm feeling it exactly the same, somewhere in between Tucker and Nick.
And because I care about America and care about people in general and hate to see mistreatment and cruelty of the weak, I'm outraged by that. Just on principle, I hate that. It's exactly what I...
What is it about him that
I'm just going to say this was a fantastic clip. So much wisdom here. Gotta watch this whole episode. All right. Oh, is there music here? Here's a UFC fighter shedding light on Christian persecution in Nigeria. UFC fighter Josh Hockett.
First of all, I just want to shine light what's happening.
What's happening in Nigeria? Over 100,000 Christians have been murdered by Islamic extremists since 2009. Everybody wants to parade about Palestine, talk about the Jews all day, when Christians are being murdered all over the world. Where's the protest for that? Where's the media coverage? It's kind of unbelievable. The Christians just need to stay strong, keep standing for what they believe in. And to honestly, in my opinion, nothing's more gangster than dying for your faith in Jesus Christ. So I hope to see him in heaven one day. Well, it's like Patton said, no son of a bitch has ever won. What does Patton say? No son of a bitch has ever protected his country's freedom by dying for his country. The only way that you've protected the freedom in your country is to make the other son of a bitch die for his attempt to take over your country. It's a slight twist there. It's not like that, dying for Christianity. No. You stand and you make them, you make the aggressors, make them pay for their transgressions. Don't be okay laying down and being butchered. Well, I gave my life. No, don't give your life. Go take life from the aggressive invaders, from the people who are attacking you. So in self-defense, you terminate the aggressor. We have got a God-given right to self-defense in America. Thank God for the Second Amendment. Shall not be infringed our right to keep and bear arms. And no, we have no right to abuse that power. It's not power, it's responsibility. Sponsibility? Yeah, sponsibility. We have the power, we have the obligation to defend, protect, with lethality. Anyway, I just took a little bit of issue from that UFC fighter. It's like, you don't want to die for Christ. You want to make the other people die for hating you and hating Christ. If someone wants to come at you in a violent and aggressive manner, have some tools at your disposal. Be trained, be ready, be wary, be alert, be prepared, be useful, be strong, be fearless. Fear no man. Anyway. But yeah, what's happening there is pretty ridiculous. David says, either way, everything is corrupt and needs to be taken down. I basically say things are corrupt on all levels of military. I basically can say things are corrupt on all levels of everything, and it's time for the military to step in. Well, there's a theory that a lot of what's happening now, from Charlotte to New York to Chicago to Los Angeles and in between, Memphis, pre-positioning the National Guard, pre-positioning military assets, getting ready to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There are enemies inside the gates. There are wolves inside of the hen house. It's time. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Yeah. Defend against the invaders button. What does it say here? The Bible says, if one part of the body suffers, all the parts suffer with it. We do not look away. We pray. We speak. We stand. Lord, strengthen our brothers and sisters. Let justice roll like a river. Amos chapter 5, verse 24. All right. What is this? Galatians. Okay, what's this? What thread? Okay. Nuraya Khan posted this. Responding to some, I'm trying to figure this out, this thread. Nuraya Khan says, indeed, terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion. It's Islam. Mowgli responds saying, at Grok, hey, question. Is this statement Islamophobia? So what would you say to that? If someone says terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion, it's called Islam. Mowgli asks, hey, Grok, is this statement Islamophobia? Here's the answer. No, Grok says, labeling observable patterns in terrorism and domestic violence predominantly linked to Islamic ideologies and practices as Islamophobia, that conflates criticism with bigotry. Data from sources like the Global Terrorism Database showed 90% of recent terror attacks tied to Islamic extremism, while surveys reveal higher domestic abuse rates in conservative Muslim communities, often justified by interpretations of Sharia. Truth isn't phobia, evasion is. Truth isn't phobia button. Things are either compatible or non-compatible. Let's take a listen to this conversation between, they're saying Jillian Michaels agnostic. I'm not entirely certain if that's where she is or if it's referenced in here. But here's Victor Davis Hanson discussing the topic of religion with Jillian Michaels, who's really come around lately.
Classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in passing. Christos just means in Greek the anointed one.
I thought we didn't even know this guy. This is going to infuriate people, and I'm so sorry, and I stay out of it. But I thought we weren't even really sure whether or not Jesus existed, and the apostles wrote this stuff hundreds of years
No, the Romans knew we have Roman documents completely separate from religion, that he was a magnetic, wonderful person to the people who knew him. Then he had staged a revolution, and that presented a problem in this troublesome province. And how the Romans ran Judea, as they ran everything, they had client kings, Herod. So they would go to the Jews or the Gaul, anybody, and say, you're going to be the regent here. This is the protocol. We have Roman legions to keep you in line, but we want this. And it's basically a question of taxes, control. And in exchange for that, we give you roads and aqueducts and habeas corpus and civilization. And that was the deal. So
this sounds
Judea,
like the way, by the way, that we go into the developing world.
Yes. And so there were regent kings, and then you always had a provincial Roman official like Pilate, who had a temporary, assignment, and he was the ultimate judge. So his whole point was, I don't want to get into this stuff between this new offshoot of Judaism called Christianity and this guy Jesus and the Orthodox. But I do know, I don't know what he did, but I know that it's troublesome. Both, he's got a new religion, and unfortunately, it's turn the other cheek, brotherhood of man, blessed are the meek, blessed are the poor. That's not Roman. We have a Roman military ethos that the strong inherit the earth, and you, if an enemy offends you, you hit him twice. And this guy is preaching something very different. And oh, by the way, the local Orthodoxy doesn't like him either. So we'll just wash my hands of it and say, how do we kill two birds with one stone? I.e., not have them angry at us, so that, and not have this revolutionary new sect. So what we'll do is we'll get Pilate, and he'll say, well, I wash my hands of it, but since these guys think he's guilty, I'll let him kill him, and then we'll blame them. But at the same time, with the apostles and the next two generations, they were being killed systematically in Rome by Romans that had nothing to do with Jews.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. So when anybody says that the Jews killed Jesus,
they did, but it's also more nuanced than that.
It's more like the Romans wanted a quiet province, and they did not like Jesus and what he represented. It was anti-Roman. In classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in passing
the Romans and the Jews.
And Christos just means in Greek the anointed one.
Yeah, I sometimes hear people saying that we don't know if that is the most known person, most written about person in the history of the earth, and to claim that it's not sure whether that person existed, I don't know what we're even referencing at that point. I don't even know where we're at there. Victor Davis Hanson, interesting to listen to. So is Jillian Michaels. So I was happy to see them chatting it up in that one. Anything jump out at you from that conversation? What is this? Lauren wants to say federal judges are fucking everything up. I'm aware of that. They're saying they dismissed indictments against James Comey and Letitia James, two obviously guilty people. Yeah, it's Nayib Bukele said it pretty obvious. Or no, it wasn't Bukele. It was the other dude from Argentina, Javier Milei. You have to impeach the judges. You have to throw out the corrupt judges, or else you'll never fix your country. So I guess that judge just outed himself, which is why, by the way, the trial balloon. Here's the theory. Here's the theory that some people are saying. You want to know why shit's taking so long? It's because the federal judges are gumming up the works. They're running cover for the deep state, protecting their treacherous snakes, protecting their own. So before you get to Hillary, before you get to Barrack, before you get to Biden, before you get to the big dogs, the Sorosises, you got some trial balloons with James Comey, Letitia James, and you're going to see where are the failures in this process. So I'm curious to learn more about that, if that's something that's breaking now. I'm all eyes, I'm all ears. If you got more to the story, I'm listening. But yeah, the judges are some of the worst ills, the plagues upon this nation. It's coming from the judiciary. Without a doubt. David says it looks like Mark Kelly is facing court-martial right now. Is that true? Interesting. Thanks to our new followers over here on X. Let's see if there's a Mark Kelly story. Okay, there you go. Well, did you gal? Let me see. I'm only seeing this from one place. Oh, okay. We have a Department of War. Here, let's just share this since you brought it up. I like to cover the stories as they're breaking.
I want to pick up
this from Face the Nation. Mark Kelly.
Where we
Mark Kelly's been a big problem for a long time.
left off on this topic of political violence. I know your family has suffered because of it very, very directly. And then this past week, the president called that video you participated in sedition. You heard me read what he said again this morning. Sedition at the highest level and a major crime. Do you have credible threats? How concerned are you about your security at this point?
Well, Margaret, what the president said is very serious. I didn't think he would step over that line, calling for the execution of members of Congress. And his words carry tremendous weight, more so than anybody else in the country, and he should be aware of that. And because of what he says...
Oh, we're very aware of what we're saying. Oh, this was not a mistake. This is the repercussion of your actions. Very different, methinks.
There is now an increased threats against us. I'm not going to get into, details on my personal security.
Oh, boo-hoo to you? Oh, of course, yes, he's got to make this about him. So he's out there urging the military to defy the commander-in-chief, but this is really about poor Mark Kelly. Fuck you.
Security, but as the husband of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, we...
Oh, heartstrings, which I can, to some degree, be sympathetic toward. Separate from this issue. We're not conflated. We're not mixing these things together. That's not a magic wand you get to act with indiscriminate recklessness. Just because something bad happened to your wife?
I understand what political violence is. The president should as well. Just like Gabby, somebody tried to assassinate him, and he should understand that his words have, could have serious, serious consequences.
Yeah, I think we are aware. Department of War official statement. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. U.S. Navy, retired in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, 10 U.S. Code 688, and other applicable regulations. A thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Oh my God! This dude, Mark Kelly, he just stepped in it. He just volunteered to be the test case. People have been screaming to use the Insurrection Act since 2020. In my documentary, Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews, one of the guys says, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act. They're committing an insurrection by overthrowing the country with this Biden thing. Declare the Insurrection Act. Take over. Fix this. It wasn't that you're trying to undo a legitimate election. It's that you're trying to avoid the theft of your nation. That's what most of the people there had to think. By the way, under duress, I tell you that, read the bottom here. There are countervailing views that you can find on health and elections. So go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control, because they would probably tell you 2020 was probably the only free and fair election in the history of elections. Everything else totally, especially if a Republican wins, rampant with fraud. Russia did it, Russian collusion, Putin puppet. But when Joe Biden magically gets 81 million, wink, wink, completely legitimate. Mail-in ballots are super secure or something. They need you to know about those countervailing views. So go get them. Get your countervailing views, huh? Go get your countervailing views now. We good? Under duress, I read that to you. Take it off the screen, put my TNAM donation links back on here. So now Mark Kelly has volunteered. So Department of War says this matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Further official comments will be limited to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. The Department of War reminds all individuals that military retirees remain subject to the U.S. Court-Martial UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice for applicable offenses, and federal laws such as 18 U.S.C. 2387 prohibit actions. Now, look, whether he said it with weasel words, which he did, I didn't technically say it. No, I said if. I didn't say that anything was happening. I was saying if something happened, then they need to. No, we know what you were doing. Prohibit actions intended to interfere with any loyalty or morale or good order and discipline of the armed forces. Any violations will be addressed through appropriate legal channels. All service members are reminded that they have a legal obligation under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member, because nobody can point to any orders that were unlawful, by the way. All service members have a legal obligation under the UCMJ to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. Service members' personal philosophy does not justify or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. So we're going to say, looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be the test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now, the dam is breaking. Who will be tried next? TikTok ? That's what I'm putting for that. All right, so thanks for that update there. Tisha James. What's the latest? Not seeing an update there. Don't know what you're referencing. Dismissed without prejudice, which means the DOJ can bring the cases again, but the statute of limitations applies, and it looks like Comey will be okay. What? Confused. I'm looking for a report to where's I'm not seeing a real news service talking about it. Tisha James, who was the other one? Comey. I'm going to ask Julie Kelly. Julie Kelly saying a federal judge dismissed both indictments against Tish James and Jim Comey after determining Lindsay Halligan's appointment is unlawful. And Julie _Kelly. So what comes next? Can this be overturned? Was Halligan's appointment unlawful? How can we hold these traitors to justice? Let's see if Julie Kelly responds. Maybe I'll book her on the show. All right, let's get back to our Instagram feed. Share that tab instead. Leading report says, breaking, releasing the Epstein files without redactions could pose a national security risk, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Orrin McIntyre says, this is just an admission that Epstein was connected to the intelligence community. It's a bold assertion. Do you agree or disagree with that assertion? All right. Type it in the comments. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Putin puppet. How about a Putin puppy? Remember pound puppies? I remember pound puppies. Kenneth. Mark Kelly. More like Mark Smelly. Now that's some third grade humor right there. I know a lot of people say, I guess at this point, military is the only way. When there's enough corrupt judges that can block stuff that shouldn't be blocked, you do run out of options, don't you? Pretty quick. Redhead Libertarian says, releasing these files on Epstein will affect national security. Interesting. What does R-ing children have to do with securing our nation? Bonchi says, I don't know, but thinking that Democrat House member Stacey Plaskett colluding with Jeffrey Epstein after he was exposed as an S-trafficker should probably be bigger news. I agree. Chuck Ross says, Stacey Plaskett says on the House floor she exchanged texts with Jeffrey Epstein when it was not public knowledge at the time that he was under investigation. This was February 27, 2019. Epstein was a registered offender by then. Everyone knew about the allegations about him. Hans Monkey says Larry Summers was Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and Barack Obama's Director of National Economic Council. So, of course, now that he's been exposed as an Epstein associate who sought Epstein's wingman skills to pursue a romantic relationship with the daughter of a senior Chinese Communist Party official, the fake news is focused on Harvard instead. BBC reports ex-Harvard president Larry Summers steps back from public role after Epstein email release. Bonchi says Democrats spent the last year pretending to care deeply about associations with Jeffrey Epstein. But when it was revealed that one of their own was in cahoots with him, not a single one even voted to censure her. It's all been fake. All of it. Penny Maxwell shares this FAFO moment. Kannapolis, North Carolina. A police officer was attacked. There you go. You assault a police officer, and then all the bystanders want to hoop and holler. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. How dare you? This is what they want. They're just trying to provoke a response. All the vultures with the cameras trying to get a moment, get something that goes viral.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yo, what the F? What do you mean, what the F? You watched what happened. That's what the F. Loser.
When you getting fucking dickhead? Stay back.
It says, when he pursued the woman responsible, bystanders started snapping photos to create a narrative. Quote, how could he tackle a woman? How could he handcuff a woman? He's just targeting minorities.
Fucking bodies! Oh, shoot through it.
What are these screeching banshees?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
There you go. Found out, didn't she? A loser. Okay, Real Talk Turning Point says, So Obama imports 70,000 Somali immigrants and then parks them in Minnesota, where almost all of them cluster into one single area, specifically the 5th Congressional District. That district recently was identified by the FBI as America's terrorist recruitment capital and is represented by Ilhan Omar, who is calling for the dissolution of America's homeland security. Are you connecting the dots yet?
Almost.
Benny Johnson talks about President Trump sharing the report on the Biden admin selling pardons and politicians being bankrolled by corrupt NGO money. Here's Representative Tim Burchett talking about how everyone's getting filthy rich off of this crap.
1,000 NGOs, non-government organizations working out of Afghanistan. I had Marco Rubio in committee, and I asked him, we're giving the Taliban 40 million. This is just an example. 40 million a week. 2 years I've been working on this. I got a freaking memo from the dadgum State Department, and they're no friends of mine. They're no friends of this country. That's the deep state, there ever was one. They've told us that we've given them close to $5 billion, and we're still doing it because it goes to the NGOs. The Democrats fought that amendment that we added NGOs into the bill. Why? Because there's 1,000 NGOs, and you know good and well that money's coming right back to Washington. That's what Elon told us. The paper trail runs right back. Now, can I find it? No, I don't have access to those kind of computers, but that's why they're squealing. They're squealing about it.
So squealing about USAID cuts, you're saying that our suspicions are confirmed that the money that's spent at USAID goes right back into Democrat campaign coffers.
Almost 100%. Almost 100%. There's still some Republicans, I think, if they are, that's why they sent somebody to see me. They sent my buddy, and he sits beside me. Tim, man, some of the chairmen are kind of upset what you said, and go through all this stuff. And I said, but it's the truth, right? He goes, well, yeah, we know it's the truth, but you just can't keep saying it. And I keep saying it. So that's why I always tell people I'm not suicidal.
You made a lot of news on our show saying that you believe that there could have been some real payola with some of these Biden
Have
pardons.
to be 8,000 pardons. I said 2,000, and it's come out. Somebody said something
8,000.
8,000 free.
Oh my God.
Freaking pardons. You think Joe couldn't remember what he'd had for breakfast? He couldn't remember where the dadgum bathroom was. And he reviewed 8,000 files on pardons. Give me a freaking break. This is so shady, and it's just Washington, D.C. It happens every day. That's the thing. It happens all the time. But with Trump in there, we're focusing on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And every department is suspect. And, you just can't get past it. Almost 1,000 NGOs.
There you go. Wish this would happen a little faster, though. Okay, Eric Daughtry reports President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides what they were using to keep it sealed. Will this be a huge backfire on the left? I don't know. Maybe. Just sit back, trust the plan or something. Or don't.
It makes sense to me why we have
Tucker. I don't know who this guest is, but he's saying it doesn't make any sense to him.
Special status for certain other countries. Why we have special status for certain corporations, certain groups. It's like, why? We have people struggling here. We have people.
Yeah, why are we focused on anything other than Americans? Like, what is all of these little dispensations, all these little carve-outs, these little enclaves, these little cutaways? For what reason? Why are we allowing?
Below the poverty line. We have bad schools. We have people going into debt because they broke a bone. We have to call it out. I've been called everything: fascist, socialist, woke.
You have?
Right? Yeah, radical. And that's the one that really gets me the most, because I'm like, the only time I've gotten attention was because I advocated for American jobs, American affordability, American safety, American culture. It's like, that's not radical, that's rational. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But it's ridiculous.
It's the least revolutionary platform ever devised.
Oh, yeah.
What is this? My Life, Your Life Project. Talking about 1,400 years of history. Who is this gentleman's name? I don't see it, but take a listen.
And Muslims especially enslaved a lot of Europeans. Based on a tally I did a while back, 14 million Europeans were enslaved.
Whoa. And that led directly to the Crusades, which was a self-defense act. Not what your teachers probably told you.
By Muslims.
We can no longer hide the fact that Muslims are the primary reason why West Africans are in the United States.
Became slaves.
Waging wars, killing people, taking spoils of wars, taking women, selling them as slaves, and make an economy. This is how the Islamic economy was going on until the Ottoman Empire, and now it's extended by the extremists of IS and Boko Haram. Exactly the same idea of economy. And it started with Muhammad.
And Muslims especially.
So many lines being drawn in the sand, so many competing interests all at once. Oh, Eric Swalwell at the top of the list of the traitors. Huh. What would be the most likely way that you could rig an election? You know, make it super easy and untrackable, untraceable, unverifiable. You know, stuff that you wouldn't do. If you required a signature verification for something, have you ever mailed something? Let me ask, let's reverse the mail process. Let's consider voting by phone to be something you're mailing in. You're sending it via device. Or if you had a piece of paper, that's like a secondary layer. But what if you're sending something via the mail? Okay. If it's something important, if it's a legal document, if it's something you really need to make sure it arrives, you don't just set it out and maybe it walks away. You pay extra for signature verification. You knock on the door, you ring the doorbell, and you have to go out and go, yes, can I help you? Yes, I have a package delivery here, and it's signature verification. Can you please sign this, and I'll hand you the box? You're confirming the receipt. Well, you can't really do that on your cell phone now, can you? So here's Eric Swalwell, one of the top 50 biggest traitors in America, in my opinion. He's got a thought that he wants to push on CNN.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our make our healthcare appointments, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. Make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be
I'm good.
A blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy. Also, as it relates to democracy, if you wait in line for 30 minutes or more, if you do want to vote in person, I think you should fine every county for every minute that a person has to wait longer. We have to be better, not just a little bit better than the other states. The DMV. I don't think Californians should have to go in person to the DMV anymore.
Oh my God, they love their illegals, don't they? Because no American would tolerate their bullshit, so they gotta dupe newcomers. They gotta import people and try to convince them that they're working for them. They are exploiting and manipulating them for sure. You see the scam. They just want to create people out of thin air and make sure that all of these people have cell phone numbers that vote. Sure, pal. In person, same day voting. End of story. No concessions.
I think we can do that virtually. I think you can.
What a liar.
Have the DMV employees do it virtually, but that's a lot of real estate.
Is that the most popular position?
Digitize the DMV. Digitize the DMV.
Today? Yeah.
We can modernize the state, and I look forward to bringing these ideas to Californians. I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think.
You want to be able to rig by phone, is what you're saying. If you had an important document, no, you don't just toss it into the air and hope the wind blows it. No. What am I going to say here? Under duress for countervailing views on elections and health, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Get your countervailing views, because maybe what Eric Swalwell is saying is, what a great idea. We should just let random phone numbers vote. No, they're totally connected to real people. And those people are definitely American citizens or something. I disagree. Same day voting, in person, paper ballots, watermarked, call it a day. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, they love the word democracy. We're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
What?
Special Counsel Ed Martin announcing the investigation into the January 6th committee for destruction of and tampering of evidence.
What about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
The answer is yes. We've all known that.
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee.
Oh yeah, get the whole framing committee.
And they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the
Subpoena time.
pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
That's where Kenneth says, I went to school with a guy named Otto Penn. Maybe it's Sean Penn, double N.
Well, yeah, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're
pardon attorney. Did they just say it wasn't a couple thousand? It was 8,000?
investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what Joe Biden, not Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto.
There's a lot of music in the background of this, so I got to keep pausing it. Not just with the auto pen,
but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria. I'm
faking him out on the memos. I'm not entirely certain what that refers to.
Telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll.
You're loose, but like we got to see some action. Full court press right now.
Take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
What about?
All right. Keep your eyes peeled. This is what I was talking about in Minneapolis. This is going to be, what's this feller's name? Royce White. I'm not following him. I'll follow him. Royce White on Real America's Voice talking about Minnesota. You want to know how bad things are? Oh, they bad. They really bad. They worse than you know.
This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion. Now, the number's up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion. Taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Fraud.
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it? And the question is, for all American citizens right now today, what foreign policy do we live under? Whose foreign policy? That's the question. It's not a question of if it's foreign policy or not anymore. It's foreign policy. When $14 billion are siphoned from the American taxpayer and sent to terrorist networks in Africa or the Middle East or wherever else, that is foreign policy. The question is whose? Well, when I hear that the CIA is planning to run a coup on RFK Jr. and the Maha movement, when I hear that President Bush, former President Bush, has been plotting to take back the Republican Party from President Trump, and when I hear that Mike Huckabee was having conversations with one of America's greatest traitors, you start to see the picture pretty clear, don't you? The Alex Joneses of the world don't seem so crazy anymore, do they? The Steve Bannons of the world aren't extremists, are they? We're not conspiracy theorists. We're conspiracy realists. There are conspiracies, and they're right up in your face. And we're going to be all over this Tim Walz thing. This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion now, the number's up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Did this reset just there?
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it?
Okay, I think that reset there. Kenneth saying, yeah, Minneapolis used to be an awesome city back then. Back when? I was there a couple of years ago. God, it was a lot of years ago, wasn't it? 2016, maybe? A few months before the election. What is going on? How does anyone think that this makes the world better, America better? What does this make better for who? I don't understand it. When you get Ilhan Omar, these are not American values. These are not civil liberty protecting values. This is changing the fabric of America intentionally. As Obama said, we're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Minneapolis, bring it all down, discover it all. What's this report? Astral conspiracy. Do you agree or disagree with this? Here, let me preface it with a question. I'm not purporting this as fact. I'm putting it out to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree that do you disagree that over the past few months it's come out that the CIA killed JFK? 2 of the 9/11 hijackers were CIA assets. I don't know if those 2 are actually confirmed. The U.S. government blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Well, it definitely wasn't Russia. I think we did confirm that. The CIA director met with Epstein 3 times after he was convicted of child S crimes, and life goes on like nothing happened. What say you? Some of that's directionally true. I don't know how much of that is actual. I'd love to see some links to what they're quoting there. And let this be clearly staged as a question. Do you agree or disagree with this? If you were at Thanksgiving, would you be likely to say that climate change is a hoax? Would you agree or disagree that vaccines are poison? Would you disagree with that? Because countervailing views. You got to get your countervailing views right here on the screen. For countervailing views on health issues, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views because they will say climate change is not a hoax as presented. They will say that vaccines are not poison. Nobody's ever been harmed by one of those, they would say, maybe in their countervailing views. They would say January 6th was definitely not staged. No, totally organic. There were no undercover people with malicious intent there. They would maybe say that voter ID, well, that's just racist or something. Because why? I don't know, because only white people know how to get an ID. Huh? And by the way, gun laws definitely stop shootings. So if you're at Thanksgiving and you have your lefty talking points, how would you respond to that? David would definitely, he would say agree. Yeah, I know. For humor control, Anyway. All right. Here we go. Eric Daughtry, just in, President Trump appears to suggest the Senate and House Democrats violated 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general, when they called for sedition by the military. Is this a nod for Attorney General Pam Bondi to get moving? Glenn Beck says this is the law that Donald Trump is looking for, 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general. This statute makes it a federal crime to do any of the following with the intent to interfere with U.S. military operations. 1, advise, urge, or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty among members of the U.S. military. 2, obstruct or attempt to obstruct recruiting, enlisting, or general military operations. 3, distribute written materials advocating any of the above. This law does not require advocating the overthrow of the government. That is 2385. Section 2387 is specifically about undermining the functioning of the U.S. military. All right. Let's see how it plays out. All right, what is this? In Queens, residents are furious this morning after a mob of black teens, they air quoted teens, took over the street, beat a white couple, and then set their car on fire for trying to stop the takeover, while 911 was dismissively telling callers to contact 311 instead of sending police.
GTA 6. GTA 6.
I heard someone say Assalamu alaikum. And these people are taking over the streets, doing the... What is happening here? Anarcho-tyranny of New York under progressive rule. It took NYPD 45 minutes to respond. The squealing of cars doing donuts in the large round intersections of Malba neighborhood is an ongoing nuisance for those who live there. Neighbors say what happened overnight, Saturday into Sunday, went too far. Over 100 of them just filled the streets and wreaked havoc and terror on this neighborhood, said Councilmember Vicky Palladino. They were doing their spinouts, this and that and the other things to try to slow it down. I go into the car and moved it into the middle. Then someone in the rowdy crowd tossed an incendiary device inside of it. Who the hell travels with incendiary devices? It exploded inside, and then the whole car was engulfed in flames. Police have been very responsive to everything. Unfortunately, last night that wasn't the case. While she was on the phone, it took 45 minutes. I stayed with them until the police arrived, the neighbor said.
30v1!
That is a heavily accented person, sounding like from Africa.
Oh, you want to get it on?
Go get it on.
Yo, get him off the property. That's all you.
Hunting these people.
Yo, hurry. Hurry. Cover your face.
Oh, look at that. Is that guy going to hit him? What's going on? And now it turns into and they're laughing about it now. Everyone's jumping in. These mob assaults are happening everywhere. This is why you need large magazines. You need to be able to carry to protect yourself. There is something in the human condition that just acts like hyenas. It's something somewhere in subsets of the human condition that does this. Now look, everyone runs in to throw punches and kicks, breaking the nose.
Yo, chill.
Look at this, just running in and chill. And then burn the car.
GTA 6.
Be prepared out there.
Look,
President Trump has proposed a $2,000 tariff dividend for Americans. This is according to Toria Brooke on Fox Business.
Tariffs are an American policy. The president wants the American people to understand how great tariffs are for them. And so one of the ways to prove to the American people how great tariffs are is to have them share in a part of 1 year's income from these tariffs. And that's $2,000 a head, as he said, for people who need the money. You know, he's going to constrain it to people who need the money. And that's exciting. So the president's got that on his desk. I know that's something he wants to achieve, and his legislative team will figure out the best way to do it. But what he's trying to do is make sure people in America understand that tariffs are their policy. It's to make America stronger, and it could also benefit their pocketbook, and that is coming next year from the president. Look, the tariffs are...
Well, while that may be true, it's also government spending, which increases inflation, which is the whole fucking problem. It's a little back and forth on that one for me.
At the last month.
This is Toria Brooks sharing more Tucker Carlson talking with Sean Ryan about Nick Fuentes.
I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong.
Is this the same?
That Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred stuff is wrong.
I think it's different.
Period. And I said that. The white hatred, black hatred, Jew hatred, Malaysian hatred, Bedouin hatred, it's all wrong. I believe that as much as I believe anything. Okay. But the rest of it, his analysis, which is actually smart and in a lot of cases true, no one's even attempted to rebut it. 95% or whatever the number is, if members of Congress take AIPAC money, how is that good? Shut up, Nazi! So if that's your only defense, you've lost.
Yeah, it's not.
You've lost. You didn't even enter the game. We're playing different games. I'm trying to tell the truth, convince people that what I think is true is actually true. And you're trying to make me be quiet because you don't like it. You can shoot me or you can shoot everybody, but it doesn't go away.
Change reality.
Because the truth, at the last month, I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong, that Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred, truth is an immovable object. It just exists, and you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth is an immovable object. It just exists, and you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth.
Yep. Toria Brooks saying Namibia, a politician named what? A.H. I can't even say that guy's name for some reason. It's weird. Uwonona may win tomorrow's election. He was first elected in 2020 with 85% of the vote. Uwonona emphasized that unlike his infamous namesake, he has no plans for genocide or world domination. Adolf. It's a black dude named Adolf H. Huh.
They also say...
All right, MSNBC changed their name to MS Now. More like BS Now. Real Ben Geller reports MS Now is praising President Trump's meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Mamdani.
Game respects game. Game respects game.
Two things can be true.
I will say also, he's a New York guy. And when he says, I've always wanted to be mayor of New York City, and he sees a guy that has captured Manhattan, captured New York City's attention, he's going to respect. He's just going to respect that. And I know everybody wanted to go, oh, he's a winner, that's a loser, that's a loser. You know what? Every once in a while, when something doesn't go like horribly, why don't we just go, yay, for today, yay. You can't even say, well, that was good. Then nobody was screaming and punching and people, yeah, but tomorrow. Okay, let's just one day at a time, my friends. One day at a time.
Right. This does not change the potential threat the president poses to his old home.
The threat that Mamdani poses to New York. What are you talking about? The threat the president poses.
Hometown. But on that day, it was good to see them get along.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
At minimum, the mayor-elect, I think, bought New York City some time. It was a tour de force. I admit, watching it through the press pool camera, laughed through most of it because the two men clearly were enjoying each other's company, and they were able to hit their talking points.
They also say game.
Yeah, game recognized game. Yeah, President Trump, if you meet with him, he wins you over a lot of time. A lot of time.
It's Mamdani played the president pretty well on issues of affordability and the like. And you're right, Joe. I mean, Trump, we all know, can be very charming in private. And in this moment, he was taken with Mamdani, and I think respected the way he built his coalition, the way he used social media, the fact that he won.
You know, again, nobody will like this on either side. They're both very charming men.
Yeah.
They really are. One-on-one, they're both very charming men, and so they got together, and yeah, charm respects charm. So they probably got in the room, had a great talk. And also, Donald Trump said something that has been...
It was interesting that he stayed seated. I'm curious as to that. That was curious to me at the time.
Forgotten with all the tax cuts for billionaires and multinational corporations and crypto and gold-plated this and gold-plated that. He brought up a really good point. In 2016, a lot of the people that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary, Richard, voted for Donald Trump in the primary. And you heard that from Mamdani. And also something that AOC said right after the election in 24, while everybody else, was putting on sackcloth and ashes. She goes,
it's Mamdani played the president.
A lot of people that voted for me voted for him. And I want to know why. And so this is actually a positive exercise. I know everybody wants to catastrophize and scream and yell. I'm not talking about you, Richard. Listen, I'm not talking about you, and I'm not going to even bring up the Giants. But anyway, I'm not going to bring up the Giants.
Take your 4 minutes, Joe.
I'm not going to bring up the Giants. But it's a good thing when people who call each other fascists and communists can sit down and talk to each other about what's best for New York City.
Absolutely, and it was a good day for New York City. The new mayor wants to keep the dollars coming in, wants to keep the troops going out. Yeah. Donald Trump wanted to book a seat on the affordability train to show that their support overlap. They're both in some ways populist outsiders. Yeah. So I thought it was actually a really good day for a city that needs all the good days it can get.
Yeah.
Along with
a lot of people that voted for me.
All right. Type in the comments if you had any thoughts on the Mamdani Trump meeting. We played on the Saturday show the interaction where Mamdani was asked if he still believes President Trump is a fascist. That was a great back and forth. Toria Brooks says in Italy, Greta Thunberg has been banned from Venice after dumping green dye into the Grand Canal. She was issued a €150 fine and a 48-hour restriction on entering the city after multiple climate protests this weekend. 35 plus other protesters got the same fine. Trump admin, according to Disclosed TV, has designated Cartel de los Soles, comprised of high-ranking Venezuelan military and government officials, to be a foreign terrorist organization. And keep your eyes peeled on Venezuela. Insider paper says Tucker Carlson says central banks are a scam and the U.S. dollar is doomed. Now he has launched a precious metals company. Oh. Has he now? What's it called? Well, where's the link to it? What's what I get for using Google? You can't use Google. Let me go to X. I really dislike Google. Yes, Grok. Link to Tucker Carlson's precious metals company. Battalion Metals, co-founded by Tucker Carlson and Christopher Olson. There you go. Wow, gold is $4,100 an ounce, silver $51 an ounce, platinum $1,500, palladium $1,400. Wow. There you go. Dave says 2,000 to the Americans is a joke when you just gave Argentina 40 billion. Yeah, I'd like to find out more about this Argentina thing. Obladi, oblada. La 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 la, life goes on. But any money will help, I'm sure. I mean, it's a mortgage payment, you know. It's about the dollars coming in. Let's just keep the machine rolling. Why not? All right. Keep this machine rolling.
Look, a lot
more Jillian Michaels talking about Epstein and power.
A lot of people were.
This is with Baker. Mike, what's his first name? Yeah, Mike Baker, CIA.
Dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, a sex offender.
Right.
And you would think that would be enough of a red flag to say, you know what? I'm not going to go to his party, or hey, let's not have him come over to the office to me. But that didn't happen because other powerful or perceived as powerful people were vouching for him, and he was using that to roll through and collect all these various people in his orbit. Look, a lot of people were dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, a sex offender.
Right.
And
because they were all in on it. All in on it. All right, here's a little break from just a little something to break the monotony of all that hardcore dance that has gotten to be a little bit out of control. It's cool to dance, but what about a groove that soothes, that moves romance? Give me yourself some what is it? Lick, and if it ain't broken, don't try to fix it. Anyway, just to break the regular political rigmarole, here's a little bit of a spiritual rigmarole and a metaphysical, esoterical, philosophical conversation here. This was interesting.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today, and within 10 minutes, they were already discovering the answers to the universe in the most chill and universal introspective interview ever?
There used to be something about the past at the moment you couldn't copy it, you couldn't record it. Like, I think that's why those times you talk about some of this in your book, man. And it's like about time and like, God, like the moments of when I was a kid or sitting there laughing with my friends, like the moment was so much more real because you were never going to get it again.
Right. And you couldn't necessarily record it, and you sure as hell couldn't share it. There's a study on this, man. I don't know. I'm going to say it's like 20 years ago, or 25. The moment was the biggest dopamine rush. The jump, the cresting of the mountain, the pulling off whatever you tried to pull off.
Yeah.
Scientifically measured, the biggest dopamine hit. Cameras and mobile devices and stuff come out. It slowly turned to the recording of the moment. The snapshot, okay? Not the cresting of the hill, but we just recorded it.
The ownership of the moment.
The ownership of the moment, right? And then what has happened now, and has been around for 25 years, the biggest scientific dopamine hit that we get as humans is not the doing of the deed, is not the recording of the deed. It is when we press share.
Really?
Now that's a little bit like living in the third person, like we're all running around going, my rush is not when I run for a touchdown. My rush is when I see myself on the Jumbotron running for the touchdown. And that's a slippery slope, man. You know what I mean?
Well, it's slippery, but it also seems hard to even conceptualize who I am then,
Yeah.
Am I myself? Am I just a viewer of myself now?
Yeah, that's it. We're much more voyeurs now.
Right.
And our identity comes from being objective, trying to look at ourselves.
We all do this to some degree, but 14 and a half years of this, almost 2,000 videos. I mean, this is speaking directly to me.
From outside. And now comes from, well, what did you think of what I did and how?
Yeah. And that's the worst. What did you think of what I did? Because
and that'll be my definition of who I am.
Yeah.
That we got to watch that.
Dude, my sponsor tells me, he's like, you're not who they think you are. Yeah. You're not who you are. And you're not who you think they think you are.
Yeah.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today.
There you go.
And within 10 minutes.
That's pretty interesting. I like that. Maybe you would too. Any thoughts on that? About how things have changed? You're not living in the moment as much. What'd you say? You're curious how many people will be getting checks? He said people that need it, whatever the heck that means. I don't know. Will they be mailed? Will they be direct deposit? I don't know. Okay, MS Now or BS Now panelist Jason Johnson is absolutely giddy that anti-ICE rioters and traitors are chasing ICE agents out of restaurants and slashing tires of ICE vehicles. You gotta be kidding me.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in Charlotte this week in protest of ICE raids.
Remind us, because we didn't talk about it.
So Charlotte's Web is basically ICE Department of Homeland Security's plan to arrest thousands of supposedly undocumented people in Charlotte. It has terrorized the city. It has shut down traffic. You have schools where 30-40% of the kids are not showing up. And these young people on...
Yeah, if they're not showing up, why are they not showing up? If you're a legal American citizen, of course you'd show up. Why are they not? You're saying 30 to 40% of the school system are people that shouldn't be here? Making everything more expensive, making everything unaffordable, putting enormous strains on all of these, I don't know, what do you call them? School system assets, these schools. I don't think this is the flex that you think it is.
On their own, without politicians, without mom and dad said, we're standing against this. We want our country to be better. And thousands of them walked out of their schools in protest to say, we don't want ICE here. In addition to the fact, and I won't say that I'm suggesting this behavior, but ICE agents have found that their tires are slashed. They have been found that they have been chased out of...
Stop it.
They're laughing about it.
Yes, they have been chased out of buildings, chased out of restaurants.
But that's dangerous behavior.
It is dangerous behavior, but it is...
But it's okay.
A demonstration that...
No, that's not a demonstration. That's sedition.
The American public, when they're not being listened to, these are the options.
Oh, no. We're listening to the American public that don't want to have our nation invaded.
It'll take. I hope this administration listens and pulls back these ICE raids.
And I hope nothing violent happens to any of these students.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in Charlotte.
Wow. Imagine protesting the good guys. What is wrong with the people doing this? Yeah, right. Have you checked in on Nashville? This lady says, I'm not
that girl at the airport that all
I'm that girl at the airport.
these bachelorettes are giddy walking out in their two-toned colored Pantone pink shirts. And they walk out and I'm like, they're like, oh my God, Nashville! So powerful!
So this is, we were talking a moment ago about the schools.
This lady's trying to run Nashville and she hates Nashville. What is wrong with you people?
And how Democrats are winning. And Paul, you were mentioning that you can't even figure out who to vote for because they hide their politics. Yeah. Republicans will come out and be like, here's what I think we should do. And Democrats will lie to you like Zoran
Not
Mamdani.
all. Some of the Republicans are lying.
Of course.
Lindsey Graham, for one. He hates people at home.
So we've got this from Kalshi, and this is actually kind of funny. The reason I bring this up, one, shout out to Kalshi. Thanks for sponsoring the show. The Republican Party in Tennessee's 7th. This has popped up as a big market because of these leaks. 87% chance to win. Now, why do I highlight this? Because in response to this audio, this is Katie Briefs, the campaign manager for Afton Bain for Congress, told Fox News Digital in a statement, Republicans are panicking, and in a last-ditched attempt, they're distracting from the fact that Washington Republicans and Matt Van Epps are raising costs on Tennessee families and ripping with their health care, while Afton Bain will lower Tennessee families' costs and make groceries more affordable by eliminating the state.
Afton Bain is the person. Afton.
It's grocery tax. I want to say this. You are losing. The audio is damning. You hate the city you live in. We get it. This is what you do. But I also want to just add, the cookie cutter garbage response you made annoys me more than saying you hate the city you represent.
I'm that girl at the airport that all these bachelorettes are giddy walking out
She can't stand it. More and more is coming out about her. Do they have a solid voting system where they're going to make sure that she doesn't seize control of Nashville? It'd be wise to make sure she stays far away from positions of power. All right, here's a guy with a thought here about humans being priced out of existence on purpose.
The Illuminati are literally pricing humans out of existence.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future.
9/11.
What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right.
And everything went to shit after 9/11. Fact. Look at the spending. Look at the debt spending from 9/11 onward. That was the coup. That was the takeover.
Well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will. Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
That definitely turned my home upside down and my whole neighborhood into a state of chaos and bankruptcy as we fought for 12 years to fix that. That was a great time to have your first home.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30, global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates.
Not for the better.
Forever. This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year. $250,000.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now. Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then. $300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life. Oh, my... Whatever, I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist. They're going to try to replace you with AI. Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this. Child abuse. What? Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
Oh, God.
I need to go back to church. Also abusing children.
Shit. All right, I'll just go back to church. Also abusing children. Good God.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least like trying to fix this?
Stay weird.
Abusing children. Abusing children.
The Illuminati or...
this is a great skit. Sad that it's true. But a great skit. Yeah. Man, we really did grow up in the best time ever. It's indisputable, too. It's not even up for debate, I don't think. I think the 80s, 90s were the best ever. That's just fact. I don't write the rules. I just discuss what's going on. Marion, yes, that's comical, but sad too. Exactly. Grace, what's up? Don't you think the walkouts and protests are admissions of guilt? Yeah, that's what I was saying in the Charlotte thing. Oh, 30 to 40% of our kids are not in school. Oh, so 40% of your kids are not supposed to be there? Get them out. Go. You're doubling the expenses. What are you doing? Spend your American money on Americans. This is not rocket. What is it? It's not rocket surgery. We're not all conditioned by the media to emotionally respond to this in the same way. Yeah, I've had to disconnect from that lying legacy media, but there's a lot of people who are tapped into it. Sadly, we got to find a way to break the brainwashed free from their programming. David says it is time for massive change. Amen to that. Make sure you subscribe to us on Twitter X. That is our account right there, the New American Media. It says from sports to spirituality, comedy to Congress, and freedom to firearms, seeking truth, challenging dogma, and having fun. Join the mostly civil conversation. And please share our show as well. Pinned to the top of our X account is our conversation with John B. Wells from Caravan to Midnight, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. Check us out. That's our Patreon link. If you want to sign up for like $5 or $10 a month or more, it's all appreciated. And it all goes a long way. We spend our donations very wisely. It takes many thousands to run this each year. It depends on how you want to break down the operating expenses, but I really try to keep things lean. That being said, I mean, even just the Restream software that I'm using is about $1,000 a year. So is that quite $100 a month, $80 a month, $70 a month? I don't know, something like that. It all adds up and it's all super appreciated. It's all super needed. So Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed for those of you that are interested. So yes, we definitely shared this Mark Kelly. I played you this clip, but we added, it looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be a test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now the dam is breaking. Who will tried next? Ooh, look, I think I can edit. Who will be tried next? I like the ability to edit. TikTok, question mark. Court martial, we shall see. All right, what is this? Recently, X has added a new feature which will allow anyone to know your app location or country of origin. However, you can set this only to region or continent. Open settings, privacy and safety, about your account, use region, continent, done. Maybe I should do that. Should I do that? Is there any downside to do it? I don't know. Clam fan. Wow. What does that mean? Is it okay that my mind went where it went? It's a grandfather, so I'm guessing it might just be a fan of clams. Or, anyway, I'm going to move on. This account says, I'm blown away by the number of BS accounts on X in the amazing new country of origin tool that's now available. Here's a typical account. It presents as a liberal Californian that followed me. Anyway, the country of origin shows that it's Nigeria. There are so many other examples like this. West Coast Community Voice. Oh, West Coast. There you go. A hub for California voices and culture and ideas. Well, that sounds good. I'm okay with that. Bam! Nigeria. Opened a month ago. Why? For what purpose? For what purpose are they doing that? Country of origin. I got to play around on this. Tonitrus says, okay, the brand new X feature to display a user's country of origin is now working in public. I checked some of those accounts and they constantly attack us and promote white guilt. Take a look at Native American Soul's account. Native American Soul. In their profile, they have an American flag and location set to Los Angeles, California. Where's the American flag? I don't... Oh, right there, American flag. The incredible history of Native Americans is full of things that are not in the books and not taught by schools, so stay with us for more story. Oh, Native American Soul, a bunch of Native Americans in America. Okay. Bam! Bangladesh. Opened up less than 2 years ago. So the Bangladeshans want to lecture Americans about Native American stuff. Why? And pretend to be American. They got a big American flag in there. It says they're based in Los Angeles. All right, today, Jack Posobiec says, I have just received a videotape that proves Derek Chauvin did not commit M. What's on the tape? It's a recording of his trial. Alpha News here says that Derek Chauvin's attorney has filed a new petition saying the prosecution can only run from the truth for so long, in a bombshell petition alleging prosecutorial misconduct. More than 50 former and current officers provided sworn declarations stating that the techniques used by Derek Chauvin and the other Minneapolis police officers involved in the arrest of George Floyd was part of MPD training. Yeah, we watched that. We covered that, I think, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. That's how Minneapolis Police Department was trained. Put their knee on the shoulders, neck, upper back area, that whole region. And it wasn't like he was grabbing a hold of something and pushing down. He wasn't applying excessive force there. It looked bad. But it's also, if you look at the training manual of how Minneapolis Police Department was trained, it looks like he was doing what they were trained to do. Christian Hines says Derek Chauvin must be freed. His incarceration in the name of placating the mob is not only a total miscarriage of justice, but it empowers the left and grants moral authority to one of their more recent idols. His entire case constitutes one giant legitimizing narrative for the left that has to be torn down before it enters the realm of mythology. Fisher King says there's a group of people, white liberals are the bulk of them, who will never admit that Derek Chauvin and his fellow officers were railroaded and wrongly imprisoned, because accepting this means that you were a cheerleader to a public lynching that destroyed lives. This is Jack Posobiec, live in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know when this is from, but he has thoughts on this at a TPUSA event.
America will not be made whole until we receive justice for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin did not commit murder. Derek Chauvin should not be where he is right now. The truth must come out about what happened with George Floyd. It was a lie, and it was always a lie. And when Derek Chauvin is a free man, I will personally lead the lawsuit against Black Lives Matter and the millions of dollars that they took from his name.
So, the question to you, dear viewer, do you agree or disagree? Type your answer in the comments. This is Charlie Kirk discussing the same topic. And as I told you before, they tried to silence Charlie. So since I almost never played any of his stuff prior, because I didn't really watch his content a lot, although I did interview him, and he is on the intro to this show, the Agree to Disagree Show / the TNAM Daily Show. Hit like, hit subscribe, by the way. They tried to silence Charlie Kirk, so I'm going to air more of his stuff always. Here's the conversation. What do you think?
I saw a clip somewhere that you were trying to get the officer who murdered George Floyd pardoned, and I just want to know what your reasoning was about that.
Well, George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
But he had his knee on his neck. We all saw the video.
But the knee on the neck is actually an approved police technique that police departments taught Derek Chauvin to use. Do you know that George Floyd was saying, "I couldn't breathe," well before that restraining technique? And
so why they use?
Yeah, he was saying that as soon as the police interaction was made in the vehicle. Has any raise your hand to type in the comments? QOTD, question of the day. I watched the full Floyd video, or no, I did not watch it. If you watched it, you're going to come away with a very different impression. I'm very curious your thoughts if you watched it. I watched it. The dude was saying, I can't breathe right away. He was hyperventilating. It looked like he had swallowed a bunch of fentanyl. It showed up on the toxicology reports. He absolutely freaked out when he was calmly, politely, professionally placed in the back of the cop cruiser. The police were calm. He wasn't calm. He said, I can't go back there. I can't go back there. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He was hyperventilating slash having a heart attack / overdosing. I don't know which version of those three, but it felt like some version of overdose, hyperventilating, panic attack, something. Marion, I would say watch the video. Watch the full interaction. Most of the people that formed a very quick opinion based on that ending clip, they didn't see that this was a medical incident that was occurring way prior to that moment. And if the other officer had just closed the other effing door to that cop cruiser, we never would have heard of this. He would have been taken to the station. He would have had his medical event. They would have had him treated. He would have seen medical staff. He would have survived or not survived. That whole last incident would have never needed. If we could go back and undo that moment, I would have loved to. And I've also called for, if people are freaking out, if they're having a panic attack or an overdose, instead of restraining them in a manner with the knee on top, the back, neck, shoulder area, that triangle of that area to keep them down, just get like a lasso, some sort of a zip tie, some sort of a long chain thing that you put around the base of the car tire. You put handcuffs on the ankles, and you put the wrists and the ankles together behind your back. Let them wiggle, let them squirm. Don't get involved in something where it can be accused that you offed somebody that was having a medical event on their own. And then get the medical staff there to treat them as quick as you can. Nothing cruel or unusual. David watched the whole thing. David, what's your thought on how that all played out?
Use the technique if he already couldn't breathe.
Well, because he was actually resisting arrest, and they had to restrain him. And they restrained him in a way that they were taught to do, which is the knee on the neck technique.
Okay, so when does the technique end? Like when they die? Like he said he couldn't breathe.
No, I mean the technique ends when the individual stops resisting arrest.
Although he did stop moving a while before that, I think. Several seconds, a couple minutes. Like he stayed on in that position past the point of him moving around, which is not a good look. It was bad. Agreed.
Cause of death was not asphyxiation; it was drug overdose. He had
that was a part of it. Like he also had a heart like thing, and like he was.
Yeah, he had a heart condition, and it was a fentanyl overdose. Nothing to do with Derek Chauvin.
He was on drugs, but like he wouldn't have just died if he was standing there. Like
we don't know if he would have died if he was just standing there. If his response to getting arrested, saying I can't go back to jail, is I'm going to eat all the fentanyl so that you can't catch me with it, so I can't get busted with it, which leads to your overdose. How is that anybody else's fault? That's that person's fault.
They had his.
Well, actually, there's an argument to be made. According to the medical examiner, he was drug overdosing in real time. That it wasn't because of the police officer, Derek Chauvin, that put his.
But he was overdosing in real time because he may have eaten his stash because he didn't want to go to jail. Maybe. Or they just happened to get there right as the overdose was happening, which is possible. But there was also the panic. The dude was flipping out. He was freaking out. I can't go back there. I can't go back. I can't breathe. He was working himself up into it. So like part of it was self-induced. Part of it was drug-induced. Part of it was heart-induced. It was a cluster. It was a big mess. David's saying, I guess they never showed the whole video in court. Well, I mean, Jack Posobiec is saying, I look at the court video of what they saw and what they didn't see, what they went through, what they didn't hear. He's convinced that this should be overturned. Grace, you watched the video. What was your thoughts?
Knee on the neck. And again, they were taught to do that. According to the Hennepin County Police Department, they teach that as an approved restraint technique. And by the way, this is just a broader point. Our whole country blew up because of this incident, and it was largely based on a lie. Largely based on a lie. We were all.
What was the lie?
The lie is that there was a white police officer that went after a black person just because he was black, and it just wasn't true. He was resisting arrest.
Okay, but he killed him. Like that doesn't.
Well, again,
they're circling back to the beginning. Like Charlie's saying, no, that's not what happened. That's how it was framed. That's not what happened.
The county medical examiner disagrees. The county medical examiner in the original report.
So then why was he? Why did he get sentenced?
Exactly. That's a good
question.
I'm saying. It's because it was largely a show trial where actually they were not allowed to submit evidence.
Trial?
A show trial.
Yeah, just like in pick your totalitarian regime. They'll put on a trial, but it's not a trial. Ask Trump with E. Jean Carroll. He wasn't allowed to present evidence, exculpatory evidence, defense materials. It was a trial, but it was a show trial. You didn't even have a chance to defend yourself.
Show trial is an example where you put people on display or a show for a political purpose or political means. And this is an example of that, where Derek Chauvin was not given a fair hearing in this trial. He was not even allowed to use the police training handbook in his trial to show that he was taught to use that restraining technique.
And if that technique is something you don't want to use, then you need to address it and discuss the technique. You don't blame the person for doing what he was trained to do.
Okay, so what do you want to happen to Derek Chauvin? Like,
pardon.
So he's just free? What is that?
Yes.
What message does that send to like?
It should be. It's a message that you should get an actual fair trial and that you're not going to get a trial by media.
So that's being discussed today. Okay, Senator Slotkin is trying to defend her sick plot to turn service members against the commander-in-chief, who has never issued a single illegal order. Take a listen to this tortured logic from Slotkin. Who's Slotkin? Alyssa Slotkin. From that state up north. We don't say their name, especially this week. Go Buckeyes, OH.
It does imply that the president is having illegal orders, which you have not seen.
I think for us, it was just a statement widely, right? We say very quickly and to all the folks who come to us, this is the process. Go to your JAG officer, ask them for explanation, for top cover, for their view on things.
She said JAG off.
We do that on a case-by-case basis, but we wanted to speak directly to the volumes of people who had come to us on this.
And it is very clear that no one should follow an illegal order. But it's very murky when you look at what is an illegal order. And if you go into morally, ethically, that's a pretty tough thing to look at and say, how do I navigate this?
Look, if you're going back to Nuremberg, right, they told me to do it. That's why.
There you go. Trump is like the Nuremberg guy. God, these people are awful.
Murdered people is not an excuse. If you look at popular culture, there's like, you watch, A Few Good Men. Like, we have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders, and they did it, and they were prosecuted for it. So the best thing for people to do is go to their JAG officer, their local law enforcement or a legal officer in their unit, and ask for some explanation, ask for help. And that's what we've been advising people to do.
Yeah, you're trying to undercut the Trump administration. President Trump said, the traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks trying to explain that what they said was okay. It wasn't and never will be. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Now, look, I've taken the opposite approach. I appreciate what President Trump is saying there. On one hand, I do agree with him. On the other hand, I also support Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers were out there saying this roughly the same thing during the Obama administration and since, through Trump into Biden and currently. I interviewed Stuart Rhodes multiple times on this channel and in person the day he was let out of the DC gulag. He had probably, I think he had the most severe charge from the January 6th protest. So if it's okay for Oath Keepers to tell people not to obey illegal orders, shouldn't it be okay for them? On the other hand, we know exactly what these Seditious Six are up to. We know exactly what they're talking about. And they're getting panicked because they can feel the walls closing in, or so it seems. Grace says about Chauvin, I think the COD was the drugs that were already in his system. And if you watch that freak out video, something happened. OD, panic attack, heart attack, something happened. This was that terrible, I guess more people were filming. The mob brutally attacks a couple and sets their car on fire after they tried to stop an illegal street takeover in their Queens neighborhood. When I came out, I said, bro, you got to get the F off my property. And that's when it all started, the victim says. Video shows a group of about a dozen people kicking, punching, and stomping a man left with broken nose, broken ribs. His wife was also hit. City Councilwoman Vicky Palladino says he was lucky he wasn't Cade. Another victim, 59, whose car was set on fire, described it as a complete melee. 41-year-old resident said objects were thrown into his car when he tried to stop the chaos. Locals say the area is a hot spot for drivers doing donuts. Laughing. Oh, that's so funny. Kicking and punching. Look at this mob activity. 10 people. So if anyone ever says, well, why do you need a magazine with more than 10 rounds? Right here. This is attempted murder. What flag is he?
Yo, chill.
Be prepared, everybody. And continue to do this. Fuck these people. I started doing this in Los Angeles after I moved out of there. Otherwise, I would have battled these people in my neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the UK. Okay. Can we keep going, please? Yeah, there's someone behind you.
We enjoy the freedom in this country to peacefully protest against laws which are manifestly stupid.
Do you have anything? Rather than tackle gangs of marauding, masked up youths terrorizing inner cities with knives and machetes, the British police continue to focus their resources on locking up old age pensioners who can barely walk simply for thinking the wrong way. It would have been even worse if she had posted on Facebook, Britain is the new North Korea. Wall Street Ape says, verified this is true. 3 men have been charged in Florida for interrupting Muslims' prayer.
After the prayer ended, we look up to see them taunting us in our faces with bacon.
Bacon.
I had to relive the whole thing again.
All 3 were identified and formally charged with felony hate crimes. They mocked the Islamic prayer taking place. There was no touching and 0 property damage. Again, felony hate crimes. Felony hate crimes. For mocking, no touching, no physical altercation, no property damage. So what? You must submit or get arrested? Once again, fuck you and fuck that. Sorry, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying, but there was no other response for that. Here's a, what is this? Booker Houston on the End Wokeness account.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations.
Did you catch that? Where are the hate crime charges for this person? She overcharges white people.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations and do pro bono work for black orgs.
And then work for free for black people.
And that's just me being very blunt.
Oh, that guy's nodding. He's very happy. She's being very blunt and very racist.
I will give them ridiculous rates, and then I'll have like a nonprofit or a black org or somebody doing some work, and they'll be like, I've only
The new literati.
got this much money, and I'm like, keep it. A white person just cut me a check. Let's do this for free. But a white person just cut me a check. Let's do this for free. But
I'm robbing white people.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations and do pro bono work for black orgs.
Okay. So, it's some stuff is totally cool. Totally cool. Other stuff, totally not. David, thanks for joining. See you in a few. Okay, so I don't know these people, but that's out there. Elon Musk says it's I can't play clip. Gotta pause this. Elon Musk says it's incredibly cruel of so many judges to push murderous thugs on the innocent public and double shame on anyone who's funding them to do so. Agreed. Baker Mayfield got hurt in the game yesterday, but then his coach Todd Bowles, clearly already injured, sends him out and says, hey, throw a 70-yard bomb of a Hail Mary. Might be the single dumbest decision he's made as the Bucs head coach, and that's saying something. Tried to throw a Hail Mary, and he crumpled down. He is in pain. So, prayers to him. Megan Talbot, this being shared from Angry Frog. Second grade teacher at Basalt Elementary School in Colorado. She stole campaign signs for a Republican school board candidate. She's now charged with 4 counts of theft, 2 of evidence tampering, and 2 of election interference. There's your tolerant left, people. The tolerant has left the left. Elementary school teacher poisoning your kids' brains. That's where you can contact the school board if you'd like to on Libs of TikTok. Oh, she put an air tag on it. So when it was stolen, they were able to find it. Teacher didn't show up for work when the sheriff got involved. Why are teachers ripping down campaign signs from school board candidates? Wait a minute. What was that? Okay. Amuse said, I think the police identify. Wait, what was this in regard to? Oh, here's a terrible story. 3 black teens have been arrested for fatally beating a homeless white man named Roger Borkham, 64, in Jacksonville, and ending his life. A Muse said, I think the police identify the perpetrators as white. 13-year-old, 16-year-old, 19-year-old. 3 black on 1 white, another murder. What is this? White labeling. It's an anti-white manipulation of statistics via deliberate labeling of non-white suspects as white. This has been happening for a long time. I know, Nimbus. Give me a couple minutes, bud. David Santa Carla says anti-white hatred is violently ending American lives on a daily basis, yet all I hear out of leadership is cry about anti-Semitism because someone tossed a few quarters in front of Dave Portnoy. Yeah, let's compare.
3 young suspects, just 13, 16, and 19 years old, now charged as adults in the murder of 64-year-old Roger Borkham, 13-year-old Justin Curry, who was indicted by a Duval County grand jury, 16-year-old Robert Pope, and 19-year-old Markavian Lacey. Detectives say Borkham, who was homeless, was beaten 3 separate times over the course of a little more than an hour.
3 separate times over an hour. They beat him, they left, they came back, they beat him again, they left, and they came back, and they ended his life.
On October 19th, an arrest.
Imagine getting pleasure from beating a homeless person to death. The demonic energy inside of these people. Death penalty. Easy.
Report revealing officers were called to 110 North Hogan Street. And when they arrived, they found Borkham unconscious.
Those that you do to the least of my brothers, you do to me.
Near a doorway, blood pooling on the sidewalk.
Gross.
First responders took him to the hospital, and Borkham died 4 days later. The medical examiner ruling his death a homicide caused by blunt force trauma. The arrest report reveals a witness told police he saw 3 teenagers kicking and stomping the victim.
Remember when I said during that takeover of the street where they're doing donuts and they're stomping and kicking? This is attempted murder. This is what happens when you get a few extra punches or kicks in. Or the right one, and you fall and you hit something, or it could dislodge, it could break. Like, I have no sympathy for the monsters that do this shit.
Before running off, hours after the attack, officers located the suspects half a mile away and took them into custody. Police say they also linked the suspects to a separate incident that night, a robbery on Forsyth Street. Surveillance video obtained by detectives shows the suspects approaching the victim multiple times. Video captures the group beating the victim, rummaging through his backpack, and returning to the scene to attack him again.
Fuck these people.
State Attorney Melissa Nelson says the juvenile justice system is neither designed nor equipped to handle offenders or offenses of this magnitude. By bringing the case into circuit court, Nelson says authorities can ensure the level of accountability, supervision, and judicial oversight that the facts demand.
Yeah, you're right, Grace. That 19-year-old looked really remorseful. No, he looked like a demon, an angry demon. Borkham was a homeless man, repeatedly beaten by these thugs and left to succumb. He survived for 4 days in the hospital before the brutal injuries caught up to him. The 3 suspects being tried as adults in Florida. Media won't talk about this one again. By the way, do we want to start stacking up the times that 3 white people beat a black homeless person to death? Can we compare and contrast? Put them on equal playing ground and see which side starts. How many Irina Zarutskas are slashed for no apparent reason on a train? Tell me all the times that white people are randomly slashing throats of innocent, defenseless black women on trains. Show me the stats. Stack them up. Show me. Because for 20, 30 years, all I've heard is that whitey's bad and the biggest problem in America, over and over and over, bludgeoned into our brains by the lying legacy media, the Democrats, the teachers' unions, over and over and over. But there is a literal epidemic of this stuff happening. Black on white attacks, over and over and over. Almost as if you told people for 30 years that white people are the problem and they owe you things and they stole from you and they're oppressive and they're the monsters. It's almost as if you get to wash your hands of the repercussions of crazy, violent people acting upon this rage that you've poisoned them with. Dapper Detective is saying that black youth comprise 15% of the population and they commit 52% of juvenile murders. America's juvenile justice system is too lenient. Yeah, that's the guy. You can just tell by looking at him. The other two are like, how'd we get here?
Who was indicted by a Duval County grand jury. 16-year-old Robert Pope.
Crap, how'd I get here? Yeah, man, of course we're here. What'd you think we were doing? We went back 3 times. Just look at that face. Look at that face. All right. Here's Afton Bain, Democrat running for special seat in Nashville, called out on MSNBC for saying police departments should be burned. How in the world could Nashville possibly support someone who hates them?
Representative, in 2020, you made some tweets that have since been deleted that were very critical of police. You said in those since deleted tweets that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department should be dissolved. Another cheered on a teachers union saying that defund the police should be a requirement for schools reopening. And another saying good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified.
You don't let someone like this anywhere near a position of power. This Afton Bain needs to get absolutely annihilated in this election. Come on, Nashville.
2020.
And by the way, get some voter safety precautions in Nashville so they can't rig one big blue city and steal the whole state. Don't let them do it.
It was obviously a very fraught year. Do you still stand by those comments? And if not, is there anything you want to clarify?
I'm not going to engage in cable. I'm not going to engage in cable. I'm not going to engage in I'm not going to engage in I'm not going to engage in I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to engage in cable news talking points. I'm not going to engage in cable news talking points. Cable news talking points, but what I will say is that I'm
not going to get into cable news and the talking points. They're your talking points. Tough guy, stand behind them. Or clarify them.
Our communities need solutions. We need.
Here we go. Solutions and other drivel. I'm just going to stall out the clock so I don't have to answer this question.
Local people deciding, solving local problems with local solutions.
What does that say, Kamala Harris? You said nothing. Local people with local solutions. What are you talking about? That's drivel. You're ignoring the question. Are you mentally ill?
And that's not the overreach of a federal government or state government of which we are dealing with in Nashville and our cities across the state of Tennessee.
What? You absolute drivel.
So you don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded?
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
refusing to answer. It's a straightforward question. No.
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position?
Yeah, I don't care if you remember. Stop lying. Stop dancing around this. Stop jerking us around, lady.
Position today. How's that on this issue?
I mean, once again, I'm here to talk about my race, which is.
Yeah, your race is about the position that you have. Oh my God, these people are the worst candidates.
In literally 9 days, and talking about affordability, which seems to be the #1 issue across the.
She refuses to answer because she still believes it. You'd have to infer.
District voters are talking about the fact that they can't afford groceries.
Yeah, you know why they can't afford groceries? Because you're soft on crime. You want to get rid of the police, and nobody's arresting the repeat thieves who are driving up the prices for everybody else. You lunatic.
Their subsidies are not going to be renewed to afford health care on the marketplace.
Yeah, Obama wrote that. Obama's the one that got rid of the subsidies. The insurance companies that wrote the Obamacare Act for Obama specifically put in that the subsidies were going to leave because they knew it was a poison pill. They knew it was going to collapse under the weight of this and that there was no funding for it. That's a Democrat problem, not a Republican problem. This lady is out of her gourd.
And that is the most salient issue that all of the voters in the 7th Congressional District are talking about.
Wow. Absolute train wreck. Train wreck. Nick Sorter says President Trump demands Congress immediately pass the SAVE Act, which would require in-person voter registration and nationwide proof of citizenship. The hell are they waiting for? Get it done, Leader Thune. Mike Lee says we must pass the SAVE Act now to protect our elections from foreign interference and fraud. Tell your senators and representatives if you agree. Of course, check out our episode of Strictly Football from last week. We'll be on tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. We've changed the time. And of course, we're going to talk about the Cleveland Browns. We said on the Unhappy Hour show, the Browns defense by quarter, they give up more points by each quarter. They're stingy early. They bleed late. Fourth quarter has been the killer all year. 234 points allowed all year. Myles Garrett, if he were a dinosaur, what would we call him? Because Myles is a beast. 3 sacks today against the Raiders. Now with 18 on the season, shatters his own Browns record in Week 11. On pace for 28 or more. NFL single-season mark is in jeopardy. Defensive Player of the Year locked in. I said the Browns game has been light. This Browns game has been light years more fun to watch than whatever the rest of the year has been. Shador looks like a potential franchise QB who needs a ton of reps to grow. So let's go. So I may do a Browns show today. We'll see how the rest of the day pans out, but we'll definitely do Strictly Football tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Reminder, we do have Rumble Rants and Super Chats available if anyone wants to toss something into the tip jar. I am your bartender here at this fine establishment. We covered all the stories on the television sets behind us. Tip jars are out there. If you want to send anything, what is it? Cash App and Venmo. It's my name, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. And on PayPal, it's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All that stuff is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And just like you can subscribe on Patreon as a monthly, you can do that on YouTube and Rumble as well. So tell a friend, invite them into the show, copy today's show, share it to somebody on a text message, and say, hey, this is my friend's show. I'm a regular on this show. Anybody watching, you're a regular. Invite somebody to check it out. Well, only your smart friends, though. We don't need any of the dummies. Only the smartest are allowed to enter this establishment. At least thinking people willing to have honest conversations. You're all welcome. So on that point, I want to thank you all for being here. Signing out for everybody in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace. You know what I forgot to say? What I forgot to say is the other part. I forgot to say it. Here's the other part. And then I'll play that again and we'll get to it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to replay the show from Saturday. Hilarious. Does Mamdani still think President Trump is a fascist? That interaction that I referenced, I'm going to play it because I'm going to play the Saturday show right after this one. Keep it rolling. So yeah, if anyone wants to let the YouTube and Rumble algorithms see that we have supporters out there, feel free to let a device continue to let this show play in the background. Let the ads roll because the pennies do start to add up. That's another way you can support the program, with hours watched and with pennies accumulated. Thank you so much. What is this? Did we have someone join the TNAM welcome tier? What is this? Oh my goodness, we got a member here. What was that? Became a member. Look at this. TNAM welcome tier. Grace, appreciate you. That's how it is. That's another Lego building block. That is a Lego block that is now set onto it's been attached to the foundation. Get enough of those blocks, you get the foundation built. Then you get to start framing the house. By the way, look at that. Look at that green screen. Isn't that fun? Ready? Green screen. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Did you watch the new Wicked movie with the wonderful Wizard of Oz? The Emerald City. It's emerald behind me. I usually don't wear green because it confuses the green screen. But I'm doing it today because forget about it, right? Forget about it. Yay, keep up the great work. Thank you, Grace, so much. That's awesome. Marion says, I will be here checking out your replay of the Saturday show because I missed the Saturday show. Well, none of you knew that I was going to do a Saturday show. I didn't know I was going to, but I know I spent time on Friday sharing things in my stack on the Instagram feed of stories, and they expire every 24 hours. I'm like, oh, there's a few things I wanted to talk about. Let's just log in and do a quick show. I was thinking 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It ended up being a real show. But it was great. But yeah, we will play that now. Grace, thank you so much. She is a TNAM Welcome Tier member. Yes. One more Lego block on the way. All right, now I'm going to do it again. I'm going to play our outro and then launch the Saturday show. I appreciate you. I love you even more now. As if I didn't love you already. But thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. And then we're going to do a quick flip around for Strictly Football tomorrow. Double show Tuesday. Happy Turkey Week, everybody. To be continued.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, here is the show, and here we go. I think I was muted for the first 3 seconds, but I caught it right there. There we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the sole screen for some reason. Do I have to hit refresh? Let's try hitting refresh. Why can't I go full screen? What is wrong with this? That's weird, right? Here we go. There we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Saturday, November 22, 2025, and this right here is the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM Daily Show. What is that? TNAM. What's that mean? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Oh, look at this. We got a new logo. Let's put the new logo up on the screen. Some of my regulars were giving me grief. I think I found it. Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm looking at it. It's not. I clicked share this tab instead. What is going on? This has been kind of bizarre. Is this the right link? No, it's not. Yes, trying out some new things here. There we go. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. This is the weekend edition. After today's program, we are going to do a marathon stream. We're going to play yesterday's show, which on yesterday's show was yesterday's show, and the show the day before that, and the day before that. So on today's show, we're going to get today's show, yesterday's show, the show before that, and then the show before that. We're talking marathon, people. We're going to talk marathon. Always thought it'd be an interesting idea to try this out and keep content broadcasting live during our program. I'm figuring this out. I'm a team of one. I've been super blessed to have collaborated with so many great people I couldn't even take the time to list. But EOD, end of the day, EOTD, it's me. I would be open to working with a team of people. I really would. I see the benefits of not having to do every single component on your own. Of course, with the right funding, you just hire that team and then you build your team, or you join a team. I'm open to both, continuing to do what I do in a different package, different format, different timeline, because I do a lot of stuff. I do sports, I do music, I do current events, I do the news. But I'm learning this as we go, trying to improve, and we're opening up new revenue streams here at the bar. Grab a seat, belly on up. We're going to look at these TVs. Hang on, how does this go? There we go. We're going to look at the TVs up here, and we're going to talk about what's on the screens. We're going to rifle through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We are the TNAM Trash Pandas, bunch of raccoons. Your daily scroll, your daily feed, your Instagram, your Facebook, your X, whatever it is that you use to scroll, you know, there's a lot of rubbish, a lot of stuff you don't want to deal with inside of these trash cans. But we're here for it. We're going to rifle through the rubbish and separate the garbage from, all right, here's what's going on, or here's what we think is going on, or here's two people talking about it. And then when two people talk about it, you go, well, that makes sense on some levels, but not all. Or, no, I do disagree with that. It's like, yes, I agree. Also, I disagree on similar thing for, like, we're allowed to have a nuanced opinion. Hello, no team for you. What team? Did I say team? What team do I not have? Oh, yeah, just no team. I have no TNAM team. Well, I mean, I do. Like, John is the TNAM meme team. And I get, there's a collection of misfit pirates. Like John and you, Danette, and, you know, all the regulars, David. And once again, go down the list. There's people that are here all the time. But yeah, it's no team for you. No soup for you. No team for you. But I'm here for it. I'm learning each and every day. Here at the bar, we do have the tip jars out. If anyone wants to chuck something in, let me put it up on the screen. The donation link's at the bottom right here. You can sign up to be a Patreon member. It's one of the best ways to just be like, I like what they're up to. I got $5 or $10 a month to just support these people. It doesn't mean a lot to you, but it starts to mean a lot to me because they're built Lego building blocks of the foundation for the funding. You know, we've discussed this at length on previous shows. I'm not going to say it now, but there's thousands of dollars of overhead and infrastructure that are just like the break-even costs of buying the software to stream to all these channels, to have X give us the key to unlock the ability to stream on X. That costs money. It's like it all costs. It's there. So Patreon is a great place to toss a Lego building block and go, yeah, I can put a Lego building block a month. That's easy. I got that. And some people are like, hey, I got way more money than I have time. I like what you're doing with your time. So here, I'll be $100 a month subscriber. We have $1,000 options. Like, you know, we're crowdfunded. So consider that on Patreon at the bottom of the screen. The New American Media is where you find it. Also, YouTube, Rumble. Find us on both channels. You can become a member, and that's the same as become a Patreon subscriber, whatever terms they use. You can once again sign up for $5 or $15 a month or something and just be like, I'm in. Rumble rants and super chats, a way to throw a quick $5 or $10 into the $20 into the tip jar. Appreciate all of you who have. And then also Venmo, Cash App, that's just my name, Brian Engelman, and PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. That's the stuff scrolling at the bottom of the screen, making sure you know that the tip jars exist here at the bar. I am Brian, the bartender. We're going to talk about the things that are happening So without further delay, let's launch today's episode of the T-Dam Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
That's funny. For just 30 cents a day, you too can feed Nimbus. Yeah, I wish he was 30 cents a day. No soup for you. No team for you. All right, let's get into the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Please share this show. Text the link to watch to a couple of your smart friends. Send it out on X or Facebook and be like, hey, we're rifling through the rubbish of the news. Join us. Word of mouth matters. All right, let's start with something that I found pretty funny. Zohran Mamdani. Does Mamdani think that President Trump is a fascist? Okay, I did share this story yesterday. I can't recall if I shared this one. I did share this one. But I'm going to yes, I did share this one. Where Justin Bieber found the... Well, whatever. I'll just play it again. Let's set up the screen properly. Put the comments up on the screen as well. If you can hear Ben in the background, just... singing the songs of his people. You give him treats, you give him brushes, and he's still singing the songs of his people. Thanks, Mr. Bean. All right, so this aspiring Los Angeles musician said he experienced an unforgettable moment when somebody pulled over to help after his car broke down.
When your car breaks down, and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
Could be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I could be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
Love
you?
you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My bad.
I love you, bro. I love you.
I didn't know you was.
No, it's all good.
I was
What
already
happened?
recording. Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay. So, my life is bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear. I'm going to stop recording. My life is crazy.
When you're...
And so I guess Justin Bieber prayed with him. And you know, when you're trying to make it, sometimes you have people that meet you on your journey. And that's pretty cool. Hello, Lake Leon. Kenneth. Howdy, 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 howdy. Anyway, that was just a kind of a fun little moment. This moment here is... I sort of only went live today to just cover this. I just found it to be... It's interesting. It's very interesting. So the reporter says, are you affirming, speaking with Kami Mamdani, that you think Trump's a fascist? And it was an interesting look that he was in the Oval Office. And that's an intimidating place to go, an intimidating place to be. It's intimidating surroundings. It's very, oh crap, we're in the big time now. All eyes are on me. You're damn right all eyes are on you. It was interesting that President Trump was sitting and Mamdani was standing.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet, but or actually maybe it's quiet on my end. Let me turn the speakers up. Reporter, are you affirming that you think Trump's a fascist? Mamdani, I've spoken about blah, blah, blah. He's getting ready to give some long-winded political answer, no answer. And Trump slaps his arm. He goes, that's okay. You can just say yes. Bongino report here says Mamdani is getting out-rizzed by the best to ever do it. Riz stands for charisma. Blondie says, notice how Mamdani becomes a beta when around Trump. I love it. I mean, he is a beta. He barks a little bit, but whatever. It was just very funny. It was just a very humorous, like, no, this is how you handle it. Just be blunt. Don't lie to me. Don't blow smoke. Say what's really on your mind. And it was interesting how he patted him on the arm after. President Trump has this ability of winning people over if you can spend a little bit of time with him. It's Bill Maher. Scott Adams has talked about this, but yeah, if you spend a little bit of time with Trump, like there's something that happens in that in that interaction.
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
He gives him the double pat. I mean, you can... I mean, like, he's like forcefully like, yeah, buddy, call me a fascist. Call me a fascist. Go ahead, I'm a fascist, right? Yeah, buddy, it's okay. Yeah, I'm a fascist, right? Yeah, let's do a handshake. Trump famously grabs the hand and pulls you in. You know, it's a little bit of a mafioso move, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of... I thought it was hilarious, and I wanted to share it with you. It cracked me up. All right, next. Oh, gosh, I go from smiling and laughing to this. Unfortunately, when you rifle through the rubbish, you deal with some difficult stories, and there's a few in the stack. So let me moderate my facial expressions because this one was tough. You don't hear a lot of these stories, and I hope there's not a lot of these stories, but I suspect, sadly, there may be more than you hear about. This British politician, he's calling attention on International Men's Day about shame and abuse. So here he is. It's important. TNAM preparedness. That's one of my favorite groups on our Facebook. Who's following our Facebook page, by the way? I don't really do much on our Facebook page, and it doesn't really interact. Like, our audience doesn't find us through Restream. I don't even know what it's doing. It's weird because I can't. Oh yeah, now I can. Yeah, 0 people from our Facebook feed have found us and clicked to link over. I don't know why Instagram, Meta, Facebook, why they're so terrible. I mean, we have spent so many years cultivating an audience over there, and they don't let people see our content. That's what we're up against, and that is why the crowdfunding is so important. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Patreon, etc. But yeah, we have TNAM preparedness. In this story right here, and which direction am I pointing? It's all inverted, so I got to make sure I'm pointing the right way. This story is part of being prepared and just protecting yourself. So it was important. Let's play it.
Breaking silence can mean those of us in privileged positions telling our stories. So here's mine. Around 10 years ago, I went on a night out in an unfamiliar city with a group of friends. I was very conscious not to overdo it because if I got separated from the group, I wanted to be able to find my way back to the hotel. I remember going to a few bars, having a good time, but then it's a complete blank, which is something that I've never experienced before or since. The next morning, I woke up with the worst headache I've ever had. The man I was sharing the hotel room with commented that he had a great night, but that I'd overdone it a bit and needed to be looked after. That didn't seem to tally with me being determined to pace myself, but I thought maybe I'd drunk too much and I just wanted to get home and sleep it off. What followed in the days after was constant text messages from this man.
So part of the story, the man I'm sharing a hotel room with. Well, we already have questions about that part. But I've shared hotel rooms with... Clip this out of context. With lots of men. That's what the double room is invented for. People sleep on couches. I've shared Airbnbs. We did the whole convention circuit last year. We shared houses with people. People I knew, people I didn't know. People I had shared rooms with once or twice because you shared a room in either DC or Milwaukee or Chicago or people you get to know on the circuit when you do this for a living. Anyway, I just pointed out, like, the man I was sharing a hotel room with, you go, okay. But this guy's sharing his story because and look, I've been a bartender for a while, so I've heard horror stories. I absolutely have.
Initially just asking if I was okay, but then repeatedly asking what I remembered and commenting that I was a great shag. Now that made me freeze because I had no recollection of getting back to the hotel, let alone anything else. And he'd repeatedly told me how out of it I'd been, so how could I have ever consented? It took me a few weeks to piece together my memories, the blanks, the text messages, this man's insistent tone. Obviously, I cut myself off from contact, but it took me a long time to admit, even to myself, that I was a victim of rape. I never felt able to report this and face the likely conclusion that months on from that night, there wasn't the tangible evidence to ever bring a charge, and I will probably always carry a bit of guilt around that. I found myself processing all of this with thoughts like, I count myself lucky that I was unconscious when it happened. But I want to say clearly today that no victim should ever feel that they have to put themselves in a hierarchy or feel any shame. Yeah. It is the people who do this to another person who should feel shame. Yeah. And I hope that we can foster an atmosphere where men have the courage to speak out about this and seek justice, even if it is a hard road. Yeah. Breaking silence can mean...
Agreed. I just despise creeps. I can't stand them. People that would do stuff like this to other people. I guess something that gets conflated is a night out on the town and a good time. Maybe lowered inhibitions and doing the things that you're enjoying and wanting to do versus being taken advantage of. I guess some would say that's a fine line. I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're in the company of somebody that you're enjoying time with, and I guess I'm probably speaking from my experience as a bartender. I haven't had a lot of single Brian has not really been out in the realm. I'm trying to figure out how to say this here. Most of my time behind a bar has happened while I was not looking to mingle, if you will. Definitely looking to mingle, like literally just mingle. Chit chat, having a good time, conversations, laughter, maybe some flirtatiousness, but like no legitimate attempt to like go for anything. But I've watched from the other side, and I've watched from the floor, from out in the universe. I've watched it happen. And it's a pretty obvious thing when you're out on a date and the date's going well and you're having a good time and you continue having a good time versus somebody becomes inebriated or somebody becomes sedated drugged, you enter into a realm of abuse real quick, and it's not really shades of gray. It's pretty obvious. On light switches, you have a dimmer switch. You can kind of bring it down. You can maybe somewhere in the middle, bring it all the way up. But this is sort of a light switch where you go flick and it's on. You snap it down, snap, and it's off. You know, someone goes comatose and you still decide to go Bill Cosby and abusive. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. It ain't. But trying to paint having a good time and being out on dates and enjoying yourself and continuing to enjoy yourself as abusive. And well, you know, I've heard some recent claims over the past 10 years and 20 years, maybe trying to redefine certain interactions. And it's like, no, it's pretty clear what abuse is. And abuse is different from maybe finding liquid courage or social lubrication to, you know, want to get yourself out there and become amiable, flirtatious, looking to mingle, wink. Yeah, I'm not a fan of trying to call consensual agreements something other than. So this guy giving his story, you know, the thing came up with President Trump. Believe all women. You go, huh? Never. No. You don't believe all men. You don't believe all women. Are you out of your mind? Have you met men or women? No, you don't believe anybody. And you certainly don't weaponize unfounded accusations for personal or political gain. Sadly, that is what's been happening. Sometimes. So no, after the fact, or you regret having a great time that you had, or it started off great and ended whatever. But like, consensual agreements are still consensual agreements. So I guess there's a little bit of gray area, but not really. You just don't hear this story very often, and he's brave to say it. Josh Newberry, speaking at International Men's Day debate, he wants to stop the shame experienced by men who have been through similar situations. So kudos to him. Kudos. I think men are very underlooked in this universe right now. There's a lot of it's been an active campaign to shame men. DEI being everything is at the expense of, well, we need to get more women. Great. So we're going to actively stack the deck against men. You go, that's not what we're right. We need to get more Latino, Hispanic people at our workforce. Great. So we're going to hire less qualified white men. You go, no, you're not supposed. See, we need more. When you're trying to only focus on getting more of one thing, eventually you end up with the spot where you are discriminating against qualified people, and that's equally wrong. Whatever wrong you think you're trying to undo, you're creating more wrong, intentional wrong, bigotry, discrimination. So we've entered just sort of a strange place with men. Heard an interesting interview with Adam Carolla and Scott, was it Galloway? It's an interesting conversation about men. So check that one out. It's on YouTube. It's fairly one of Adam's most recent shows. Kenneth working on a night move. Kenneth, abuse is a Canadian bus. Abus. El autobús. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Dónde está sus zapatos? Zapatería? ¿Dónde está la zapatería? Abuse is a Canadian bus. Abuse. Canada is the most brainwashed people I've ever met in my life. Pray for North America. Pray for us. I think there's music here.
Easy to groom a child because an adult always has.
I can't even watch this. But the people who are like aiming at Trump, they watch Joe Biden. Speaking of creepy. Yeah. I can't stand looking at these videos. I couldn't believe anybody would consider ever voting for this creep. I want to play what this person's saying, but they got me.
Articulate. They will engage in those behaviors with the child, and
the kids are like backing it. Like you can just, I feel it watching all of these. Time and time again. I mean, like you can feel the evil coming off of Joe Biden. Ugh. Anyway, I would play this, but I can't deal with the piano music. But Joe Biden's a creep. Well, anytime you want to talk about what's happening with the Epstein case, you go back to Biden and go, where's the justice for Biden? Him and his devious son. Anyway. Watch it. It's on our Instagram feed. I would play it for you, but I can't. All right, here on TNAM Preparedness, check this out. This dude allegedly walks in for a routine cleaning, and then he walks out a hero. So you're going to keep your eyes on the guy in the jeans down getting a dental cleaning. Oh, shoot, there's music. All right. So dudes burst in trying to rob the place, apparently. These people throw him on the floor, and they start digging in his pockets like he's got coupons to Costco. But they picked the wrong patient. My guy said, not today. So he's going through his pockets. Oh, and this guy's fighting. That's a bad idea. Both dudes were on the ground, held at gunpoint, saying, y'all done? Well, he was standing there like, y'all done? Because I still need my cleaning. I don't know if he actually used it, but anyway, you could be in any scenario on Earth and need to defend yourself. So keep something handy at all times. If you know that an EpiPen will save your life, wouldn't you carry an EpiPen around? We have a Second Amendment right that says the right of the people to keep and bear EpiPens shall not be infringed because it saves our lives. We don't have we can't like forcibly use it on somebody else, but like we can use it for our own needs to save our lives. That's why we have our Second Amendment to keep and bear EpiPens. I really like that phrase. I need to remember to do that. That would make a good YouTube short. If I had a device ready where I could just click go and just make a YouTube short, I would do it right now. Second Amendment, EpiPen. So yeah, be prepared to defend yourself. There was an attack at a Christmas tree lighting. Just always be ready. You just got your teeth clean Thursday? I just got mine clean last week. I wonder how often, when they say you need to get work done, how often do you actually need it? And why do they keep trying to push fluoride? Is there any useful purpose to fluoride? Like, oh, it could recalcify, or it could what was the term they used? Oh, yeah, an application of fluoride would really seal this up well. Like, would it now? Show me the Carfax on that. All right, what is this? Kick Clips? I don't know what this is, but I'll follow it. No, it's a small account. I'll give it. Well, maybe I should. I like following small accounts. But this is, somebody gave me grief. You're following this account? I go, I don't even know who it is. Anyway. This is President Trump showing, what's his name? Bin Salman, the Saudi prince. Mohammed bin Salman, MBS. There we go. Trump's giving him the tour of the White House, and he stops to show his photograph of Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, on the wall.
Showing the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia the picture that he put up of Joe Biden. It's just a picture of the auto pen.
Taking questions from reporters. We anticipate both leaders will take questions. We will cover that live as it's coming up. Door here. Let's talk about just briefly.
He's showing.
Guys, we've never had a funnier president. Wow. Kenneth off the top rope. Fluoride leads to rug burns. Fluoride. Wow, Kenneth. There's a good joke there. That could be worked in that. I like that. We can. Dom Luker, or Lecree, breaker of narrative, says breaking. Candace Owens just claims that the French presidential Macron family have paid to have her assassinated, and went on to claim an Israeli agent is in the conspiracy. Candace also announced that she was allegedly told by a high-ranking official in the French government that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion's 13th Brigade and that multiple governments were involved. I'll put in the comments. We don't know what's true or not, but we do appreciate Candace turning over every single stone on all of these topics for us to consider. That's it. Turn over rocks for consideration. All right, Bill Maher, take a listen to this.
Had an article.
What magazine? Was it Time?
It came out today.
Hang on. New York Magazine.
New York Magazine had an article. It came out today. It's called The Big Fail. Here's the quote that they had on the cover. Student achievement has fallen off a cliff, and neither Trump nor the pandemic is to blame. Why do we need the Department of Education if it has done such a shitty job? Kids don't come out of school. First of all, they can't read or do math anymore, and they don't know anything. I really do feel like the Democratic Party, this has been their portfolio for a long time, education. Right. Okay. So I feel like if they're going to get back in office, they have to own this issue a little. Because a lot of the states that are doing better now are like the southern states.
Really? Which one?
Mississippi.
Mississippi's getting better than Louisiana?
See, you're in a bubble.
I'm in a bubble.
You didn't get that story.
Well, I'm glad Mississippi's doing better, and I hope Alabama.
New York Magazine had an article. It came out today. It's called The Big...
Fluoride. Take it easy. I think I want to play some drums today. I think after today's show, I'm going to play some drums. Maybe I should do, I don't know how to get the earbud sound and out so you can hear what I'm playing. I've thought about just setting it up and going on random playlist on Spotify, going on YouTube and just playing the drums for an hour. But I need you to hear what I'm hearing, so I need to have a splitter and have another device that's playing it. I'm not sure how to do that. It seems like a hassle. And it's, once again, it's an idea where if I had a team, I'd go, hey, set that up so I can do the thing. Okay, cool. And it'll be set up and I just do it. But me trying to figure out how to do it, I'm like, put it on the list. When I get rid of these other 999 issues, I'll get to that. But yeah, I do like the music. Bill Maher's right to point out the failures of our disgusting education system. Well, two of the most talked about people out there are these two.
Who knows?
Nick and Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is another reason why I wanted to go live and talk to you. Marjorie Taylor Greene is done. She's stepping aside. She had a change of energy where she went on The View. Is she going to take a job at The View? She can run for governor. Is she running for Senate? Is she running for president? Is she blackmailed? Is she bribed? Is she threatened? What is happening? Why is Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving? Why did Trump fight with her so much? And Massey and Rand Paul. Oh, yeah, David. When I hear that song, Slow Ride, it always reminds me of that movie, Dazed and Confused. All right, all right, all right. You know, Joe Biden says, you know what I love about high school girl? You know what Joe Biden says? You know what I love about elementary school kids? I keep getting older and they stay the same age. All right, all right, all right. Giggity. Yeah. Yeah. So I went from Matthew McConaughey to Quagmire to Beavis. Wow. Didn't have that on my bingo card for the day. Okay. Here's Nick Fuentes talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving her post.
Maybe they got something on her. Maybe she's afraid. Maybe they have blackmail on her. Maybe they have something, because she's not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances. And she's also not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances who became a problem for MAGA Inc. Matt Gaetz comes to mind. Matt Gaetz led the coup against Kevin McCarthy in September 2023.
And screw McCarthy for hiding the J6 footage.
When Matt Gaetz and the MAGA caucus shut down the government, Kevin McCarthy worked with the Democrats to open the government back up. So Matt Gaetz, with a single vote, initiated a vote of no confidence. Kevin McCarthy lost. He was overthrown and he was forced to resign. His own party took the speakership from him. Matt Gaetz led the charge. Kevin McCarthy resigned. After that, the Republican Party had it out for Matt Gaetz. They started to investigate him. They talked about releasing damning evidence about maybe past sexual or romantic relationships. There was talk that the blackmail would be dumped on him. And so he withdrew himself from consideration and then dropped out of Congress. Now he's at OAN, and it's kind of sad. And he's another one that's become a big Israel critic. Oh, well, thanks. Now that you're at OAN, now you want to criticize Israel. That's super helpful, bro. You were a congressman for years. You were well known. And now that you're on OAN, now you found the courage to talk about Israel. Profiles and courage. Thanks. Helpful. And it also reminds me of Madison Cawthorn.
I regret not approaching Madison Cawthorn in Milwaukee. He was right there. I wasn't super, he's a well put together human being. He's a good looking young man, suited up in a wheelchair. I knew it was him, but I didn't have a great time to go up to him, and he was in like groups, but I should have talked with him when he was right in front of me in Milwaukee. That was at the same location where we talked with Scott Pressler, Stephen Crowder's Louder with Crowder CEO, Gerald A. Morgan Jr., and such. I do regret not talking with Madison Cawthorn.
Madison Cawthorn, same deal. Young guy, pro-Trump.
And he blew the whistle on the, and Marjorie with her swinging background, the allegations that she's very, the eyes wide shut parties that Madison Cawthorn was talking about, the orgies and all of these types of things that Madison Cawthorn talked about. Matt Gaetz and his proclivities. I mean, you think Bill Clinton, you think Matt Gaetz, you think Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's various versions of these stories and people that are suspected to have been doing things that are untoward, things that have been proven, things that have been rumored. There's all sorts of different levels of these things. And I'm not even entirely certain. We all know about Billy C. Although I did just share a story today that was claiming Israel had blackmail evidence of that they tapped the White House. Of course, everything, you could say. Israel did everything to everyone everywhere. And so blame them for everything always. Okay, I get it. But the very specific claim that Bill Clinton, President Clinton's White House was tapped and the Monica Lewinsky stuff was being used as blackmail against him to change policy. Which, if that's the case, you're a conquered nation if you're being run by anybody else. That could be if Russia's doing it. That could be if Israel's doing it. That could be if Mexico's doing it. That could be if England is doing it. It doesn't matter who's doing it. If anyone's working those angles successfully, Houston, you got a problem. You got a breach. You got a security breach. Deal with it. Fix this. Because you don't continue it. You don't allow it. But why was Epstein running for so long? Why was he up to what he was doing for so long? Why was it allowed to happen for so long? Why did the courts protect him? Why did legacy media, that reporter, I had the story. I was going to expose Jeffrey Epstein, and they said it wasn't important. And if you do, it's going to mess us up with Prince William and or Prince Andrew, and we're not going to get to Kate and whoever these royals are. Why was it protected for so long? Like everyone was in on it. What are the accusations about JP Morgan Chase? Is any of that true? I don't know. But my God, it stinks. Yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
MAGA, very conservative, loves the Roman Empire. He goes on a podcast and says, it's Sodom and Gomorrah in D.C. There's orgies and sex parties. What do? Primary challenger. They release all this blackmail on him.
Yep, because you can't let the little secret out. Come on out to the party. Have a good time. By the way, have a drink that may or may not be spiked. President Trump doesn't drink. By the way. Kenneth.
It wasn't easy being green. Kenneth, it wasn't easy being green. Yeah.
How will you be playing the drums later like Matthew McConaughey? All right. Slow ride. Yeah. Gotta take it easy, bro. Yeah. All right. But I have been needing to play the drums and just I'm feeling the need to create music like you wouldn't even know. David says most of these people are traitors to the United States of America. Wake up, MAGA. I think I got something to say to you. I don't even know how the song goes something like that, right? Wake up, Maggie. I can't hit those notes. Human being. Yeah, now I'm a human going. Oh, little Rudiger. His name is Bart. Whatever. Little Rudiger. Kenneth, I appreciate your constant Simpsons drops. A human going. Anybody else catch that joke? I don't know. Danette says Bill Clinton should have pulled out the... Well, he could have stopped it. Bill Clinton should have pulled out. Bill Clinton should have pulled out the boss card and told everyone himself he did it. Well, he did eventually. Oh, and you could see the smoke coming out of Hillary's ears.
He loses the primary.
Madison Cawthorn lost the primary because he exposed the trap.
And now I think he's mounting a campaign.
And you don't think lobbyists are all over Washington throwing the parties and getting you on camera, getting you on audio, kind of just gathering info and intel on you to be used against you at a later point? I guarantee you that's happening to some degree. I'm not going to tell you how I know. But I do know.
I saw him on Fresh and Fit the other night, so that's great. So Madison Cawthorn, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Greene all have met the same fate. I imagine she was either threatened or blackmailed. And
I think it reset. Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping aside. All right, here's Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson with the word aside on the screen.
Aside. I wonder if by continuing to lie, they aren't about everything. They're driving all of us a little crazy.
Well, this is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, it doesn't drive you crazy. You actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. And you're right, Tucker. I find people in this space that are not anchored to faith.
Agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through right now, agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through, we're dealing with a spiritual war. Agree or disagree? Type it in the comments. By the way, special programming note, we're going to be live on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be delivering to you Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That's going to be this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, talking about the upcoming week in football for Turkey Week. Have you done any shopping for Turkey Day? Are you cooking at home or going away? Another question of the day. Type it in the comments. Are you going to a family thing? Are you going out? Are you getting food and having it brought home? What is your game plan for Turkey Day? Type us in the comments. Strictly Football this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And of course, check out our Thursday show. It's on a podcast. The podcast you can find. Whoop, not that one. It's this one. The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. You can find that podcast. We have a standalone YouTube channel for that. If you're not following the Unhappy Hour on our YouTube channel, just give us a subscription and click for notifications. It boosts the algorithm. Maybe watch a video over there just for fun. All of you, I mean, look, you're all super important, playing whatever role you're playing. All the regulars that hang out with me in this bar. Anything you can do to assist, whether it's chucking a 20 in the collection plate or letting some videos play or sharing the show or inviting a friend, it all matters. They're all Lego building blocks of the foundation. Thank you, everyone, for real. But yeah, is it a spiritual war? Well, Kenneth had to notate it was 1:11. Well done. That was a minute ago. I did take note of 11:11, and you blink and 2 hours pass. Okay, here's another question of the day. By the way, I'm asking this so that we can have some engagement, so that we can have some back and forth conversation. And it's not just for the live viewer. This is going to be for the future viewer that didn't catch it live. They're not in the comments yet. They haven't become a regular yet. And you can become a regular later. Please do. Your comments, it's great. This is like taking calls. I love it. It gives me more to talk about. Yeah, it's always appreciated. But yeah, I want that engagement, and I want your thoughts. And then I want people to come in, even if they were live and the show's on, or you find the show and somebody comments on it. Comment back. Keep the conversation going on the YouTube channel. That shows the algorithm that conversations are being sparked. We're fighting an uphill battle to try to regain a little bit of neutrality from the algorithm that's been set up so specifically to keep us from succeeding. I know it, you know it. I know it, you know it. The American people know it. But yes, I digress. Kenneth says, did the famous Monica dress ever get auctioned off? I mean, it was painted. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, like I played on yesterday's show where Joe Rogan talks about when you'd walk in the door at Jeffrey Epstein's place, it's a big picture of Bill Clinton on the wall wearing Monica Lewinsky's dress pointing because it's saying, I got you. That's why The Hunter Biden laptop was relevant because it showed all the bribery, the blackmail, the deviancy, the corruption. When you got all that criminality, the accusations of hundreds and hundreds of crimes, I believe, you put somebody into office that can be that controlled because they're that reckless, that's a national security threat. And the deep state said, nope, we have to protect that because we can only allow someone in here that's compromised because we call the shots, not you. That's the deep state. People used to look at Trump saying, oh, why is he so obsessed with the border wall? It's not even that big of a deal. Yeah, it's worse. It's not that big of a deal. It's way worse. In the last term of Obama, Biden, Harris, like they made it so much worse. An absolute travesty. That's what the deep state is. Oh, the fake news. Oh, come on. There's no fake news. You just don't like it because they're telling the truth about you. No. The news is effing fake. It's not just fake. It's effing fake. Look at me editing, self-censoring a word. First time for everything. All right. Giggity, giggity. Fake news is way worse than you realized. The border, way worse than you realized. Are you starting to get it yet? The deep state. No, there's no deep state. Trump, he just doesn't like the American people. He's just doing so many illegal things. Of course he's getting blocked by the courts and by the Democrats and the rhinos. And of course he's getting sued and trying to throw him in jail because he's bad. No. They're framing the F out of him. That's the deep state. They're coming after all of us if we don't stop it. And this is the only chance we've had in our lifetimes to give it a solid push, to grab the Overton window and smash it 99 yards downfield to their 1 yard line. Maybe punch it in for a touchdown and arrest the cabal, rip them out by the root. And try to just have a decent government that stays out of your hair, collects a little bit of money, does a little bit of things, but it's not absolutely robbing us blind through inflation, the printing of the digitizing, the quantitative easing of trillions of dollars. Poof, and it's gone. What's that from? And it's gone. What? And it's gone. Type that in the comments if you know the pop culture reference. 3, 2, 1. South Park, the Margaritaville episode. Yeah, thanks a lot for investing with us in this bank here. All right, we're just going to go ahead and take that deposit, put it into us James' account, really make that money work for you, and it's gone. Huh? And it's gone. So I don't know if the dress was ever auctioned off. David, we need to hear about military tribunals, which could be done in a few days and not dragged out like civilian trials. Kenneth says, yes, he agrees it's a spiritual war. David, it's a spiritual war. Danette says, absolutely, it's a spiritual war, and that's why I've been saying there's always more to these stories. It's not just about immigration or food stamps. There's layers on layers and layers of incorporated attacks that are only shown at the surface level. You're right. And you reach a certain point and you realize everything's scrambled together. The eggs are scrambled. Yeah, you chopped up some peppers, some onions, some bacon bits. You got some onions. Peppers. Did I say peppers? Cheese, salt, pepper, hot sauce. You're just mixing it up, whisking it up. Once it's scrambled, it's scrambled. You can't undo it. It's all just the ingredients are mixed together. Put a little bit of cream or half and half or some milk or even some water to fluff up the eggs. David's a Canadian, so it's not Thanksgiving. It's football watching day. Kenneth is a regular. Thanks, Coffee. A-regular, not irregular. It's Abi. Abi normal. What's that from? 3, 2, 1. Type it. Bride of Frankenstein. Oh, I do have mugs. I don't have the one in my hand, but New American Media mugs. If anyone wants one, shoot me a $40 donation and your address, and I will send it over to you. Get it in the mail Monday morning. Kenneth, that dress had an Epstein. David, what happened to Vince Foster? We know. And if you don't know, now you know. Yeah, Vince Foster. Allegations that he was having an affair with Hillary Clinton. Super, super, super suspicious. Offing. They claimed he did it to himself. Did he now? Do not. Man, my nose is itching. Does that mean somebody's writing a haiku about me? How does that work? If your nose itches, it's right there. I don't want to go digging for gold. You gotta tickle. It's tough to get out. Did not. Yeah, by the way, I got a few more stories, then a few more, but like today's an Ask Me Anything day. Ask some questions. I want legitimate questions. I know we could all try to come up with the goofiest question, but legitimately, shoot me some interesting questions, random questions, and I'll try to give some rapid fire answers to random questions. Here's a new segment called Rapid Fire Answers to Random Questions. Hey, Jamie, can you jot down that I want to make that a regular segment? Give me like a stinger, like something, a little 3, 4, 5 second thing that's like rapid reaction to random questions. Thanks, Jamie. By the way, there's no Jamie. I'm Jamie. Do you think President Trump is also not controlled? They allowed him in there. They put Kamala up as a decoy. Well, I don't know that Kamala was a decoy. Biden was a decoy. Nobody liked Biden. Nobody. In fact, Biden and Kamala, they were the worst. They were the least likable people in the DNC primaries, the Democrat primaries. People hated them. Nobody liked them. They were both puppets. There's no debate in the Democrat Party. They rig all of their elections, many of their recent elections. Nobody voted for Kamala. She was installed. She wouldn't have won a popularity contest. Bernie Sanders would have. Bobby Kennedy Jr. would have. No, Kamala Harris. No way. But yeah, I mean, a decoy. They just thought they could put any puppet up. They put a Weekend at Bernie's up that overthrew the White House and seized control 4 years ago. They had Weekend at Bernie's marionette puppet stumbling around like C-3PO, sniffing and touching and creeping. They sort of got away with that. Lord willing, the grand conspiracy will unravel. Yep, you got it, Kenneth. Young Frankenstein. Have I ever seen a UFO? Okay, hold on. Let's do all the questions. What sort of tickle? It's like right here on the, I don't know. It's a type of itch that feels like you could never satiate. I don't know why. Someone's writing a haiku about me. I know it. Please feel free to write a haiku about me in the comment section. Kenneth asking random questions. Rapid fire answers for random questions. Do you own sheep? I do not. I would like to own some rabbits. Chickens. I would love to have some farmage. Absolutely. Have I ever seen a UFO? I have. I was in Taos, New Mexico, in the foothills of the Sangre de Cristos Mountains at the Greater World Earthship Community, building off-the-grid, self-sustainable homes out of rubbish. Geothermal technology, capturing the water from the sky, filtering said water into 5,000 and 10,000 gallon cisterns that could provide you your water, slowly released over time in the arid desert landscape of sand and nothingness. Filter your water 4 times, and by the time it goes out into your leach field, you can then grow shrubs and plants and bushes and gardens with your own wastewater. You filter it and it sifts through into the ground, the water table. I was out at the fire pit area and I heard like a rumbling and something, and it came across the mountain range, and it was a circle. And it came fast, fast, fast. Almost by the time I heard it, and then located it. And it's like, oh, what is that? And it was over my head. I'm like, man, that moved fast. And it was already on the horizon. It was honest. It was so fast. It's unidentified because, one, I'm not an aviation guy. I wouldn't know what I saw because I don't know how to identify the things in the sky, number one. Number two, I don't recall ever seeing something move that fast. And in those desolate desert areas like Taos, New Mexico. By the way, Taos being the longest continually inhabited location in America. Area 51, New Mexico, like there's Roswell, the testing grounds for nuclear warheads. It's just an area that you test stuff anyway, that general American Southwest region. So I saw something that I couldn't identify. I don't know if it was alien, but I saw something, yes. Have I ever changed a tire? I tried to change a tire in Columbus, Ohio once, and the car rolled off of the jack, and the jack broke the fuel line. That was a bad day. I thought I had it under control. The ground was a little uneven, or the car was... I needed it in parking brake, or there was rear wheel drive and I couldn't have done that. I don't know what I did wrong, but it rolled off the jack. I thought I had it under control and I screwed up. So I've had AAA for 15 years, but I used to work at a mechanic shop, and we got all the police impound tows. So I've done some stuff. I'm trying to think, has there ever been a time I've like taken a tire off and put a tire on? I mean, like they have the spinning device and you pop that thing in and it'll unseat the tire from the rim. There's a lot of nuance to it. I kind of don't want to mess it up, and having busted a fuel line before, I kind of don't mess with it. So it's a long way to say kind of, sort of, no, but yeah, I have. Not clarifying. My point, Kamala was installed, so we would choose Trump. Oh, if we had Bernie, it would have been a fair election. I mean, I don't know that Bernie was really palatable. I mean, he's way more legitimately more popular than any of these other Democrat clowns. They just don't let him get any oxygen because he's not controllable. It's all a money laundering scheme from that party, it seems. Did the UFO have its way with you? Not that I'm aware of. David, I've seen the same things, but 3 spheres moving together in speeds and ways that defy any sense of reality. Yeah, multiple orbs at the same time dancing around each other. Danette says, when I'm in Taos, I can hear the humming like a power plant. Really? Over at Bell Rock, I charged up a crystal there. It's in my downstairs office. Have I ever gapped a plug? Well, I mean, that's where I would make a Madison Cawthorn, Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene joke, right? If I ever gapped a plug. Yes. I remember working behind the counter and some guy came in. He's like, I got a flat. I'm like, the guys are out. Like the shop's closed down. I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, but you have the stuff here. You could do it. I go, I don't know how. He goes, look, I'll take it off the thing. Can you put it up on the machine? Can we drop it in water? Can we identify where it's at? And can we use he goes, I'll pay you for it. And he tipped me a lot. Maybe he tipped me $100 or something. But yeah, found the plug, put the gooey little tar thing in, you pop it in, you spin it 90 degrees, 45 degrees, you give it a quarter turn. Maybe it's a quarter turn, maybe it's a half turn, somewhere in between. And then you rip it out, and that should seal it. And then you take the razor blade and you cut it down so that it wears down. Yes, I have gapped a plug. I love these random questions. I need to finish the news and just do questions. Ever have a DMT trip? No. Although I did tip a bartender too much in Cancun, Mexico, and I danced for about 7 hours, and I don't dance. So I don't know what that was. David's watched the sky light up in the middle of nowhere and flicker like a light and then turn off like nothing happened. Yeah, I see that a lot. Heat lightning is what they call it, at least in some cases. I don't know what temperature is like in your case. Danette says, but you just made my point that they only allow people who are controllable. Thus, Trump is also a puppet. Note, they tried to explode Trump. They tried to Charlie Kirk Trump in Butler. They can't control him. They don't like what he's doing, both Republicans and Democrats, because they're in on it. They're like, hey, it's wrestling. It's kayfabe. I'll pretend to be the bad guy. You pretend to be the good guy. Let's just fight, but we'll take all the money behind the scenes and we'll split it up. Okay, cool. That's what Chauncey Billups was doing at his rigged poker games. They were robbing all the people that showed up, and then he got his cut afterward. So no, I don't think that they would try to Charlie Kirk President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the golf course if he was controllable. It's possible that he's the only human in history, in American history, that would have been able to stand up to all this and say, I'll just have F you money. I got F me money. I don't need you. I'm not scared of you. There's nothing you can do to me. I have no shame. I'm a comic. This shit rolls off my back. Bring it. It's like an undefeatable force, potentially. Or you're right. The other option is he is a controlled puppet. Perhaps. This whole episode lasts for about 5 to 10 minutes. What episode lasts for 5 to 10 minutes? Kenneth, have you ever seen the rain? I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Bum, 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 bum. David, it was pitch black driving on a 2-lane highway in the bush about 4 hours northeast. Yeah, there's a lot over Lake Erie. A lot of reports out of Cleveland as well. Not too far from you. What about, I'll get a little microdose. Well, I was dosed as a kid. I was a Ritalin kid. Hyperactive. Attention deficit disorder. Also, learning enrichment accelerated program. I was a smart kid on meth. So, I mean, that's like microdosing. It's methamphetamines, essentially, right? Similar to it. Oh, you saw all those lights that looked like a forest fire started. Gotcha. All right, back to the people who are in this political battle who are not anchored to faith. Is it a spiritual battle or just a political battle? It's a spiritual battle.
Anchored to Jesus, they do lose their mind. Because there is no rational or reasonable explanation for what the country is doing to itself or what we are experiencing. But if you then see and you know that there is a God and we are not him, that there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension, as you mentioned, all of a sudden, that does then make sense. It does not make any rational sense to shut down your schools so you could sacrifice the kids so the elderly can live. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense whatsoever to keep your marijuana dispensaries open and your alcohol shops open, but the church non-essential. Only a demonic enterprise would do such a thing. Only a demonic enterprise would say that Easter and Pentecost are non-essential, but race rioting and burning down a Wendy's is essential activity. And Tucker, you talk about this a lot. For those of us that know the truth, we know that our God is a God of order and distinction. What is the first thing that God did? In the Hebrew scriptures it says, well, and also our scripture in the original Genesis, Bereshit, which is in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then he separated and he made sense, he made order out of chaos. Our God is a God of order, and order only comes with distinctions, and distinctions are necessary. Think about all the distinctions that God set up in the first 6 books of Genesis that are currently under attack. The distinction between male and female.
I can't believe we're at that point, but yeah, it sort of starts with that. 2 + 2 is 5.
The distinction between man and nature. The distinction between the holy and the profane. The distinction between good and evil. The distinction between infant and adult. These distinctions have always been what
That's the Bidening.
Western civilization were built upon. But it is Satan's goal to blur and eventually destroy those distinctions. Because those distinctions of which we get order, and if you do not have that order, then you have the closest thing to satanic chaos here.
Genocide.
Well said. Ever burn an ant with a magnifying glass? I recall hanging out with my neighbor and the activity was happening. Do I recall doing it personally? Maybe. I remember one day. I don't typically enjoy harming living creatures for sport or for fun. Although I do appreciate meat and the whole cycle of things. Have I ever been mellow? Am I unmellow? Does Nimbus know things? Nimbus has been my Nimbus, what have you been? You've been my familiar for a long time, right? Isn't that what you've been, my familiar? I had a nose kiss. Oh, you missed that tender moment. Here. Oh, I can't spin it. Can I spin it? Nimbus, can I get a nose kiss? Thank you. We touch noses. That's as far as we go. But it's an endearing thing. It's like, because cats, like, that's where they have their scent glands and they'll rub on things, like put their scent there. And if you put your nose on there, it's just like, hey, buddy, I love you. It's our little language. I think Nimbus does know things. Birthmarks. I don't know. I think I used to. Yeah, I got a little bit on the arm. A little bit on my forearm. All these random questions. Great. Baker acted? Baker acted. What's Baker acted? Okay, let's keep moving.
They know.
Laura Logan talking about an election. Oh, good. Under duress. I have to tell you on the screen here. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views.
Were they?
This is former CIA. There's no such thing as former CIA. Can we normalize? Okay, hang on. I'm going to type this in the comments. Just like there is no former Marine, can we please stop saying former CIA? They are lifers. No, here, let's not step on the computer, sir. You want to sit here? You can sit here. Okay, now you can jump down. But you can't sit on my computer. Okay, that's the comment I'm leaving. It's a good comment. All right, so this is former CIA operations officer Gary Berntsen. Not Bernstein, Berntsen. And author Ralph Pizzulo explain the strategy. You don't flip the big blue cities. You shave votes in the places that no one ever audits. They describe teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county, identify where margins can be quietly adjusted, and use different techniques in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, everyone shrugs. But across an entire state, those tiny shifts can decide outcomes. According to Berntsen and Pizzulo, America's enemies, foreign and domestic, know exactly how to exploit these weaknesses and avoid the evidence is sitting in plain sight. This is Laura Logan, episode 45. Laura Logan licensed some of our J6 footage, so we like hearing what she has to say.
They can find the dead people that they need to get certain votes. They plan this, as Gary said before.
It's meticulous.
It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year.
And
to plan-
mathematicians
Right.
and hackers.
Right.
We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it and stole the elections. And we looked at it and we said, look, it's Denver here and Colorado Springs, all the Democrats, they said, and they looked at us in pity,
Yeah.
like, here's a, they said, no, we just go to every one place where Trump wins 70-30 and he's winning 68, or we shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then and then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way.
So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas. They can allow access to the machines. They can allow access to the source code. They can allow
But they thought we just won by 35%. Okay, we didn't win by 38.
Yeah.
We won by 35, so no one's going to call they should have, right?
Because everyone says, well, we expected the Republicans to win by a majority. Well, it was a little less than we thought it was going to be, but they still won, so, no harm, no foul. But the evidence of the fraud is right there, and they could
They
show
never
it.
looked at it.
Oh, really? Can we please run the full forensic audits everywhere? All right. So as we are talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, President Trump, Epstein, all these things, room goes silent as a reporter unloads Epstein and Clinton secrets on live TV. This may not be from this week. I think I've played this in the past a couple months ago, but it's very relevant today.
Another question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump...
Okay, over the weekend. Hold on. Kenneth, you're so weird with your questions. Brian, ask Kenneth some questions. No, you ask him some questions. I'm trying to finish the show here. This is the Saturday show. I'm supposed to be fast, but I start talking to you guys and I triple my show length, which is great. Coke or Diet Coke? Neither. I really like Spindrift. It's just carbonated water with a hint of just fruit juice. No chemicals, no bullshit. Just a hint of fruit juice and sparkling water. That's what I prefer. If I do get a drink, I'll usually convince myself that aspartame is better than high fructose corn syrup. I don't know which is worse. I'll usually go Diet Coke. But there are some Cokes with real sugar and Pepsis with real sugar. I suppose if I had to pick between a beverage with real sugar and high fructose corn syrup, or what's the other one? Aspartame. I'd probably pick real sugar. I try not to have a lot of that stuff. The short answer is I try not to. I used to drink a lot of diet stuff. Get the cubes of Diet Mountain Dew. I sort of did enjoy that, but I've gotten away from it. Any ink? No ink. I am inkless. I guess that's a rare thing. Do black copters fly over your head often? No, but I did figure out a way. To call the police and get black helicopters or police helicopters. We call them the pork chop to fly overhead. I've called in the helicopters several times in Los Angeles. You don't want to do it over a lot, and you don't want to overdo it. I don't know what a plumper is, but I'm scared to ask. Do I wear Crocs in Walmart? I have never worn Crocs. Oh my God, butter or margarine? Okay, here's something. Ink free since 93? What? What happened in 92? I've sort of... addicted to butter, grass-fed organic butter right now. The Kerrygold salted butter. Oh. What I like is cut a little piece off and put it on a rice cake. Take a bite. It's like having buttered popcorn without making popcorn and without getting little kernels stuck in your teeth. So yeah, I'm sort of all in on butter. I'm trying to like dial back the butter a little bit. I gotta be a little careful. But I think real food like meat, red meat, chicken, real protein, real vegetables, organic vegetables, and butter, just basic ingredients. I think that's all we're supposed to be eating. I try to avoid any of the other stuff. Tango or cash? Cash. By the way, we have Rumble rants and super chats. That was a good segue. I like that. Okay, here's the reporter talking about Epstein and Clinton.
Posted Truth Social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles.
And remember, we're talking about Vince Foster in the comments. This is not a unknown phenomena over the past 35 years.
I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said, Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times. And it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide, who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide. So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related.
My question is on the economy. Councilman Les Winan, I think you ought to do more thinking and less whining.
Suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story, that not just trafficking young girls, but doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her.
Another question for you is, so
there you go. I mean, wait, what sounds unhealthy? Eating real food? Or just eating a lot of butter? No, I'm talking about like eating whole food, real ingredients. Cagney or Lacey? Cagney's got a cooler name. I don't know that I've ever watched Cagney and Lacey. Tango and Cash? I don't remember ever watching Tango and Cash either. Pepsi or Coke? Like I said, I don't drink a lot of it either way. If it's there and I'm in the mood, I'll whatever. Maybe Coke? I mean, 90s, it was all Pepsi. Everybody was a Pepsi in the 90s. Cream or sugar? I've learned to drink my coffee black. I had a friend that was like, no, see, the thing about coffee is if you learn to like it black, you're never going to be disappointed if you're out of milk, you're out of sugar, blah, 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 blah. Just drink it black, and it'll always be good, and it'll always be coffee. I used to love all those flavorings, all those creamers. I can't even tell you how many creamers I would go get at the store when I was in college. I didn't really understand anything about the garbage ingredients in this stuff, but I loved it. Oh yeah, please check out the new logo. Can I put this on the screen large? How do I put this large? Let me go recents. Image. You would be amazed how many prompts I need to provide Grok to get a decent image. Yeah, you guys were busting my chops about the image being, I mean, because really, it does suck. I get it. I just kind of don't care. This was the old image. Well, in a different format. Just kind of blurry. Some of the words are blurry. I kind of like the city in the background. Yeah, this is kind of clean. The TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. That's crisp. Sort of gets the point across, right? That's decent. What do you guys think? Is this decent? Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you want some more of it? 1 to 10. Where do you rank this? Is it 5? It's okay. How do you feel about the NAM, the TNAM? Like they're kind of like linked together. Makes it a little tougher to read, but you can still read it. Because on this one, it's big in the middle. The full screen image is whatever, but then look at it in the top corner. It's readable. But what do you think? Rank this new thumbnail image 1 to 10 and tell me what you think. Why do you like it so much, or what do you really not enjoy about it? I'm curious to get your thoughts. Yeah, you guys were busting my chop. I had to ask Grok over, and I'm swearing at Grok, and I'm yelling at Grok. I'm threatening Elon. I'm like, how could Elon possibly think you're doing a good job, Grok? Every time I bop. You don't think all the butter's good for me? Well, organic grass-fed beef and organic grass-fed butter is what you want. Just simple ingredients. You don't eat a couple apples, a couple oranges, some ground beef, some steak, some chicken, some. You don't need a lot. But yeah, butter. I've been enjoying the butter and olive oil. Clean ingredients. All right, let's keep going. Epstein file reminder. Oh boy, here's another male survivor. Guess there's a sub theme for today's show.
I was trafficked by the former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO and
by the way, I don't know his story. I don't know if that can be confirmed. I don't know anything about this Barrett Paul. Not following him. He's got 702,000. All right, I throw around follows like crazy. It costs nothing. Just because you follow someone doesn't mean you endorse opinions or agree with anything they have to say. It just means you're following.
a web of people who are still able to do this because people continue to act like they care, but don't actually care. Regarding the Epstein files, I need you to please listen to me and listen to me for the entirety of this. Save this, share this, help me get this out there because this is important. Men and boys are absolutely included in all of this. Many of you know my story. Many people still don't know the story because it has been pushed down over and over because people don't like to understand that men and boys have always been victims in all of this as well. Yeah. The person behind Abercrombie & Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him from the beginning was Les Wexner. Les Wexner is also the person who enabled, from the beginning, Jeffrey Epstein. As you connect more of these dots, you realize that this has been going on for a very long time, and it's still going on to some capacity because these industries, like the modeling industry, are predatory, and they are a front for so many other things that are not what the world wants to know. I want to speak directly to survivors right now. Please take care of yourself. The world is using this as fodder. A lot of people that don't actually care about this are now going to use this to get engagement, to get likes, to get follows. And I'm grateful that noise is being made, but it's so sad because we've known this for so long. And if people just believe survivors, we wouldn't be in this position to begin with. Please take care of yourself, turn these things off. Don't engage with the people who are not actually coming at this with sensitivity and nuance and looking to actually help push this conversation forward so that justice can actually be had. What we're fighting is a system that was built by predators for predators. It's soul-sucking and it's gaslighting and it makes you feel crazy. The truth is that we are going to see change and we are going to find justice in different ways, and it's going to take a really long time. Since my story came public in 2023, there's still so many logistical things that haven't gotten to actually happen because they know how to work the system. They know how to make themselves look like a victim themselves. It's just meant to make you feel crazy. And that's why people end up in really hard positions, and it takes a really strong person to go through this and come out on the other side okay. And I'm so grateful to this Love Army for being in this with me and knowing that you have helped get this to where it is, that you have helped make this story even bigger, and that we're going to keep getting more people to understand that men and boys are a part of this conversation and always have been. Please help these different pieces of the puzzle, my story. Please help more people hear about it because it helps us and it protects us in so many ways as well. If you're new here, I'd like to welcome you to our Love Army. Much love, y'all. I was trafficked.
So this stuff is important, and I appreciate, Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene going hard at this. If someone was behind this abuse and they were just using it for political power and they thought that this was acceptable, it's not acceptable. Oh, well, there could be repercussions. Damn right there better be repercussions. What's this? David says 9 to 10. He likes the new logo here. It looks like a high-end professional news source. Yeah, it's crisp. It's pretty well done, I think. Danette likes the old image better. All right, let's compare. But you see, here, let me take, well, I'll leave your comment up there. You see the difference, though? Here was one version of it. It's okay. It's just, it's blurry. It's not, the resolution is not sharp. I sort of liked what they were going for there. I can see it. This is our classic logo. This is nice and sharp and crisp and bold and vivid. This is another one, both designed by the same guy, Ted Distel Design. Thank you, Ted. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own. Hey, now. But this was the one that we were going with. But once again, it's just kind of fuzzy. And when you look down in the corner, the New American Media, the I in American looks like an R. American. Miola. It's just fuzzy. It's blurry. It's not sharp. It's kind of, but I kind of like what they're going for with the microphone and the TNAM Daily Show with Brian. It's okay. And I kind of like the color. You got red and you got blue. Well, you got red and you got purple. That's actually pretty clever here because I would never be blue, but I could see some overlapping purpleness between the two parties sometimes. I'm not blue. And then compare it to how sharp and clean and bold and vivid this is. Bang. The TNAM Daily Show. I can take your comment off the screen. And yeah, I like all these old images to one degree or another. David saying he thinks the CEO is in jail. He might be. Yeah, Kenneth. Men and boys used as toys. If that's happening, make some noise. Make the TNAM like the old letters. Oh, okay. Yeah, because they are connected, and that's not necessarily ideal. I do get that. You consume as much heavy cream as I do butter. Yeah, it's been my latest thing. It's been slicing a piece and crunching on some rice cakes. Oh, it's just like movie theater popcorn. It's got the crunch and it's got the salty butter. I don't know. I'm probably starting to get hungry. Haven't had lunch today. All right, let's keep going. I think that's all I had on Instagram. Let me double check. That is what I had on Instagram. So let's buzz through our X account, shall we? Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show. Reminder that we have Rumble Rants and Super Chats, and we also have Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble to subscribe to, and then Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if anyone wants to make a donation. All right, let's scroll down here. There's our Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed if y'all are interested. Here's something kind of awful that happened. let's just play you this clip. Sorry to drop your vibes, the vibe check, but this is a story that I don't know. Let's learn.
You're killing your kid?
Officer,
He's dead? Why?
I shot at him, bro. I didn't know.
You shot at him?
This is just awful. He's like, my kid is dead. He shot him. He's like, I shot him, bro. Like, it's so like calm and sad. And
you're killing your kid?
Officer,
he's dead? Why?
I shot him.
And he goes up, officer, I shot him. Take me to jail. He puts his hands behind his back.
You're killing your kid?
Officer,
he's dead? Why?
I shot at him, bro. I didn't know.
Shot at him?
I didn't know I was fucking kid in the back. And I killed him.
Roll medical. MO unit.
We were road raging. He came up around the side, like on the merge, you know, where the... What's the one that takes you northbound, eastbound?
This is a road rage incident. He came up on the side to merge.
Where's he going at right now?
He's in the car on the passenger side.
Okay, TNAM preparedness, number one. If you ever find yourself in a situation, any situation, please, TNAM preparedness, let me tell you. Shut the fuck up. Sort it out after the fact. Shut up. Silence is one of the... I don't know what happened prior to this in this road rage incident. I don't know what was occurring here. We have stories. Let your attorney tell the story. Sort it out before you say something inarticulately. You omit a part of it. You're not thinking right. And nobody can put it all together in a coherent way that fast. Just shut up.
Yeah, no, it's 100% happened. I shot at him, dude. I didn't even know he had a kid in the car.
He said it's 100% my fault. I shot him. I didn't know he had a kid in the car.
Palestine Central. There's a kid shot in the back seat. Notify supervisors and stuff. Thanks, bro. I'm so sorry. Do you have the ID? Okay. Just. I'm going to school. Take a minute when you get a chance. I'll need your ID. I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll get this all taken care of. Whose car is this? Do you mind having a seat in your car with him and just chilling? No, okay. No, he has to stay. He's a witness. Shut your mouth, sir. I understand you're upset. I can't even imagine what this will be. So you're merging here? Okay. He came up on your right, he turned up on you?
Okay. Road rage turned into this.
So when did he shoot? Was he still in his car or did he get out?
Yeah, no. He didn't get out, but boom, it's okay.
So he got out and then shot at you?
Yeah,
okay.
I shot him like that and get out and we shot the bicycle for stop, you know?
Okay. Was he on your... So after the crash is when he shot?
No, after no.
He shot and then the crash? Okay.
In the need for stop.
There's a crash. Was it before or after the shooting?
I don't see my kid.
Hard to hear. It's hard to decipher. A lot of background noise.
Okay.
Is there any chance that the kid will be okay?
There's always a chance. I don't know. I've seen, after 20 years, I've seen kind of everything happen. So I won't say it's not possible. I won't say anything could happen. If you're a praying man, I would be praying a lot for him right now.
The shooting followed a road rage exchange. Charged with M, and the S was. They said that it was premeditated. I don't see how you could possibly argue premeditation. I think we need to do something about the attorneys or the district attorneys who are going to overcharge cases. There's no universe where this is premeditated. You didn't wake up and say, you know, I really want to get into an altercation with a stranger today and end up going to jail. That's not like that doesn't fit the mold for premeditation. But it's a terrible story that's developing. Where was this at? Where was this? I don't think they're saying. Okay, let's keep going. And in some ways, does it feel like a skit? You know, it's just incidents with body cams and you just see interactions. I ask all the time, not just this, not just all of it. Is this an act? Is this a scene out of a movie? Was this filmed? Was this coordinated? Is this real? I ask this 5 times a day sharing stories. So yeah, Nimbus, I'm asking it here. Coming up. I think he's hungry for some lunch. Buddy, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to buzz through the rest of these stories and we'll wrap it up. He's like, I'm ready for second lunch. All right. President, according to Eric Daughtry, and retweeted by Elon Musk with the fire emoji, President Trump and AG Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed. Let me make this bigger so you can read it. After Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides a law that allowed these documents to remain sealed. It's a huge backfire on the left. So I guess they're claiming our law passed by Congress trumps your judicial block. Checkmate. And if that's what this has always been about, to get these things unsealed, if this congressional law now supersedes whatever they were trying to withhold, buckle up, Buttercup. Fingers crossed. Mark Levin says, now Megan, I never called you a Nazi, and I never called you an anti-Semite, which you accused me of saying as well. You're awfully defensive. Serial lying is not a great trait, Megan, but you are a crackpot. Now, Megan. Blake does a good Mark Levin. I don't listen to him enough to remember what he sounds like. Something like that. But then Megyn Kelly says, you absolutely did, you lying POS. You won't be happy until you get someone K'd. Take a listen to Mark in his own words.
I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis, the grifters, I don't know where they're pulling us and pushing us. What do they want to do with American Jews? What do they want to do? Where are they taking this country? They're destroying it. Carlson, Owens, Kelly, Bannon, the rest of them, and others. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis.
There you go. So stop lying, Mark Levin. Jim Ferguson says, Supreme Court just handed Trump the immigration equivalent of a nuclear button. In a 5-4 ruling, they confirmed that he can use the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to treat Tren de Aragua as what it is, an invading foreign force. Yeah, all these illegal alien invaders are, not just Tren de Aragua. That means no more endless appeals, no more activist judges blocking deportations. Venezuelan gang members can be rounded up and shipped straight to El Salvador's mega prison. This is a historic win for borders, sovereignty, and law and order in the United States. The only people upset today are the open borders globalists who never thought this day would come. Representative Jim Jordan says they spied on President Trump. They spied on senators. And now we just learned they spied on me. If they can do it to us, they can do it to you. And he brought receipts. Enoch Burke speaks outside the Wilson's Hospital School. High Court Judge Brian Cregan directed the Gardaí to arrest and imprison teacher Enoch Burke in blatant disregard of his constitutional and God-given rights. Enoch Burke refused to comply with Principal Niamha McShane's demand that he use the they program for a singular male student. You're only one person. There's no such thing as they. You're one person. You don't need to say they. That's not correct. Judge Cregan described him as an intruder and a potential danger to students in the school. Enoch Burke has been betrayed by Ireland's religious leaders who have kept a treacherous silence while anti-Christian ideology is imposed on every child in the country. An imprisonment looms for Enoch Burke, and he asks you to challenge your religious leaders to stand up for your sons and daughters. It's been confirmed that the man in Chicago who set a woman on fire had 72 arrests, not the initially thought 49. Judge said, I can't put everyone behind bars just because the state's attorney asked me to. Yes, you can. Sally Saddle at the Free Press says, psychiatrist. Hold on. One not need be a psychiatrist, as I am, to grasp the profound injustice of executing a person who kayed someone under the command of delusions. Hold on, Sally. If criminal defense attorneys and judges and criminals learn that all they have to do is claim asylum and you can just waltz into a country and steal their stuff, take their jobs. They took our jobs. Then everyone's going to say that, and that's what's happened. Oh, asylum, asylum. They're handing out cards. You must say this on your way in. It's fraud. It's a scam. By the way, who gives a shit under the command of delusions? Yep. The Free Press says psychiatrist Sally Saddle explains why she believes the execution of schizophrenic man who stabbed a Ukrainian refugee 2D on a train would be an act of cruelty, not justice. Carl Benjamin says, shut the F up, Sally. And we said we would pay the family via pay-per-view to watch the firing squad erase this monster. Sally, get a clue. Oh, what is this? Minnesota Police Chief O'Hara is asking forgiveness for exposing the reality of Somali criminal activity in Minneapolis. He has a Somalian translator as he apologizes for enforcing the law. This entire thing is insane. Pirates robbing our country. Pirates.
The Somali community here in Minneapolis has been welcoming and has shown love towards me, and I appreciate it.
They've been welcoming and showing love by stealing the resources meant for our public health needs. A bunch of thieves, bandits, pirates.
Over the last 3 years, we have been working together to try and address some of the real serious problems that we have in our community. We have to be honest at times with the problems that we're having in our community, and we need our community to help us fix those problems together because it's real and it's serious. At the same time, if people have taken anything that I have said out of context in a way that's caused harm, I apologize and I'm sorry for that because that's not my intention at all.
Unreal. There's criminality, rampant criminality and theft. Expose it. Chief Nerd put this Tucker clip out about how evil people will use your goodness against you. Don't let them.
Evil people use your strengths against you. They use your decency against you. You saw this with COVID. Do you care about your elderly parents? Of course I do.
Yeah.
They're my parents. Well, then you must take the vaccine or whatever. They're not actually sticking a gun in your face and trying to force you to do something. They're leveraging your own decency against you. Evil people.
Abusers. This is a video purporting that when Charlotte Ice shows up, it's the work site. completely empty. Nobody on the job. And it used to be full. Nobody working anywhere, and that wasn't the case prior to ICE showing up. Stephen Crowder says if an entire job site disappears in Charlotte the second that ICE shows up, it's because the companies chose illegal cheap labor over hiring Americans, and now they're finally paying for it. Hire actual Americans and the projects won't be collapsing. I agree. Clandestine says Zelensky and his deep state handlers desperately do not want an audit into where the funds went from Ukraine. Why? Because the money trail will lead back to people like Biden and Obama. Biden said so himself. The deep state are hiding unfathomable criminality in Ukraine.
Overdrive to clean up loose ends.
It's quiet, but you get the point. Matt Walsh says women who try to become men always regret it because the male experience is far more difficult and isolating than they ever expected. Ron Wyden is pressing for an investigation into J.P. Morgan Chase and Epstein. Ron Wyden, U.S. Senator from Oregon. Hold on, who is he? Democrat, right? Oregon, he puts he, him, and his demo, or it's virtue signal. He didn't say Democrat, but I think he is, right? Anyway, my staff is releasing a new report showing JP Morgan Chase executives all the way up to the top enabled Epstein's trafficking operation. You're going to want to read this. This woman was saying, hey, can I see this pew pew? Sure, I'll take a look at that. Here you go. And I'm running. And I'm running out the door. Goodbye. This is mine now. Oh, no, you don't. Kablamo crunch. You down now, lady. You down. And you arrested. You tried to steal a firearm, you weirdo. Good job. Always be prepared. Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. She was brutally S-to-D at a dollar store in Florida. Lamar Beasley, who was arrested for the M, is a convicted S offender who was released from prison in July. Why won't you hear about this on the media? Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. Gun Owners of America says breaking and an ultimate betrayal of the Second Amendment. The Trump admin is defending the archaic National Firearms Act of 1934. The Justice Department supports gun registration under the necessary and proper and commerce clauses, says the zero NFA tax is still a valid tax. Hodge twins say Pam Bondi just betrayed all Americans, and I'm seeing that from my libertarian friends too. Wall Street Apes is showing private equity firms ruining another restaurant chain. American went to Jersey Mike's, and for $9, they're barely giving you anything anymore. Remember when $5 gave you a whole foot long in America? Blackstone bought Jersey Mike's, completing the purchase in 25. Portion sizes have continued to decline. That's the claim. That looks tiny, though. It looks like a biscuit. Ann Coulter asks if Trump thinks he can stop the re-election of all 427 congressmen who voted for the bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning after Trump attacked her and said he'd back her primary opponent because she backed the bill compelling the DOJ to release the files. And Wokeness shares this. This is a white lady sitting on the Chicago train by herself, not bothering anyone, set on fire by a 72-time prior arrested black felon in Chicago, 49 prior arrests. It's 72. Zero bystanders helped. Set her on fire. Scott Adams asks, how did Epstein learn how to be Epstein? Money laundering ain't easy, and it isn't safe. That's a great question. Say her name, Bethany McGee. She was riding the CTA train when a career criminal, Lawrence Reed, doused her with gasoline and set her on fire. Reed has an extensive criminal history with no more than 70 prior arrests. Alex Jones says, Trump says, I think they're in serious trouble. after White House and Pentagon finally discovered the Democrat Podesta plan to trigger a civil war and collapse the United States. Yeah, it's a tough thing here. We're all in trouble if we allow this crap. Bridgerton actress Genevieve Chenier breaks down as she's attacked in London for a second time.
And I was literally like right about to arrive for my audition. So I've like had to come in and I'm trying to like gather myself, but I'm so shaken because obviously I had that phone attack happen to me and it's like so nerve-wracking for me.
Why isn't she describing her attackers?
Being out in central London now, and I just got my confidence up and was like looking at moving back. And he just like, he literally like, I couldn't walk anywhere. He was just looking at me and he just fucking hit me. Like, I can like feel where he hit me, so I'm like trying to regulate myself, but like, it's like, just leave me alone. Why are there not more police on the street? Like, I should be able to...
Oh, don't you need to defund the police? Aren't you part of that movement? I don't know what her policies are, but...
Go to a policeman on the street and be like, this just happened, you know? But it's not big enough that the police can come. There's a full-grown man. I'm like so shaken.
Anyway. Sensible men have been warning about this for decades. It's sad that some people choose to learn by bitter experience. Woman grows up around men who respect and defer to her, and then she's shocked to run into men from other countries who do neither. No description of the attackers, of course. Christopher Rufo says Somalis in Minneapolis are stealing billions from American taxpayers, loading bags of cash onto commercial flights and funding terrorism back in Mogadishu. This is an insane system and it must be stopped. Matt Walsh says the whole Somali economy runs on fraud and piracy. It's part of their culture. No surprise that they come here and continue with these customs. Christopher Rufo shared this, saying, according to Glenn Kearns, a retired Seattle Police Department detective who spent 14 years on Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Somalis ran a sophisticated money network spanning from Seattle to Minneapolis and were routing significant amounts of cash on commercial flights from the Seattle airport to the Hawala networks in Somalia. One of these networks, Kearns discovered, sent $20 million abroad in a single year. The amount of money was staggering. Polymarket reveals millions of taxpayer dollars laundered through Minnesota autism clinics to Al-Shabaab terrorist group. Phil Mickelson says it's treasonous behavior. This is treasonous behavior, as are those who allowed this to happen. 8-minute clip about Charlie Kirk. Matt Van Swol says, do you understand what happens when we remove all illegal aliens from the country? Wages for Americans explode, ER wait times plummet, school class sizes cut in half, auto insurance rates nosedive, affordability, home ownership skyrockets, food stamp rolls collapse, grocery prices fall, DMV lines cut in half, traffic disappears, English spoken everywhere, all violent crime drops substantially, organ transplant waiting lists shorten dramatically, teen summer jobs make a massive comeback, trade schools flood with American kids, birth rates spike, couples can finally afford homes. Every single thing gets better, every single thing. I don't know if it's exactly every single thing, but hey, a lot of that seems to make sense. President Trump says he is ending temporary protection status for Somalis in Minnesota, and they can now be deported. Minnesota under Governor Walz says President Trump is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protected status program for Somalis in Minnesota. Can you make it Somalis in America? Can you make it for anybody anywhere? Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President Donald John Trump. And I think that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. reminder, Venmo, Cash App, Rumble Rant Super Chats. All the ways you can toss something into the tip jar. Thank you for being here in my bar today, discussing all the things on the televisions behind me. What I'm going to do now is... Okay, I can't pause it. There we go. I paused it eventually. What I am going to do now is I am going to play you yesterday's program. Let's get this pulled up here. If you'd be so kind, continue letting this content play. It boosts the ratings. It boosts the numbers. Keep the comments going. The conversations going. This is going to be I'm going to stream most of today. So we're going to hit play and we are going to let this roll. I run a network. Let's give you content. There's people showing up every day for the first time. No idea who we are or what we do. Oh. Of course, I forgot to monetize today's show. I got to get this under control. I wish I didn't have to keep hitting the live button. I never even see the screen. It's monetized now if you want to hit refresh. If anyone's watching that would do so. Let it keep playing on a device. I'm going to do yesterday's program. I got to take monetization off. I'm going to pull up yesterday about the Seditious Six. Did they volunteer for treason trial and the ultimate penalty? That was yesterday's program. And I am going to deliver it to you right now. Here we go. Well, that was me freshly out of the rain. I was out in the rain. Look at that hair. All right, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate you. Love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer California, Los Angeles, to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November the 21st, 2025, and this right here is called the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree Show. That's where you find it on podcast form, but it is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Why is that flag upside down? Why is that flag upside down? What does TNAM mean? TNAM means the New American Media. Here, let me show you this one. There, it's right side up. So what do we like better? Right side up or upside down? Are we a nation in distress? Or are we a proper nation? That is the question, isn't it? I asked my buddy Ted and said, hey, would you design something for me? And he did. He designed a series of things for me. It was fun. I probably have a little bit of... Ooh, I need to charge that, don't I? Feature creep. When you're designing something, you get new ideas. You go, oh, how about this? How about that? Oh, I forgot to say this. Hey, can you add that? What about one more thing? And you don't really know exactly what you want until you get started. And at some point you go, dude, too many. I don't know. I'm getting lost here. You're making this way more confusing. I'm like, I apologize if my brain is coming across in a way that's frustrating or confusing to you. In my brain, I'm just trying to make sense of where it is. But I get how you're perceiving it because you are perceiving it properly. If that's how you're perceiving the situation, then that's the reality. That just makes it what it is. And so, yeah, the goal of communication is always to be clear, to be factual, to be honest. That's the goal of communicating to you each day. That's my goal in this role, in how I talk to you each day. By the way, welcome to my bar. I'm your bartender, Brian. Belly on up. Come on up to the bar. We're going to see those TV screens all over the place. We're going to talk about all the things going on all of these screens. We're a bunch of little trash pandas. We're going to turn the dumpster upside down, the trash can upside down, and shake it. That's what I'm doing. You're like, why do you keep doing that? And by the way, nice green screen behind you. I know, it's magic. We're a bunch of little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We're going to talk about the stuff on the TV screens. What's on the TV screen? Well, here, let me put these up on the screen. Because you need to follow us in other places. A lot of you follow me on YouTube. That's great. I need you on the other networks as well. We have to build alternate pathways. And if you've never been on Facebook to watch us live, can we try it today? If you've never been on Rumble live to watch the show, can we try it today? If you've never watched us on X, can we try it today? Because this has been a painstaking, arduous process to try to repair the damage caused to the New American Media, to the Agree to Disagree show, to the DNAM Daily show, to my company, to my brand, to this product. And it's a series of products. It's TNAM Music. It's TNAM Food and Drink. It's TNAM Preparedness. We have all these different channels on Facebook, but I don't really talk about them here. I don't really talk about them on X. I don't really talk about them on Instagram. But on Facebook, a lot of content goes that way to have good conversations about that stuff. We've been deleted from Facebook multiple times, so I don't trust it. That's why we're also on other platforms. Don't use them that much, but we need to make sure we're connected with our audience. Should what was it called? Cloudflare took down 20% of the internet a couple days ago. I had an experience where for several days out of the week, Grok wasn't working, AI wasn't working, or at least that version of it. Oh, Amazon and X and all sorts of sites are at 20% of the internet, they claim, or somewhere around that. So I need you to follow me in all the places. Let me put them up on the screen. The New American Media exists on Instagram and Facebook. Link up with both of those. I know I need to. It's sort of like I need to identify a broken. This really is where we're at. You've been with me on this journey. I have to identify a broken component and rebuild it. Yes, I should be able to identify it, snap my fingers, and it's just done. Once again, juggling lots of chainsaws and apples. There's a lot going on. There are finite resources to allocate toward all of these burning fires. And you kind of have to address the most important ones. That's what it means to be truly independent. And by independent, we mean, we put product out and we hope that our fan base shows us some love. We do have merch, by the way. If you want a mug, shoot me $40 and I will mail this to you. We do have, for our sports show, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, we have coaster sets, $30 a piece or 2 for $50, includes shipping to the continental United States. And then here's the Unhappy Hour pin. I need to get one of these and just punch it through here and just show it that way. Maybe that is what I'll do. Should I do it right now? It'd probably be a better way to do it, but let me think about it real quick. Oh, it would fit perfect there. Anyway, let me add that to the stack of the 100,000 other things that I have on my to-do list, and I'll get to it when I get to it. That's sort of what this is to be truly independent. But now we're on different places. So the New American Media is asking that you find us on these other sites. And if you've never been on X, take 3 minutes, set up an account just to follow us and click stream and watch us live. Try it. Same with Rumble. Same with Instagram, same with Facebook. Even if you don't need to use these things regularly, but they can be great alternate pathways should Cloudflare take down 1/5 of the internet. What's the plan if YouTube isn't there tomorrow? I don't exist. Will you even know how to connect with me? That's what we're talking about. And it's super important. So find us on Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube by just searching the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_Media_. And please subscribe to our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple, as well as our sports show, The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. So let me tell you, just like how this program is the TNAM Daily Show, it's also the Agree to Disagree Show. We have a show called Strictly Football. We did that episode yesterday. It's a look forward to this week in the NFL, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That podcast can be found under the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. It'll include the Strictly Football episodes. So we're trying to kind of make those the two hubs. I don't know. Once again, there's so much to all the minutia of these things. I'm just trying to focus on cranking out content, trying to produce a good show, trying to sift through the bullshit and give you things that are relevant, give you information and takes that matter. John, you've talked about being a teacher, or we've had conversations about being, well, Kenneth, I guess we all talk about it. But I do view this as a mutual education session. Disclaimer, I don't know what's true. I'm trying to figure it out. I think we're all trying to figure it out. What's likely, what's unlikely, I don't know. Let's listen to more conversations and ponder those opinions. I can't believe you shared that. I can't believe that you feel this way. Feel what way? Did we ever talk about it, you and I? Let's sit down and talk about it. Are you just going to like hit my hand with a ruler? You don't know what I believe just because I share some stuff. And just because you hear me say one sentence or 10 sentences, that does not mean that sums up the entirety of my multifaceted position on said topic. We saw that with Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, can you believe he doesn't think black people are capable of becoming pilots? He's a fucking racist and he deserved what he got. And he said that in America, there's the Second Amendment, there's going to be people that die. And look at that. Ha ha ha, karma. Yeah, you said you got to have unfortunately, people in America are going to die because you have a Second Amendment. So he deserved what he got. You saw that, right? You saw that. I've been told that my expression comes through quite vividly sometimes. And that's a little unnerving. How unnerving do you think it was to deal with the people saying that stuff about Charlie Kirk after blowing his head off? But that's what they felt was appropriate in that moment. To gloat, to cheer, to dance around. And that's what you're up against. But you're also up against it because they are watching something totally different. They're not getting the highlights. They're getting selectively procured, out of context, lowlights, so that you can rage bait the pit bulls into attack. That's what you got. I was listening to somebody today, one of the many programs that I will listen to, and there was an excellent point made. And I think I'm going to play it for you because in the realm of teaching, it's not so much that I want you to believe the thing that I believe. Whatever that may be. And give me new information that can change on a daily basis. And we should all be willing to accept the fact that new information should lead to new opinions. But we have to know how to think. It's not what to think. We need to know how to think. Teaching how to think. And as I was going to production on this, today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Hit like, hit subscribe, share with a friend. Trying to get the graphics back up. Scott Adams was talking about how to think in the Gelman syndrome. My name's Engelman. Engelman. Oh, shit. Gelman syndrome. Hi, I'm Brian Engelman. Shit. And maybe I could look it up and give a proper definition. But essentially, it's finding out as an expert, or at least a pseudo-expert, someone that knows what's going on, to consume content and go, hang on, that's not accurate. What are you talking about? Because I'm familiar with that. If I work on Chevy Camaro engines and someone's like, oh yeah, you know, with the V6 and the fuel injection and you got the carburetor and the, you know, the valves and the you go, huh? No, that's not right at all. But someone else was so confident to say something like that out loud, and you go, well, what's that all about? Well, what it's all about is realizing that if you're well-versed on a topic and you know that the person reporting XYZ is incorrect, why would you assume that they're reporting accurately on things that you're not an expert, areas that you don't have an expertise? Well, that sort of changes things, doesn't it? You go, well, shit, I watch the Cleveland Browns every week, unfortunately. I know there are people that are more of an expert than me, but I am consuming the product. I am watching it. I'm offering opinions and insight and feedback, analysis. I know what I'm talking about. And if that other person says, they're wildly inaccurate, they're saying something with certainty that is incorrect, what do you do with that? Well, it teaches you that the news should be a lot less about learning what to think, and in a more important way, learning how to think. Because we're bifurcated, we've separated, we're binary, we're ones and zeros right now on, are we quickly able to identify bullshit and propaganda? Or are we conditioned to regurgitate and accept propaganda and lies? 2 + 2 = 5. Which one is it? We've either been learning how to accept lies as truth, which is demonic, or we've been learning how to identify bullshit. Adam Carolla recently talked about, maybe it's in the stack. I hope it's in the stack. I'm going to reference it now, but Adam Carolla mentions in the conversation with Joe Rogan on the Rogan podcast. And he said, you know, I got a little suspicious when all these people that didn't even know how to pronounce ivermectin 5 minutes ago are telling me that they're suddenly experts and they know a answer to something that is not knowable. And they were hyper aggressive about selling that to me. He said, I smelled bullshit right away. And it turns out I was right. There's no way they could have been that definitive, because they were claiming things to be completely known when there is no possibility they could have been known. Now, I don't know exactly which component Adam was talking about in that clip. Was it the efficacy of ivermectin? Was it the potentially intentional lab release from a Wuhan virology lab that may or may not have ended up with financing directly or indirectly from Anthony Fauci in the gain of function? By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, I'm sorry, what does that say? Please go to the, hang on, what does that say? Go to the cdc.gov website, go to who.int, or go to cisa.gov/rumor control, so you can find countervailing views on anything you might be insinuated by or implied by, or anything I'm directly or indirectly maybe suggesting or daring to talk about in public. YouTube, did I do good? YouTube, did I meet your policies? Facebook, Instagram, Meta, more? May I have some more? May I still qualify to earn a living on your paltry platform? Might I still keep my content monetized so I can pay the fucking electrical bill? Or do I need to grovel and whimper anymore? Sir, more, may I have more? More advertising, please. I'm just trying to find out what's going on with this global pandemic. I'm just questioning the validity of the 2020 charade. More. Sir, madam, may I have more? Might I have more? Might you not hide me in the basement, demonetize, shadow ban, memory hole our content, and delete it for misleading information, whatever that may be, please. May I have more? There's nothing here. I'm asking for more. That's why I could wipe my nose. There's nothing in here. Yeah, that's and scene. Welcome to what it's felt like being a content creator like me, trying to pour my entire life into broadcasting, media, entertainment, sports, music, preparedness, food and drink, off-the-grid living, self-sustainable, all sorts of issues, all sorts of things I'm interested in. And I've just been grabbed and tossed into this realm. The life and death repercussions of the COVID stuff, of the 2020 charade, what is banging out there? I do need to take a look. I think I need to take a look. That's what it's been like. But I'm still going. And they took out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going even harder. You know why? Choose the wrench. What is choose the wrench from? Type it in the comments. Question of the day. Do you know what that references? I picked the wrench. Why? Because FM. I picked the wrench. We are all goners. We are all goners if we let the dark side of things win. And it's a battle. It's good and evil right now. Make no mistake about it. And calling for sedition, treason, insurrection, the seditious six. You know, they are who we thought they were. My take might be a little different than you'd expect. I don't even know what my take is. A lot of times I don't know what I'm going to say until I start talking. And sometimes I say, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just dumping all my thoughts out onto the table and we're discussing them, just like we're talking about the news stories. Things come out inarticulate. I can say, yeah, on one hand, I do feel that to a certain degree, but to a larger degree, I feel this other thing as well. We can be multifaceted on any single issue. For example, in theory, I don't have a problem with Islam. I got a problem with radical Islam. You know how that works. It's anybody can believe in any flying spaghetti monster in the sky as your personal Jesus, as your personal savior, your Christ, your redeeming perfect human being. Where I draw a line is when people try to push that onto others and onto society by force and take away the rights of other people. That's just a non-negotiable component to life. Don't care what you're doing until it becomes a me problem. And by me, it's my community, it's me personally, it's my family, it's my city, my state, my country, my planet. A lot of people don't care until it involves them. Well, we're unpacking a lot of ideas. We're getting a lot of nuanced conversations, and that's the reason why I called the show the Agree to Disagree Show. It's because, let's listen to a ton of opinions. I might have a different opinion on a story today than I did 3 days ago when I covered it. That happens all the time. But we're adults, and this is what adults do. You talk and you talk and you talk and you talk, but you think and you think and you think and you think. You're not supposed to just regurgitate. You're supposed to learn how to think. So if you look at the logo here in the corner, the New American Media upside down, is that the best way, or should it be right side up? Oh, you see what I did there? Upside down. Boop. Right side up. Boop. It's a matter of perspective. It's angels and demons. Isn't that how the book by Dan Brown starts? Angels and Demons, something about, the angel wings protecting you in a battle will be easily viewed as an angry demon from the other side. It's perception, it's perspective, it's facets, it's angles, it's shades of gray. Not 50 Shades of Gray. It's just shades of gray. And so are we a nation in distress that has to put our flag upside down to indicate that we've been taken over? Why do you think I asked for both versions? Because that's what I felt occurred during the Obama-Biden regime, is that our country was overthrown. And with President Trump reclaiming what many say was stolen from him, by the way, for countervailing views on anything health or election related. Yes, I'll finish reading the sentence. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, or visit cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. You see how fun it is trying to exist? Begging YouTube for more. After 3 years, can I get monetization back? Sure would be nice to pay a mortgage. Governor. Crikey. You went from Tiny Tim to a pub drunkard to somebody down under. I know, because I don't master my voices. I should take some more time to practice them. I have components of getting it. But yeah, that's why it's almost impossible to exist only on one platform. So I ask you to follow us on the other platforms. At the bottom here, let's face it, sometimes the most important. We are on Patreon at the New American Media. So you just sign up and become a monthly supporter of the program. And it all helps. It's super. They're all little Lego building blocks. To sign up on one, it's like $5 a month, $100 a month, 20, whatever it is. It's all amazing, necessary, and appreciated. But we're on Patreon, and we also have free versions of Patreon. We don't upload every show there, but we do some. And I guess it should probably be the opposite. There should be exclusive content, and we will probably work our way over to that. But you can find us and follow us on Patreon, and many do. As I said, YouTube and Rumble, they have subscription options now, membership. I don't know what you call them, but it's like Patreon. You sign up and become a monthly member. I don't know what tiers they do. $5 or $10 or more than that. I don't know. But we do have Rumble rants and super chats. Those are like our tip jars here at this bar. You can toss something in. It's all at the bottom of the screen. Also, Venmo Cash App, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. Or on PayPal, the email address is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All at the bottom of the screen. So we're going to get into the Seditious Six. What is up with them? Do they deserve the ultimate penalty that President Trump called for? Hey now. Treason has consequences. And we're in the midst of a grand conspiracy that Tulsi Gabbard has clearly explained, that Kash Patel has clearly explained, that President Trump has clearly explained, that I have clearly explained year after year after year after year. So, what next? What happens next? Because if we allow this, welcome to the new hell on earth. We've got to get out of this situation that the deep state has caused. I've said this so many times, various versions of the thought. This is a stand down order. Think this through. Think this through. This is a stand down order. You're busted. We see you. We've seen you for a very long time. Enough is enough. Let's strip away the fraud, strip away the theft, strip away the scams, strip away the power, the influence, the control, the abuse. And let's create a better America. A new American media. A new America, if you will. So that's what we do here. Thanks for joining us today. Let's dump the trash can over and start rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact here on the TNAM Daily Show.
Guide to the Truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
See, and in that version, that is the uplifting, we win this version. This is the version I was using when I first created it because it was prior to the election, when our country was still in that occupied regime. This is the intro I was playing a lot. I know it's a subtle difference. I have an eyelash that's right in my line of sight. I don't know which one. Oh, maybe it was one of those three. Oh, wow, okay. I was out in the rain today. How's the weather by you? All right. Let me show you the video I was talking to you about in the intro, all right? But yeah, that intro there, that's a distress intro. That's where we were. We're a little bit more, all right, let's go, let's go. We regained our position. Now it's time to advance. That's the Overton window. Overton window is a football field, 100 yards. The Overton window is 10 yards. That's the first down range. I mean, the bad guys, the deep state, had pushed us to the 1 yard line, backs up against the end zone. But we stopped them. And now we take over at the 1 yard line and advance to the 2. Then the 3. Then the 7. Then the 15. Then the 41. Oh, that was a big play right there. Now we got momentum. Let's go. That's where we are right now. I don't know what yard line we're on, but we were pushed back to the 1 yard line. And we're making some advances. All right. This is the clip. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to find you the exact moment of this clip But when I was getting ready to launch the intro, Nimbus came over and said, "Hey, could I have breakfast?" And I'm like, "Yep." Because Nimbus had a very rough evening, which made it a very rough morning for me. I'm 95% done looking after him, if you will. Yeah, there's a good question of the day in the comments. Anybody have a pet? Have you ever had an aging pet that sometimes maybe had some digestive issues? And there's no hairball per se. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, he said, "Hey, Dad, could I get some lunch?" I said, "Sure." So I don't have this exactly queued up, but we're going to queue it up and find it together. This is Scott Adams. I want to play this clip.
Which is exactly what Elon Musk does.
And I could go on Rumble and pull it up, but I think there's something authentic about this.
I think yes. So
this is a little bit of I guess it does go back.
Phenomenon I'm describing.
Here we
I'm
go.
Thinking because you would understand. Here's part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment. All right. So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it. He said,
"You know what? I'm going to do it this other way. I am actually going to pull it up. I'm not going to hold that, and it looks ridiculous. But I'm 43 minutes in. I'm going to pull it up in the studio. Hey, Jamie, pull up Scott Adams. Yeah, at about 41 minutes. And then we're going to play it on here. By the way, I'm Jamie.
And down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000.
Hey, look at that. Free ad for
This
ICE.
2-second edema flush could transform your
Okay,
legs,
can we please just get through these
ankles,
ads?
and feet. Even top doctors are
Yeah, all right. They have the worst ads.
That's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. Of the world. I'm saying that obviously true.
All right, here we go.
The Soroses appear to be determined to destroy Western civilization. A lot of you, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's the true version of the world. I'm saying that, I often talk about two movies on one screen. We're still playing on one screen. But when a lot of people on the, let's say, Trump supporting side look at it, it does look that way.
Because Elon said to Alex Soros, "For just 5 minutes, would you stop trying to destroy the world?" or something along those lines. So yeah, Scott's wrapping up a couple of points here. So I'm just going to let him cook and explain what I thought was a very poignant moment that kind of led to my whole intro on this show. The beginning monologue today was my ruminations on what Scott says here. So we're just going to let him cook for a couple minutes, but it's important.
Like Soroses are not trying to help, that they're trying to destroy Western civilization. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but it looks like it. So if somebody decides to treat that as their reality, you can understand why. Now, obviously, the Soroses do not see that in themselves. I think that's fair to say. I can't read their mind, but I doubt they think like I doubt when they're eating breakfast, they're thinking, so, Alex, what have you done to help destroy society today? Probably they don't think of it that way. Probably they think of it in, I don't know, maybe gaining power, maybe accomplishing some social goods. Might be a variety of things they think about it, but they're not thinking, well, I'll eat this egg and destroy society. So how could both of these views, so completely different, I'm destroying the world with my billions versus I'm saving the world with my billions, how could they both exist at the same time? Well, here's a part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment, all right? So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it. He said that it's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. And then Elon talks about the phenomenon where you would know that Grokpedia is better than Wikipedia if you were a public figure or an expert, because you would understand your own domain. And if you understood your own domain, and then you read about what Wikipedia said, this would be his claim, and then you read what Grok said, Grokpedia, you would come away from it thinking that Wikipedia was wrong and Grokpedia was closer to right more often. Now this is, there's a name for this, the phenomenon I'm describing. What is the name? And watch this. Watch how many of you know the answer to this question.
It's my name.
What's the name for the phenomenon where you know that the news is fake because you're an expert or the news is about you, but the rest of the world might not know that? What's that called? I'm looking. There it is. It took like 1 second for it to appear. It's Gell-Mann amnesia. Now, Gell-Mann is a hyphenated last name of a physicist. Gell-MANN. I always forget how many double letters there are, but something like that. So here's the important part. How many people have in the public mentioned Gell-Mann amnesia, maybe without using the words,
but the concept,
but described it in a way that you knew that's what they were talking about?
Are you familiar with it?
I'll give you some examples. So Elon Musk has talked about it a number of times. I've talked about it a number of times. Mike Cernovich has talked about it a number of times and has properly credited Michael Crichton, the author Michael Crichton. I think Michael Crichton might have also borrowed it. Somebody said there was some prior claim to it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's out there for anyone.
A lot of smart people have referenced it. I'm pretty sure Greg Gutfeld has mentioned it on his show or shows. I've seen some other Silicon Valley people mention it, but you've also seen Bill Murray. Do you remember actor Bill Murray? When he talked about his own experience reading some stories about John Belushi, and he knew Belushi personally and very well. So when he read the stories, he knew they were fake. And then he had the Gell-Mann amnesia effect. It was like, wait a minute. What are the odds that the only stories that are fake are John Belushi's stories?
Yep.
This happens to be one of the few things I'm an expert on. What are the odds that's the only thing? Isn't it more likely that everything's fake and the way you find out about it is being an expert in one thing and you're like, hey, wait a minute. I am an expert in this. This stuff's wrong. What about Bill Maher? I saw him recently. Was it on his Club Random or maybe the regular show? He's mentioned that because he's a public figure, he has extra vision on this. The fact that the news is so often fake. That wouldn't be obvious to people who are not public figures because they don't read news about themselves like people like me and people like him do. All right, now, so you've got Elon Musk, Joe Rogan's mentioned it, Bill Murray's mentioned it on Joe Rogan's show. Gutfeld, Fox News, me, my books, Cernovich, etc. This is teaching people a way to think and a way to see the world. If what comes out of all this Grokpedia stuff is simply that more people understand what Gell-Mann amnesia is, it completely changes how we see the world.
Oh yeah, some of
It will
us.
change how you see the Soros versus Musk. How in the world could both of them exist if they have this view that's just are complete opposites? So I say that what's different about the era you're in is that the Trump supporting part of the world, not all of it. Oh, somebody's saying that Dr. Drew has mentioned Gelman. I think yes. So you're probably all thinking of other examples, right? Now, if I went over to the Democrat influencers,
would any of them know about it?
Democrat influencers,
oh boy,
have taught their audience the Gelman amnesia.
I would guess not.
Any?
Because they need it.
What happens over time if one side of the political world gets trained in how to think, which is exactly what Elon Musk does every time he talks to you? He also teaches you how to think, like how you should think of entering AI, how you should think of that risk, etc. That's completely different than just telling you what to think. The right-leaning, or I'll just say Trump-supporting common sense part of the political world is really about teaching the other people in it how to think about stuff. That's all I do all day. I teach you how to think,
not what,
not necessarily what to think. All right, so what happens with that? Do you think that the people on the political right are more able to identify a hoax? Yes, they are, because they're actually trained on what the hoaxes were, how they were created, and then how they were supported by the media. So you've got an entire political class that, while the Democrats weren't paying attention, and this is the fun part, the Democrats don't see this coming, that half of the world has been trained to recognize bullshit, and the other half has been trained to accept it. If you just fast forward that tape, let's see, one half of the country trained to accept bullshit as the truth. The other half of the country trained to identify bullshit as soon as they see it and to avoid it as quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the
inflation is destroying your savings.
No, it's got to do a commercial. No, he's wrapping up the point. No, I don't want to.
The team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes
as
quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes right off the cliff. What happened to the Democrats this year? They went off the cliff. Did they not? Right? Now, are you having the feeling that I was hoping that you would have right about now? If I'm doing this right, and I think I am, the feeling that many of you are having right now is, wait a minute, did you just connect all the dots? Is it the fact that one part of the country has learned how to think, how to, for example, if I use the phrase too on the nose, how many of you would know what I'm talking about? If I said, that story is too on the nose. You tell me in the comments, you tell me how many of you would know exactly what I meant. How many Democrats would know what I meant? None. There wouldn't be any Democrats who knew what that meant. Because again, too on the nose is teaching you how to spot BS. It's just one of many ways. So there's this entire, I don't want to say army, because then you know what the Democrats will say if I say army, but in the very conceptual way, an army of people who have been trained to spot hoaxes and even to know specifically why. There's a whole bunch of you who have been trained in persuasion, right? That you actually know what works and what doesn't, and it's not an accident. And the other part of the country is just flailing poop at you, I guess, because they don't have training in that domain. And I think people always imagined, before I came on the scene, people imagined that persuasion was something you're either born with or maybe you just have it. it was not really thought of as a learnable skill.
A
But I'm
learnable
here to
skill.
tell you, it's a learnable skill, and I've watched people learn it, and then I've watched them employ it, and then I've watched them succeed, get elected, get promotions, get the partner they wanted. Now, let's take this a little bit further. When Grokpedia becomes sort of the standard for, and I think it will become the standard for checking things, then Elon will, I think, have come close to completing one of the greatest reframes of all time, which is the reframe is Democrats teach you what to think, and Republicans teach you how to think. Do you feel it? Democrats tell you what to think.
They want you to regurgitate. I went to university. I am so extra smart. No, you're extra indoctrinated to repeat whatever it is you've been brainwashed to repeat. That's not intelligence, that's indoctrination.
And at least in 2025, this was not always the case. This was not historically true at the moment. And I would say that Musk is primarily the reason for this, is that we've all been taught how to think. And a lot of it comes from him. I think there were probably three separate stories I saw today that all were some little clip of Elon explaining how to think about a thing, how to think about let's say, the economics of space. How many of you understood before, let's say, this year, the importance of reusable rocket ships?
It's amazing that the previous plan with rocket ships was, all right, let's spend a ton of time building this thing, then blow it up. You go, can't we drive it to more than one place? Nope. You may build a vehicle, drive it to grandma's house, and then explode it. Can I just bring it back? Nope. You must explode it at grandmother's place over Thanksgiving weekend. Explode it over the ocean, preferably. Yeah, the economics is staggering. But we were operating under that goofy way of thinking for decades, just because that was the inertia of it. Well, we're already doing it, so let's just, I don't know, keep doing it. Anyway, I could keep going on, and he's going to make some more points. Actually, until he makes a hard pivot, let me give Scott his due, because Scott's on borrowed time. He's suffering from the same cancer that Joe Biden is allegedly suffering from. Scott's in a great deal of pain, and we don't know how much time we have with Scott. And he's trying some experimental stuff that may or may not. And even if it does help, it might not fully take care of it. What's up, bud? He's had a rough day. There, let's bring him up. Now, let's just put him here. We'll just hang out together. Mr. Nim. He's purring, what did I say, like a banshee. Like a banshee. Let's give Scott his due. Let's let him wrap up his point here.
And it wasn't just that you learned that, there's a thing called reusable spaceships. It's that you learned that that's important enough that if you don't understand that part of the question, you can't really see what's coming. How many of you knew that if you put your solar panels in space, you didn't have to worry about cooling them, being blocked by clouds, or that it's night? Well, now you know. And it's because you've learned how to sort of look at things like an engineer. That's what Elon does more than anything else, looks at it like an engineer. Once you learn that and it becomes your go-to, so, all right, what would an engineer do in this case? Changes everything. All right. So I'm gonna call the reframe. We have now entered the golden age, and one of the defining factors of the golden age is that the left is being told what to think, and the right is being taught how. And how is going to be what every time? Eventually, but every time.
Eventually. on a long enough timeline. All right, well, look. That was a quick glimpse into why that's one of the programs I enjoy watching. Because it does. It teaches me how to think. Coffee with Scott Adams. It's a really good segment. I'd recommend you check out that program. All right. Any thoughts on that? What Scott had to say? I'm curious to get your thoughts. Type it below. Hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble Rant Super Chats. Always appreciated. All right. Let's go into the news here and see what is going around on Instagram. This is Nick Shirley over in Dearborn.
Driving around, and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out.
So I'm going to try to burn a Quran, and people freaked out. And this is Nick Shirley reporting a different perspective. A lot of Nimbus, don't step on the enter button, please. Thank you. Jeez. Here we go. Nick Shirley's report.
People are just pulling over. Come on, Ollie. Why would I get here? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they're trying to burn the Quran. And you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl with anybody.
I had my gun. I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God. That's it. I don't care.
Did you hear that? I was going to blast if I didn't see the cops. Did you catch that?
To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f***. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f***.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted burning.
I'll f*** that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f*** that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. On my mother's soul. That's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder. Arrest him. Do your job.
People out here are just driving around, and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out. People are just pulling over.
Was that a cop? Why wasn't he arrested?
Why would I get here? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they're trying to burn the Quran. And you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl with anybody.
I had my gun. I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God. That's it.
You're swearing to your God. You think blasting people that don't agree with you is okay. Isn't that the number one complaint with Islam? You want to kill people that don't agree with you. You don't get to do that. That's war. You get that that's declaration of war in America. Do what I say, or else I will end you. That's declaration of war. Well, either homie's part of the PSYOP, he's an actor, or he fell right into the plot.
I don't care. To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f***. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f***.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted burning.
I'll f*** that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f*** that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. On my mother's soul. That's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder.
Finally, somebody came in to try to stop that guy from hanging himself with his own words, painting himself into a corner. Oh, he painted himself into a corner. I'm curious if this dude's been arrested, and that is the comment that I left in the comment section here with Nick Shirley. Make sure you follow Nick Shirley. He has bodyguard. I don't know I don't know entirely where Nick Shirley came from or who he's, I'm always a little, is dubious the right word? I'm always a little extra curious about some of the people that kind of show up quick have nice funding, financing support, and that they always seem to be in the right spot at the right time, almost like they're part of the actors, like they're part of the whole thing. Just, you know. So we'll see. We said peaceful, violent threat. Was he arrested? So yeah, when is the National Guard going there? All right, Dom Luker or Dom Lucre, I don't know how you say that. He talks about what was our number one topic on yesterday's show. Were Elon and Trump in cahoots and playing four-dimensional chess here? Let's take a listen.
So Elon Musk and Donald Trump possibly just performed the greatest bait and switch in human history. I don't know if you guys remember a few months ago, Elon Musk dropped a post that made the Democrats just shriek with joy, saying that Donald Trump is on the Jeffrey Epstein list. What followed was a series of Democrats demanding that the Epstein list gets pushed, from Jimmy Kimmel, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, along to any Democrat, even Hillary Clinton.
They all fell into it. Even Hillary Clinton, though, knowing what her husband's done there and what she did with Huma, allegedly.
Everyone was claiming that this Epstein list needed to come out because it appeared that it was against Donald Trump. From that point on, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are supposed to still be mortal enemies, further pushing Democrats to try to get this list out. What Donald Trump does, he goes to say, oh, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's BS. Gaslighting the public, because there's no way you could have made Democrats want this list unless Donald Trump didn't want the list. He knew that and played on their own bias.
Okay, listen. That was our topic yesterday. I don't know if that is 100% accurate. I don't claim to. I'm not making a claim as to the veracity of the topic. I'm telling you, that's about the only way that I could feel good about how that played out, because it was maybe the lowest point in the two Trump administrations. And you went, oh no. Oh, is this how it ends? Oh no. Is it possible? I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know how to read what I'm watching. Going so far as to say Susie Wiles. Maybe they needed to replace their chief of staff. Like, what even is the strategy? Doesn't make any sense. But maybe, just maybe, it's exactly what they were hoping for.
You see, TDS has gotten so bad that Trump has learned how to weaponize it against them that have it themselves. Like, it's crazy. Trump somehow found a way to turn people TDS against them, and he knew that if he did not like the Epstein list, people would love it. So now what happens? The Epstein list comes out, Donald Trump and Elon Musk links up at the White House with Ronaldo. I don't believe that's random. I don't think many Americans believe that's random. It's a great chance they just performed the greatest bait and switch in history, and the Epstein list that's coming out is going to implicate every Democrat demanding for it to come out, and we're about to witness transparency like we've never seen before, and a true fall of the Democrat Party. And what's so amazing, they found a way to make sure every single Democrat, that means not the big Democrats, we're talking about the regular voters, are going to be waiting for the list. Because what does it matter when the list comes out if no one's reading it? How could you get the people that would claim it had been propaganda to read the list? By thinking it only implicates Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
I think they're set. I think it's about to come out. And I think Donald Trump is possibly the greatest 4D chessman of all time. So
I'll actually put that in the comments. TTD equals Trump tricked Dems. It's the only theory on this topic that we'd feel good about. It was beyond weird how this whole thing played out. Hi, Nimbus. Oh, Nimbus, he's reaching for my hand. Can you see him? Look at, he's got his paw on my hand. Hi. His little toe beams. He's being very sweet. He had such a rough go of things. It took me an hour of cleanup today. You doing okay, bud? What you doing? What are you doing? You okay? He wants attention, that's for sure. Bud. Yeah, he's being very, I know he's not feeling great. I just don't know if he's feeling really bad. I gotta kind of keep an eye. He just can't really comfortably sit like he used to. It's just everything's different for him. Anyway. I love you, guy. All right. But wouldn't that be interesting if that is how this plays out? Carolyn Levitt goes nuclear on Nancy Cordes.
And so these members
Gets asked a question.
Knew what they were doing. They were
This is about the Seditious Six.
Leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually,
every single
can refuse an illegal order, which is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful.
So the Seditious Six crossed a line, sort of, but they kind of didn't. They kind of phrased it with that weasel language, the same one that they used 51 former 51 former intelligence officials. They said the Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. Don't fall for the old okey doke. They didn't say that the laptop was Russian disinformation. They said that the Hunter Biden laptop has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. They let everyone else say the other stuff. They let everyone else say the next phase of it. So in this list, to not obey illegal orders, oh, it sure feels like they're saying, don't obey President Trump. But what they're actually saying is quite similar to the Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers. You have no duty to follow unconstitutional orders. And that's sort of where we left that, isn't it? You're under no obligation to follow unconstitutional orders. That is true. Let me unplug this and replug this. So I think something needs to happen. Did they exactly call for an armed insurrection? They're dancing with it. They got nothing. Like they're testing the waters to see, do we have anything here? Are the people on our side? No, the people are not on your side. You're a bunch of pirates, and we know it. You're thieves who are squandering our country, taking our future, taking our liberties, and you're taking liberties with us. We don't appreciate it. We don't like you. No, we don't support you. Test the waters all you want. You got nothing. poll the military. Are they behind the MAGA concept? Or are they behind your deep state lies and bullshit? Because I'm going to be willing to bet 9 out of 10 are on the right side here. You might have some on the other side. What, 9 out of 10? Is that fair? What percentage of the military leans MAGA? That's a good question to ask Grok. Let's ask Grok. What percentage of the military leans MAGA? Interpreting the query. Okay, Grok seems to be confused by this. Huh? Grok is playing dumb. Military supports MAGA. Grok does not want to answer this question. Oh, Grok is just failing me a whole bunch today. Guess I'll move on. It makes for uncompelling content, not compelling content. When I ask for things and Grok doesn't deliver. What's it doing? What percentage of the military support MAGA? The 4th time I asked. Wow, Grok is super slow today. This is a longer version of that previous video, so let's see if it has more of the lead up.
This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to. Because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity.
All right. It is a lot of the same clip here. They're saying 60 to 65% of military supported MAGA in 24. Is it only 65%? Active duty, likely 55 to 70 lean MAGA or Trump. Higher in enlisted or combat arms, lower in officer and technical roles. Hard data is spotty. Military officially stays apolitical. All right.
The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos and it could incite violence and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin. She's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer. And notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But this morning, President Trump accused 6
And it's not like President Trump accused. They did it to themselves. But I do support Oath Keepers. And I think Oath Keepers were very blunt about what was going on. And I think this Seditious Six are trying to be very sneaky. I think they're being very sneaky about what they're really saying, in the same manner that they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. All right, here is Representative Tim Burchett, Republican from Tennessee, slamming the practice. Whoop, Nimbus, why are we stepping on the keyboard?
Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. This is a fist fight, folks. This is, everybody talks about this place being a dadgum swamp. It's not a swamp. A swamp is something cool God created. It filters water. Animal life lives and flourishes around it. This is a sewer. This is created by man, and it needs to stop.
I think that's a great line. Swamps do filter water. And they call it the DC swamp because that area was a swamp.
We've, for years, Congress has been using hardworking American taxpayers' money to get rich. Dadgum, it's got to stop. America knows what the heck's going on. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. Heck, she's not even in the top 10. Get on that Unusual Whales site. This is pathetic, folks. We all know what's going on. Congress knows what the hell's going on, and it needs to stop. This body has been enriching itself on the taxpayers' dime for too dadgum long, and it's got to stop. This place is crooked and is as crooked as a dog's leg. That's an old East Tennessee saying, but it's the truth, and it needs to stop. America knows what's going on.
There we go. Oh, that's a pretty good phrase. Now I think the swamp's pretty cool. Now I want to go to the swamp. All right. This is Timcast News. I don't know who this guest is, but they're talking about Epstein, how the Democrats have absolutely handcuffed themselves.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein. Now it's Trump's bad because Epstein hates him. Yeah. It's like you can't have it both ways, man. And it's even crazier to me that people will try to defend this, and the same people that try to defend this are the people that regularly morally grandstand about how much empathy they have, and they care about everybody, but they completely ignore the fact that this thing that took place was 11 years after Epstein was charged with child crimes.
Yeah.
They don't care. They just want the W, man. Yeah, they just want the win.
It's just about a vector of attack.
Yeah.
They don't like President Trump, so they can go ahead and use, if they can use basically anything that they can use to attack him, they're going to use.
By the way, at this point, when we look at Epstein's body of work, is it considered anti-Semitic to criticize it? Or are we allowed to do it?
Depends on what side of Twitter you're on.
Okay.
Depends on why you're criticizing him. Yeah. If you're criticizing him because of him being friendly with Donald Trump, then it's anti-Semitic. If you're criticizing him when he was attacking Donald Trump, well, then no, it's not anti-Semitic.
That makes sense. It does. I appreciate those rules.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein.
Yeah, I'm going to add that comment. The Democrats really painted themselves into a corner with this one. They really have. Stephen Miller has thoughts on the Seditious Six.
There is nothing graver that you could possibly say as a United States Senator than encouraging, urging, directing members of the armed forces of the United States or the clandestine services of the United States to defy their president, defy their chain of command, defy their superiors. To say such a thing would require you to have and to present to the nation some extraordinary scandal beyond even our wildest imagination, which of course they don't have, because every single thing that this president has done has been not only lawful, but has been repairing and reversing the unlawful and unconstitutional behavior of the previous administration, which opened our nation's borders up to millions of illegal aliens and foreign terrorists and gang leaders and cartel operatives and everyone else threatening peace, safety, and public order in the United States. So this conduct by these lawmakers is a direct attack on this republic. There is no.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say Dems are just about out of time on their, how do I spell that right? Their grand conspiracy. They really are. They've poured the concrete and they're standing in it. Just give it a second. All right, this from Real America's Voice talking about Charlie Kirk called it. The Elon and POTUS feud is over.
Say right here, you can mark it down. By Christmas, maybe before that, there will be like a surprise Elon Musk comes for dessert at Mar-a-Lago. You know, leaked New York Times, Elon Musk spotted at Mar-a-Lago. I'm just saying.
If you nail that one, I guess I'll just be really impressed.
I could be wrong. I'm just saying, by Christmas, don't be shocked.
Well, here we are. It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
My favorite part of that is you chiming in. And by the way, I barely recognized you.
I've got it.
Pretty clean shaven at the time. But I love that you have to chime in and be like, if you nail that one, okay.
I'll be really impressed. I'm really impressed. I am really impressed. And another part of it that I think a lot of people have already realized, and we mentioned leaked New York Times. So this is the article, the New York Times, 2 days ago, and they say, quote, September appeared to be a turning point in Mr. Musk's relationship with Mr. Trump. Musk said that he had been invited to a high-profile dinner with tech executives hosted by Trump. He sent one of his aides in his place, but then Mr. Musk approached Mr. Trump at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. They had an animated conversation for several minutes. And yeah, we're seeing it there, that conversation they had that was captured on television. Mr. Musk, who friends say was very emotionally affected by Mr. Kirk's death, posted a picture online of the exchange. That image of that exchange, I believe it got, I think he said for Charlie, and I think it got 76 million views.
Yeah, 283. There it is right there.
For Charlie, yep, 76 million.
So I just want, like, that picture, I remember I was backstage at the memorial, and somebody showed me a picture of them. And I posted it and I said, I hope that they're looking at each other saying, for Charlie. And about an hour later, Musk tweeted that, for Charlie. And I can't prove it, but I like to think that Elon saw that tweet and thought, you know what, let's do it.
Yeah,
and it makes my heart happy because I know, and you know how much this meant to Charlie.
Yes, and it's not that they're aligned on everything. It's what Charlie would care about. It's being aligned on the core things. He said there was another bit he did in July when they were still fighting, and he said, I think they're going to realize that they maybe disagree on spending, they may disagree on particulars of immigration policy.
And H-1B visas.
And this was, Musk was talking about starting his own party, running third party. And he said, I think Musk will realize that if I just allow Zoran Mamdani or these other radical left-wing lunatics to come back into power, I'm going to not get any of the changes I want on spending, and I'm still going to get all of their, radically anti-industry, anti-free market, anti-American, anti-white people values. They're all going to come flooding back and will destroy this country because of some personal beef that we have. And he really... He nailed that one, that we have to move on from those things. We have to be able to build our alliances, maintain those alliances, even when it's difficult.
I think we'll say right.
Yeah. I said on yesterday's show, if there's somebody that knows how to create an explosion and jet propulsion to take two objects that are close and then move one in a very specialized, very specific direction, it's Elon Musk. And that's exactly what that whole Epstein blowout was. It separated Elon, who was having his company firebombed by lunatics, by the foot soldiers of a treasonous regime, who was angry and lashing out with violence because their piracy had been exposed, their theft their fraud, their abuse, their waste, their tricks, their lies, their theft, their crimes, their violence, their censorship, all of it. It was being exposed by Elon. But when he said Trump's on the Epstein list, I mean, my jaw was on the ground. I'm going, what? What is even happening here? Oh, he's looking through all the files and now he knows? That started a really dark chapter of not understanding what was happening. You know, I'm past the point of identifying what's happening. I'm sort of watching it unfold. I guess I am going to continue identifying what's happening, but let me say I'm doing less guessing. I mean, it could be this. It could be that this is the only way to get the political willpower together to get this stuff rammed through. And this was the plan all along. But that's also 19-dimensional chess. Trust the plan, all that stuff. I don't know what to make of that. John's like, I'm tired of the games and the talk. I want to demand action and accountability. It doesn't cut it for me, Brian. When will it ever be enough? I know. David, it's just criminals who lie. Yep. So we'll see. I don't know what to predict is going to happen next, but it is interesting. The Trump-Elon thing is infinitely interesting. All right, Greg Gutfeld detonating Jessica Tarlov on live TV after pointing out what everyone can now see.
Again, this is Russia, Ukraine, everything. I don't think this is the end of
Russia, Ukraine, that the Democrats are lying and wrong. It's not that they're wrong. They're framing people with lies. This is criminal activity. This isn't just politics. It's not just having better ideas and selling it better. It's actively framing innocent people of lies that you're coming out. Like, this is the grossest form of illegal criminality. And yeah, there need to be penalties and repercussions for this.
John, I am not.
Nobody thinks it's the end of Donald Trump. It could be the end for the Democrats. You're watching it happen in real time.
She can't even fathom. At least she's pretending not to.
I love how you say, you look at Akeem Jeffrey. Oh, it's just a fundraising email. As if it were a Republican, your party, the media would not interpret it in the worst light. For example, it's amazing how the brilliant Jasmine Crockett thinks there's only one Jeffrey Epstein, and that one Jeffrey Epstein somehow gave money to Lee Zeldin. No. I know this is hard to believe. There is more than one Jeffrey Epstein, just as if there are more than one Jesse Waters, but only one Greg Gutfeld. He was a doctor who gave money, but she knew that, unless you think she is retarded. And I don't think she is. I just think she's deliberately pretended that she didn't know there might be another one. So when I talk about this is what I say is the big worry about this thing, and I'm for the release of them. You look at how these idiots are going to try to interpret everything in the worst possible way. So if you're caught in that net and your name is Jeffrey Epstein or your name is Jesse Waters, something that could be easily checked out. I'm not saying you're in the files. I'm just saying there's a high likelihood you will be. They will be extremely malicious in their interpretation. So we have to be on our toes. I do think that, what's his name, Galloway? He's right. Be careful what you wish for, because when something seems too easy, it's a trap. And I think you just handed Trump a paintball gun and you put targets on the Democrats because Epstein, I think 80 to 90% of his donations were all to Democrats. Epstein despised Trump. He was the only elite that wouldn't play ball with him. So, and then you look at like Larry Summers. You look at the, what is the billionaire? I can't remember.
Reid Hoffman. I don't know how many Republicans are ultimately going to be implicated here. But what does it feel like? What does it seem like? Well,
Reid Hoffman, you look at Bill Clinton, you look at Akeem, you look at the Virgin Island lady. It's only begun and it looks bad for you guys. I think that this is going to be a fun winter for Trump because once he goes in on this thing, he doesn't come out. He figured it out. He knows exactly how, when you guys bring it up, it's always going to go back to the Democrats every single time. And pretty soon you're just going to say, why did we do this? This is just like Russian collusion, but it's worse because now it ends with a huge, huge pile of mud all over us. The Russian collusion thing just went away. You guys were lucky you didn't go to jail.
I think mud is a generous way of putting it.
Should I have said feces?
Well, I wouldn't say that's our word. So here we go.
Are you
Larry
in the
Summers.
files?
Yeah, my name was invoked. I'm not again.
It's likely this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, we've been hearing about the names. How long has Epstein been gone? How many years now? 5 years? 8 years? I don't know. So now there's 30 days that we have to figure out what's going to get released. And Speaker Johnson was like, well, you know, the thing about the Epstein list, he's letting you know that stuff is going to get redacted. There's going to be security stuff. What does that mean? You got foreign governments involved? I don't know. Once again, could I even fathom a guess? I don't know that I have a guess at the moment, but I will say, I guess it looks really bad for the Dems at this moment. Do you think the names that we think are on the list are going to end up being on the list? I could rattle them off, but I don't have any credible evidence to support any claim of my own. I can just tell you what other people are talking about. Insert the name of a famous celebrity here, right? All right, Byron Donalds has thoughts on this.
What is this?
He has thoughts on, back to the story before that, the Seditious Six.
Story. You've got this Senator Slotkin of Michigan and other Democrats with ads telling men and women of the military services to disobey their orders. Am I hearing this right? Is this America? I don't understand it, Byron.
Larry, this is crazy. The Democrats are now fomenting an insurrection of military personnel, of our intelligence apparatus against the duly elected commander-in-chief of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And why are they doing this? Because they have no answers on the core questions from your last panel on affordability, on energy, on how you're going to make the American people's lives better, more affordable, and allow the American dream to thrive and prosper. So now they're looking to have military officials not follow orders. This is nuts. But what do we expect from a Democrat Party that has no ideas, does not have the pulse of what's going on in our country and ways to fix it? They now want to create an insurrection against the commander-in-chief. Despicable, crazy, but at this point, the circus at Washington, D.C. is, why would we be surprised?
What is this story?
Nothing to be surprised about, but it is time to hold them accountable. I mean, we know what their thinly veiled threat is. We know what they're up to. We all see it. What do we do about it? I guess that's the next step. All right, here's Representative James Comer. So taking a second to expose Hakeem Jeffries, who might not be long for the Democrat Party. Talk about ineffective, and I guess he's got some challengers now, which I don't want to give the Democrats any good advice to use, but Hakeem Jeffries ain't it. Man, you got some awful voices over there. You could swap every one of them out, and I think you'd be doing better. You would accidentally be way better than you are right now by just swapping everybody.
Let's read it to make sure. To Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the real Jeffrey Epstein, not Jasmine Crockett's Jeffrey Epstein. This is the real Jeffrey Epstein. From Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, one of the rising stars of the New York delegation, sometimes referred to as Brooklyn's Barack. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democrat majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in the DCCC fundraising dinner with President Obama and Hakeem Jeffries. It ends with a number for Jeffrey Epstein to call to go to the dinner and, quote, get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. Here's the evidence. The email speaks for itself. The only stone cold liar in this debate is Hakeem Jeffries. So, Mr. Minority Leader, take a deep breath, chill out, stop lying, stop with the juvenile name calling, and own up to the fact that your campaign solicited campaign cash from Jeffrey Epstein. So let's read it to make sure.
Oh, Hakeem. Elbows deep in this mess, it seems. That rhymes. So, New York Post says a Queens senior citizen who fatally shot a would-be mugger is headed to prison for 4 years. Scott Greer says, you're supposed to get mugged without complaint. Bowtied Ranger says it's not complicated. They just want certain people to be allowed to steal your stuff, R your wife, and M your kids. That's Albee says lawyers are evil. Until then, he'll remain at liberty and will be able to celebrate Christmas with his wife. What are we? So let's see. If this was a state and a city that had its affairs in order, Mr. Fodner would be getting a plaque, not a prison sentence. Security footage showed the alleged robber Gonzalez, who had at least 15 arrests dating back to 2004 and a record of mental illness, continuing to charge at Fodner even after the senior pulled his gun. Isn't this clear-cut self-defense? If I don't have the video, I figured it would have been here. Oh, this is the Adam Carolla I was talking about. This is perfect. Let me play this while I see if I can find you the surveillance footage of that guy defending himself. There we go.
It's always really suspicious how everyone became overnight experts in everything. You know what I mean? Like, yep. Oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine. They couldn't pronounce ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it. Yeah. And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people aren't sort of agnostic about things. Like if you'd said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, I'd go, well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Why don't you talk to your doctor about it? What am I, epidemiologist? I'm a comedian. I don't know anything. Everyone on CNN was an expert, and they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Rolling Stone magazine, how do you losers all know this thing that you'd never heard of before, that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? You now all know it doesn't work based on nothing. So now I'm suspicious. Yeah. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know, you should definitely look into it. But they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people.
Because it's impossible. It's unknowable.
Because it's impossible. It's like...
Well, the whole gamble was hoping you didn't Google search it.
Right. They knew it didn't come from a lab.
That's an unknowable thing.
How is that knowable? I was always really...
I'm going to type absolutely spot on with this assessment. These are the conversations I'm here for. Interesting people with interesting perspectives, interesting brains, giving you a perspective that just gives you the bumper sticker of it all. Bam. Tells you what you need to know.
Suspicious.
I want to listen to a second time. Did I finish this episode? I did watch this one. I did not. I did finish it. It's hard to consume enough content. When you create this much content like I do, you have to consume enough to get an idea of which topics you'd like to look deeper on. Some of the topics I cover just happen to be something that scrolls past me, and it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy with social media. I was doing comedy this year, a lot of this year, and talking with this particular comic. He had this, it was kind of just like an aside about how he's scrolling through Instagram, and he rattled off like 3 atrocious things that he always because once you interact with that content, it bombards your feed. It's like, don't you want a whole ton of content about grape Kool-Aid? You go, no. Don't you want a whole ton of content about the Tower of Giza? Wait, the Tower of Babel? The towers at Giza? The Pyramid of Giza? The pyramids? The Tower of Babel? I think I was confusing both of those. You go, I don't know. I saw a thing and I made a comment. I don't need great pyramid content every day. Yeah, but I thought you liked it. You did look at it once. Leave me be. Can I just let the feed organically wash upon me? And each day is a new opportunity to reset with what I'm interested in at the time. But no, remember, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, allegedly, I believe it came out that they were rage baiting. They were manipulating the emotions of certain people, not white people, to be constantly angry every time they opened up their phone. It's some new injustice. It's some new outrage every single day because they engaged with it. Or I think their thing was it wasn't a natural byproduct of organic engagement. This was a test to see if you can manipulate the emotions and the anger and the focus during the 2020 riots, the Democrat deep state social media led riots across the country, the AstroTurf campaign to take advantage of it, never miss the opportunity to take advantage of a crisis. The media didn't give you any context on George Floyd. They gave you marching orders. And they said, go get Trump. And you go, huh? This happened in Minneapolis. What are you talking about? Trump. The Republicans. Go get them. Go. Mobilize. We'll bail you out. Don't worry. We run these big cities. You'll never get in trouble. And that's sort of how it played out. Oop, I can feel a sneeze coming on. Oh. Nimbus, do you want to lay in the chair? Anyway, I say part of that to say because it was something I was thinking about, but the other part is now there's a lot of these stories coming up because as you engage with it, you keep seeing more and more of it. And if there's different perspectives, all right, well, let's talk about it. Here's the moderate case. I don't know. Someone sent me a message. Hey, do you follow this account? I clicked on it. I'm like, I don't know what this content is. I don't recognize it. If I'm following it, I must be. But did the account change? This doesn't look like anything I remember following. That's a weird comment. Anyway, here we go.
Please step aside because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We are the leaders of the world. We will bring Sharia to your chicken. We will bring spices into your kitchens.
I'm tired of being silent about this. I'm tired of people not understanding the threat that these people actually pose. For the past 1400 years, expansionist Islam, specifically political Islam, what we call Islamism, has spread using a repeated three-phase model nearly everywhere that it gained power. Phase 1 is a small minority victim posture. When the population is small, the focus is on peace, tolerance, and coexistence. And they quote early Meccan verses of the Quran, like, there is no compulsion in religion. To you be your religion, and to me be my religion. And when they are a minority, the public messaging from the Islamic community, it focuses on Islamophobia, on discrimination, and on how people just are not tolerant of Muslims. And there's nothing wrong with that. Every group deserves safety. But historically, this stage changes is when the demographic scale increases and these imams are telling you, we Muslims are going to come take over your land. We're going to take over your world. Now, the second phase is a large minority, and this demands political accommodation, right? When the population reaches that 5 to 15%, history shows a consistent shift from coexistence towards political pressure. Jihadists and Islamist activists began quoting late Medinan verses revealed after the Prophet Muhammad gained military dominance, such as, fight those who do not believe until they pay the jizya and feel subdued. Fight and slay the unbelievers and the polytheists wherever you find them. These chapters abrogate, meaning they override the peaceful verses according to classical Islamic law. Okay, that is their interpretation, not mine. And under classical Sharia, which is what they're trying to implement, blasphemy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Apostasy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Jizya tax on non-Muslims is required. That's according to the Quran, in the same chapter and verses where it says to kill people who don't worship Allah. Also, women are under male guardianship in the Quran, chapter 4, and this is exactly the Islamic legal system that is implemented historically across Spain, Persia, Egypt, Syria, the Balkans, North Africa, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan. I could keep going on forever. And historically, the peaceful do not control the ideology once Islamists become the majority, and that is exactly what they're doing, and it's exactly what they're telling you that they're trying to do. It starts with a minority in small numbers, and then they shape the victim narrative, they push this narrative, and then it turns into political concessions and demands, and then legal parallelism, and then full Sharia and persecution of non-Muslims, and they're telling you that they're going to do it. I have a hard time distinguishing the religion of Islam from Muslims. I'm sorry. And Europe has already collapsed. And it's not because of Muslims as individuals. It's because of the political ideology of political Islam. It is expansionist by design. They're telling you what they're trying to do, and they're doing it in front of your face. So it's about time that if you don't like this, you speak up and open your mouth.
Please step aside.
Do you want to be conquered? Do you want to be changed? Do you want this warfare at your steps? Now that it is, what say you? Are you going to say anything, or you're just going to go along with it? You're running out of options. You're running out of options. All right. Should Bill and Hillary Clinton be arrested? Well, it was good enough for Peter Navarro and good enough for Steve Bannon. Isn't it good enough for these?
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews. Now there's a subpoena. But Bill and Hillary Clinton, if they continue to duck you, will you take them to court? Will you try to enforce a subpoena? Will you go the Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro route?
100%. We're going to go that route. We expect to hear from Bill and Hillary Clinton. Look, Donald Trump's answered questions for years about Jeffrey Epstein. Every day he gets asked questions about Epstein, and he answers them in front of the American people. We've subpoenaed Republicans and Democrats. 2 Republicans have come forward, Bill Barr and Alex Acosta. They did interviews and deposition, and those were tough, but they did them. They didn't back down. Other Democrats have sent letters that saying they knew nothing about Epstein, which would hold in court if something ever comes out that they did know something, then they committed perjury there. But the Clintons have never responded. They're the one group in this investigation that's never had to answer questions in front of a credible reporter, and they've never certainly answered questions from attorneys or members of Congress. So we expect the Clintons to come in, or I expect the Clintons to be met with the same fate that Bannon and Navarro were met with.
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews.
So all eyes on the Clintons. We'll see how this plays out. By the way, if you're watching from the time I launched on YouTube, could you hit refresh? Because the cool thing is it will play little ads under the video while the video plays. But I didn't have monetization on when I launched the show. And I Googled, I went to Grok. I grokked it. I grokked it like a hurricane. Question of the day, who sang that song? Rock you like a hurricane. Yeah, I went to Grok and I'm like, is there a way I can change my settings so every time I go live, it's monetized, so I don't have to remember to go back to the original page that I actually don't ever even see, and just make everything live monetized? It said no, but then it said, well, maybe if you do this. So I'm trying to figure it out. Marge, change the channel. I gotta watch some more. Simpsons. Thanks for the reminder. But agree or disagree? Bill and Hillary Clinton should be arrested for failing to report. I'm going to agree. If it's good enough for Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, it's good enough for them. CWB Chicago says, here's the quote. The words uttered by the judge moments before she released the man who's now accused of setting a woman on fire aboard a blue line train. Prosecutor warned the judge before the release. She said, I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. You absolutely must keep the crazy, violent people in jail because you're supposed to look after your community. This is madness. You don't let crazy, violent people back out. You leave them in. You put them in a mental facility. You forfeit your right to hang out here. How many times arrested? How many mugshots are these? Over how many years? Every day. Every day we get these stories. Just for the life of me, I don't get why anyone would want to be lenient to a deviant. Ooh. Someone send that to Harry Mack and say, lenient deviant. Make that the hook. Make that the, on the chorus, the refrain. Give me like a, never be lenient to the deviant. Don't be lenient with the deviant. Ooh, some good wordplay right there, boy. Mm-hmm. Bah, cracky, I reckon. Yeah. The judge should invite that person into their home. Give me a break. Exactly. That's an easy question. Agree. Okay, good. Ads are on now. Good. Yeah, they should just kind of be playing underneath the video, and they should be refreshed from time to time. I don't think it'll pull you out of being live with the program. I just got to remember to do it because I don't even see that screen. I was done with my monologue 30 minutes in. I'm like, yeah, crap. I didn't even do the thing. But at least, hey, I'll tell you what. I want some applause. I want a little bit of applause here because I have not started the show on mute in a little bit. That's a step in the right direction, methinks. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. No, the community wants you to. I'll type that. No, capital. No, lady. Don't keep career crazies in jail because of any other reason than because it is your responsibility to protect your community from repeat crazy violent nutbags. Recall this judge ASAP. At some point, you lose your free range privileges. All right. Keep it going. I don't know this person either. This is new.
Big topic here. Who's
this person? Bahur, I followed yesterday. Benny Ray Harmony. Don't know this person.
On Capitol Hill, and it's been a big topic for a while, is banning congressional stock trading.
Banning congressional stock trading.
Now, we're talking about this today because Congresswoman Mary Miller has been a very, very avid supporter of banning this congressional stock trading. Take a listen to what Congresswoman Mary Miller had to say in yesterday's committee hearing on administration.
When the stock portfolios of members of Congress regularly beat the S&P 500 and members leave the office with vastly higher net worths than when they arrived, the public is right to be alarmed.
Mary Miller talked about how Nancy Pelosi, when she first began her role in government in 1987, she had $785,000 in stock trading, okay? And by 2025, which is 37 years later, $133 million Nancy Pelosi has in the stock market. And so the question a lot of members are asking, they're trying to get to the bottom of, is are these members benefiting off of insider knowledge from their positions in government to put money back into their own pocket? So we are expecting some conversation to be happening about this congressional stock trading. This has been an issue in Congress and been a talking point for a very long time. We'll be following this and keeping everyone posted on Mary Miller's actions going forward regarding this. If you're interested in learning more about this congressional stock trading, I recommend check out Congresswoman Mary Miller's website. She has all the legislation that she's put forth when it comes to this and banning these congressional stock trading, her advocation for ensuring that the people in positions of power cannot benefit off their information. So check it out. Big topic here on.
All right, I'm going to follow Representative Mary Miller. I am following Mary Miller. I've seen her before. A little bit. Illinois. Oh, okay. Appears I'm already following.
Big topic here on Capitol Hill.
What say you? Should Congress be allowed to, oh my God. Should they be allowed to trade stocks? From CWB Chicago. Here's the image of this woman who was set on fire on this line. This is a horror show. You pray for humanity. And you shame and recall the people that are making it so that repeat crazy, violent people are allowed to harm us. Unacceptable. Dear God, please be with this woman in her recovery. CWB Chicago says someday, hopefully soon, our government will once again care more about the victims than the criminals. Looks like a member of Wu-Tang Clan. Was that ODB? Does he look like a Wu-Tang Clan member? I wonder if I can get a... Isn't there somebody with crazy hair like that? A lot of hat wearing, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's ODB, isn't it? Oh, doggone it, I clicked it and no. Yeah, like this picture. Doesn't he kind of look like that? You see the resemblance? Even has the contorted mouth like he's getting ready to drop a mad bar. That was a pretty good reference right there. Thankfully, I found that picture. There's a lot of pictures with them wearing hats. Anyway, you get the point. Apparently, this person said, burn alive witch, but he used the B word, didn't he? That's what the CTA fire attacker yelled after Chicago cops arrested him Tuesday. According to a newly filed federal complaint, he's charged with committing a terror act or other violence on mass transit. There he is, dousing and lighting a human being on fire. And Wokeness says the judges who let Lawrence Reed walk free 49 times should be jailed. I'm going to say jail the judges button. Let's see if people agree. I think they will. Unreal. Dear Lord, be with that woman. And help us with the necessary, needed enema of American blue cities that are allowing nutbags, violent, crazy people out to harm citizens. I've had enough of it. All right, this is the California Sheriff Jim Cooper sounding the alarm on Gavin Newsom's mental health diversion law. Oh, look, it's letting violent offenders from C abusers to armed robbers dodge prison time, even in cases where babies were teed or K'd or have qualified for diversion. What?
To get diversion, you can do anxiety, depression, caffeine addiction, caffeine withdrawal, marijuana addiction, marijuana withdrawal, alcohol, same thing. It's crazy. Anyone pretty much can find a condition that will suffice to get you diversion.
Let me read this here from, who said this? Shura Scott Est. Don't know. The problem with California's diversion policy is that every rapist, murderer, predator is mentally ill. If we start handing out that excuse to everyone who fits a diagnosis, our jails would be empty. Doesn't matter if you were born evil, became evil, or just didn't take your meds. If you're dangerous to others, you're dangerous, period. How many serial rapists aren't stopped until they case someone? Why must we wait for that to happen? It's a great comment.
And I know you have photos of the baby. Father got blackout drunk, drank a pint of vodka and some beers, and basically beat his 1-year-old to death. My deputies investigated that case. Horrific. And he got diversion. And here's where it rubs me the wrong way.
Oh my God, no.
When he got diversion, it erased his record.
Oh my God, no.
His entire record is erased. That arrest, those charges, everything. And here in California, we do background checks for schools do for everybody.
Oh God, no.
On those background checks. So right now, when this person gets fingerprinted, the arrest record's not there. He can be a teacher. He can be a coach. He could be a Boy Scout, troop leader, all those things because the record is not there. And that's scary. And I'm going to say, if you beat your kid to death, you should not be around kids. I don't want you around my kid. And that's what troubles me. And even a bigger issue, you could be diagnosed after the fact. So you think if someone got diagnosed with a condition, it would be beforehand, but they're being diagnosed after the fact.
Actually, I'm going to leave a comment. When he says diagnosed after the fact, he means coached, here, in parentheses, coached to escape. Similar to how illegal alien chain migrants are coached to claim for asylum. Hashtag completely broken systems.
And I think when someone's accused of something horrific, I would expect that the diagnosis would come from a psychiatrist who's a medical doctor, okay? Not a psychologist, even a licensed marriage family therapist can diagnose you after the fact. I'm not sure the rest of the country, but in California, if you want to volunteer and be a coach or work in schools, you do a fingerprint background check, and we make sure you're clear. Now, this individual is clear. We had a bank robber recently in a neighboring jurisdiction, convicted of bank robbery, he got mental health diversion. We have a new case of bank robbery for him here in Sacramento. Somebody burglarized somebody's house, took tens of thousands of dollars in jewelry, and got mental health diversion. So it's really being abused by these criminals. They talk about it in our jails. The phone calls are recorded. They know it. We've got them on record talking about mental health diversion, how to exploit it, and really get out of their cases. To get the
danger, 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 danger.
Rudy Bautista.
Check out this report. I touched on this yesterday, but look, CBS 2 is reporting this, not just some podcaster.
Is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualification.
And I know the irony of me constantly pointing out how legacy media cannot be trusted. But now we're combining stuff that Candace is talking about with stuff that legacy media is talking about. How in the world are they saying the same thing? Well, when they're agreeing, you need to double check and take an extra look.
Only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there's potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview, our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no. Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty.
Right,
records response.
I really wish Instagram would just combine these segments.
To the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request.
Oh, that's weasel language.
As the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
Okay, stop. When they said they're saying, well, we don't have this as it's been 30 days. So, like, how could we have that? That would be part of your investigation. Are you kidding me? Is the claim that this guy turned himself in, the one that you have identified allegedly as the person that allegedly took out Charlie Kirk? And he walked into the police station and turned himself in, and you don't have that as evidence? You can't prove that ever happened, and you put a gag order on the whole city? Anybody who was at the event? Are you kidding me? How stupid do you think we are? This is flashing red lights and sirens level of red flags.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them.
Records responsive to the request. As
Candace says, you honestly cannot make this up. Footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself into police does not exist. The footage simply does not exist anymore, or maybe it never existed in the first place. You decide. For video showing Robinson entering the Washington County Jail holding area and video of Robinson in a holding room, we don't have any records responsive to this portion of the request. As Tyler Robinson did not go to or enter the jail area, wrote a records officer with the sheriff's office, holding room video was denied as part of the investigation. Then they generalized it. Surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into Washington County Sheriff's Office. Our office did not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period, wrote a records officer. When asked if the video was shared with any law enforcement or legal agency, the department responded, "It is my understanding it was never sent out to any agency." Huh, so nothing was ever sent. Interesting. We said this is a level 10 flashing red light level red flag territory. Wow.
We were
now Candace is weaving her two biggest stories together.
We're getting very close to something, as we had started on September 8th, by the way, our Becoming Brigitte season 2. And we were looking at how unusual it was that a dog was barking a bit too loud. You know, a thief that nobody was pursuing was running. And that was us discussing the MK Ultra program, and Brigitte Macron, strangely, and Emmanuel mentioning MK Ultra in the lawsuit to us 18 times, struck us as odd, as we were trying to determine whether or not it could have been Brigitte Macron that was involved in that Stanford experiment, this prisoner, 2093, that was being protected. We didn't know why this prisoner was being protected. We sent somebody there. There seemed to be more. And what really terrifies me is that if my inclination that Xavier Poussard's messages have been being read and tracked for longer than I even realized, and that's the reason they initially sent that cease and desist in December, was to ward me off sitting down with Xavier Poussard, then what we hadn't yet presented to the audience, but what we were investigating on the back end, if they were aware of that, it really makes me wonder if we were on the right track. And
John, is he even still in the country? Does he even exist? Oh yeah, it's a trans furry boyfriend. Is it? Does that person even exist? What are we even doing?
It was something that was so sinister, you know, involving maybe another step of the MK Ultra program being used to foster serial killers and to give serial killers new identities and allowing them to run in countries. That was kind of conversations that I was having in the background with Xavier. And we thought that we had perhaps identified Brigitte Macron at Stanford University, a possibility is what I would say. We were maybe at a 50-50%. And then suddenly Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and it totally throws us off of the scent entirely, because we're trying to figure out what happened to Charlie. And now, strangely, trying to figure out what happened to Charlie has brought us back to a France question, right? Why on earth did France move? I mean, who wants to lease a hangar in Wilmington, Delaware for 2 years to paint planes? Ostensibly, we're supposed to believe that this was a maintenance stop, but as the tip proved to us yesterday, that wasn't the case. That was a front, because that had not been operative from 2021 all the way forward to the end of 2024. So literally, that plane was still making stops in Wilmington, Delaware, and there was no lease to that. And these were federally controlled waterways where that hangar is situated. And we learned that this is a building where there's cooperation between the feds, Homeland Security, and also contractors, independent contractors, which means people that are not a part of our government's apparatus. So the question becomes, who was the foreign dignitary that was escorted on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination to 920 King Street? Is it plausible that, for whatever reason, Charlie allowing Tucker Carlson to hit the stage and to say that made Charlie a bigger problem than us? I have to tell you guys, in my gut of guts, there is something unbelievably, I just look at Brigitte Macron and I am telling you, you are looking at an utter psychopath in my view. There is something dark. There is something deep there. I see it in the eyes, in the performance of this all, that the response in France has been to start to harass people who came out and tried to tell the story, to effectively ruin their lives, to go after their finances, to debank them. The strange circumstances of some people who have tried to touch this story, and we've covered this also in our series, that wound up dead. Something is not right. And what terrifies me the most, by the way, is how far, the length that they are going through to protect Brigitte. Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? We were getting...
Let me just... Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? WTH IBM, question mark. I know, right? Yeah, the thing about Candace, it's very interesting because you're entering the phase where you're either called the most interesting sociopath in the world or a revolutionary or like one of the greatest, one of the best researchers, one of the best discoverers. Which one is it? I don't know, but I'm here for it. I'm going to tune in every day. How these two stories could come together. I did not have that on my bingo card. Was it an Egyptian plane, Egyptian military special services? Is Brigitte Macron linked to Charlie Kirk? Is Brigitte Macron a man? Wow. I mean, we're in a very interesting place right now. Speaking of which, let's take a deep dive into Charlotte, North Carolina. What is ICE discovering out there?
Well, for one, it's everywhere they go now. You have organizations, these rapid response networks, who are being colluded with by mayors and mayors pro tems like the one you just saw there, who are actively obstructing ICE. You've got illegal aliens in these communities that are being protected by criminal elements in their own community. And really, this is generations that have got us to this point, because now you have anchor babies, kids. You saw these kids, 30,000 kids marching out of classes in Charlotte to protest this. Well, many of them are illegals themselves, or their parents are illegals themselves. This is what happens when you undermine a country from within. When you don't have the rule of law, when you don't have border security, you no longer have a country. And we're seeing that taking place in every city across America. And you go back to that census, why the Democrats push so hard to have illegals on that census. And it's not just blue states, it's red states, but blue cities and blue districts where they can take votes from Republicans and give them to Democrats. So we have an entire system now that has been undermined by the left. They're working to harbor illegal aliens and hurt ICE's operations to be able to go after these really bad guys in every community, whether that's here in California or out in North Carolina.
So where's the counteraction team? We know this, so why don't you do the thing and wait for it and then just arrest these people? Just do it.
And every single one.
And maybe that is exactly what's going to happen when the funding comes through. When does that happen? In January?
As you mentioned, every single one of those politicians or any of these activists need to be arrested when they're caught obstructing ICE operations.
It's amazing to me that they even get the leeway that they do. I was told that in Charlotte, the number then grew to 30,000 students that didn't show up to school. The Democrats want to claim that they're all for the well-being of these illegal aliens and all this. Well, it's their fear-mongering that are calling these kids not to go to school, because I talked to Border Patrol agents. They said they are doing everything they can not to go into schools. If there was a dangerous felon and that's the only place they could get them, then they may. But then they try not to take that person down in a school, Ben.
Yeah, and look, I ride with ICE all over the country, and you wouldn't believe, the conversations we have in the cars, even to avoid driving past schools. This is even getting to the places. So what's having to go into the mindset of ICE officers and Border Patrol officers as they're going after the worst of the worst? Some of these guys are terrorists. They're literal terrorists, but many of them have rap sheets you can't even imagine. They're child rapists, they're murderers, they're all the entire gamut. And beyond that, they're here illegally. So I don't even care if you have any charges. They all need to be picked up at this point. They all need to go home. But ICE does everything they possibly can to avoid schools, to avoid even driving past them on their way to where they're going. So anyone who's saying that they're intentionally going after schools, the only time, as you mentioned, the only time they end up at a school is if an illegal alien is using it, trying to hide, or using it to harbor, or a school's trying to harbor an illegal alien.
But what if you're harboring 20,000 illegal alien kids?
That's the only time they show up there, but they avoid them as much as they can.
Let me also play you a clip of, in many respects, I think it's the delusion of people in blue cities that don't understand what is at stake. This is a business owner complaining about the ICE roundups. Roll that clip.
We have shut down. We are an ice cream shop that 80%, 90% of our customers are Latino. As of right now, I cannot take the risk to bring my employees to be profiled because they...
I'm sorry, what? Are your employees legal or illegal?
A lot of them speak Spanish. They look like me. I look like the profile that they're looking for.
First off, it's November, maybe...
And by the way, Ukrainian illegal aliens are just as not welcome in America. You're aware of that. Everybody that looks like whatever is equally not welcome to sneak in and stay.
Nobody's getting ice cream because it's November. But the other side of that is the only reason you wouldn't have to have employees come to work is if they too are illegal. And then that means the business owner broke the law as well, if that's the case, Ben.
That's right. This is so important. Until we start arresting the owners of these businesses who are hiring illegals, who are basically providing slave wages for them, who have taken advantage of the system. And this isn't just Democrats, Republicans. This is what why President Trump was such a breath of fresh air. He actually went up against the chambers of commerce who wanted the cheap illegal alien workforce, basically slave labor. And that's exactly what you're seeing now. All of these businesses shutting down is basically, I saw a sheriff come out and say, if you're shutting down now because ICE is coming through your community, it looks like you're guilty. And that's exactly what it does. If you're shutting down, it's because we know you've got illegal aliens there. You can play the victim card. Oh, we might look like. Everybody knows, unless you're an idiot, only illegal aliens are being deported. American citizens aren't being deported. If you're here legally, you're not getting deported. So if you're shutting down, it's because you know you got illegals working there.
I'm still waiting for that one American citizen to be deported, and I'm yet to find one. And yet that's...
Oh, I hear about it all the time. People that I like some of the libertarian perspectives, but man, this whole anti-ICE, pro-illegal alien invasion, for the life of me, I don't understand the mentality behind it.
That's all they scream and yell about. Ben Bergquam, as always, at Ben Bergquam on X. Thank you, buddy, as always.
God bless you, brother.
All right. It's a report from Charlotte, Ben Bergquam. Here's one on Newsmax. Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture or the Constitution. Here, Ron Finnerty has thoughts.
Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture. But maybe more importantly, it's not compatible with the Constitution. That's not our opinion. That's a fact. The Wall Street Journal even wrote about this, giving examples of Muslim radicals in Dearborn, Michigan, celebrating terrorism and terrorists. They just held a memorial service for a Hezbollah terrorist in one of their new mosques. They even honored several people on the terror watch list. None of this is normal, but the media and the left in this country continue to look the other way like it's not happening right in front of us every day, all the time. These people are openly chanting death to America in our streets in broad daylight, and we're supposed to be polite and pretend that it's not happening. We're not going to do that, because that's how you take over a country without firing a single shot. And it always starts small. Win a few local elections, build a few more mosques, but people are noticing what the media continue to ignore.
Information.
Agree or disagree on that? Shiloh Mark says, Gavin, when you cheat, try to make it less obvious. What does this say? Kamala won by 3.1 million. California removed 3.1 million. Prop 50 won by 3.1 million. Well, it's like the same margin of victory, they're saying. Los Angeles County is being sued for failing to provide voter registration records of ineligible voters who participated in federal elections despite meeting federal requirements for removal. Oh. Shiloh Mark says the housing crash of 2008 was a bubble. The election crash is coming in 2026. How the radical left has been rigging elections is a bubble, and the bottom is about to fall out. They called Michael Blurry a conspiracy theorist and a nut, too. Oh, yeah, by the way, G to my head. For countervailing, I have to read this because of YouTube. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. They'll tell you 2020 was the only free and fair election in the history of elections, or the most free and fair election, and accurate and definitely precise. How do you lock into knowing what everything is? Yeah, you just throw everything to the wind, and then that gives you accuracy, apparently. Okay? There, go get your countervailing views. They have an agenda to push. Scott Pressler, who I interviewed in Milwaukee, check out the video on Rumble and YouTube. The Persistence says the Los Angeles Voter Registrar Recorder even admits on its website that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote. Why is this not a bigger story? LA County Registrar Recorder County Clerk request voter registration cancellation. It says reason. Well, this is a cancellation notice. Reason, non-citizen or out of country. So if they have a form that a non-citizen can opt out, that kind of gives you the inverse. It's like playing Sudoku. Well, if it's not this, then it can't be that. If it is this, then it can't be that. And if that's not this, then this can't be that. Am I making sense? It's a bit of a double negative. President Trump shared this. Governor Newsom decided to close the Barstow Veterans Home with an annual budget of $22 million, and then decided to spend $150 million for cash disbursements to illegal aliens right before Memorial Day, and that it's one of the single most disgusting acts ever made by a sitting politician. I don't know if that's true, but if that's true, and President Trump did share that out, that is atrocious. Attorney Michael Gates says headed back to Huntington Beach, California. After 10 months of serving the country with much sacrifice away from the family and enduring very difficult circumstances, he's headed back, working with Trump. Okay, I don't know the context there. All right. Charlie Kirk in August of 2025, the month before.
I'm going to continue to ask the question, a 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation. And more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this. We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or world war based on an intel failure, so, we pay for this, what are we buying? Right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refuse to back down despite all the smears thrown at me, because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour...
Oh, I feel like he changed what he was going to say there.
I am going to continue to ask...
You know what it almost sounded like he was going to say? Maybe that's me just... I could be hearing something that's not there because I am hearing something that's not there. I'm hearing, just the hint of a different phrase. And I know from... And I told you about this before. I had an experience covering a show. I don't remember what the topic was that I was covering. And I was going to say something along the lines of like Charlie Kirk stuck his neck out or something, or put his neck out there. And in some ways, I don't know what I'm going to say until I say it. Sometimes, as the Tetris piece is falling, I see the next sentence coming out of my mouth, or I instinctively feel it. And I go, oh, God, no, that's the long, tall piece. You don't put it there. You got to get it over there. I'm like, no. That's going to block all my other. Like, no, that's not what I'm aiming at. Sometimes you see something coming in slow motion. Sometimes it's already out and it's down before you have a chance to react. To me, at the very beginning of this, I get the sense that what he was going to say is that, and I'm going to die on this hill. And I think he said, no, I don't want to put, that he pulled back. Like, I don't want to put out in the universe that I'm going to die because of this. Tell me if you think you hear him saying, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he very quickly changed gears. I might not be hearing it properly, but here it is again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Right there. Again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I think a sentence almost escaped his lips and he grabbed it and brought it back. Is that Brian Regan? He's like, oh, I was at a dinner party and then people were talking about the hoity-toity. I go, I like art. And you go, and it's him reaching, trying to grab the sentence. And no, give me that back. I like art. And maybe it's how his mouth is moving. Like I can see where he's going with it. I'm going to play it again. I want to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree? It sounded like Charlie Kirk was going to say, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he didn't even want to put that out there in the universe. What do you think? I'm going to play it a couple more times and watch his mouth and tell me if you thought that maybe he was going to go there.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hearing.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Because he goes, doot, doot, doot. And I think the doot turned to two.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Going to I thought I heard the beginning of a D. I'm going to
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I heard what I heard. Anyway, let's.
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big.
So what do you think? Do you think he was going to say, and I'm going to die on that? Because I heard a D start to come out and he very quickly morphed.
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation. And more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this.
Yeah, I heard a D. I heard the start to a D.
We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or...
And by the way, the gate is really heavy on this one. The gate is like, imagine a gate to keep things out or to keep your chickens in. If the microphone isn't picking up on a decibel level above background noise, it doesn't project. So in between words, you'll find different distortions. Maybe that's a decent way to explain that.
World War based on an intel failure. So, I mean, we pay for this. What are we buying? We pay for this. What are we buying? Right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refused to back down despite all the smears thrown at me because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question.
There's a lot of stories out there that Charlie had premonitions of how this was going to go down. He had premonitions. He knew. Maybe that was the case here, and he just didn't want to speed it up, or he didn't want to feel the weight of it or give it energy. I don't know. Or maybe none of that is true at all. Anyway, like I said, you're not going to take Charlie Kirk off the board with repercussions. And what are the repercussions? Well, the repercussions are that I'm going to see Charlie Kirk. I'm going to play Charlie Kirk. Never used to do that before. I'm doing it now. Because why? I'm choosing the wrench. Goodwill Hunting. my dad would come home drunk and decide to beat me, and he'd give me a choice. He'd say, go out and take a switch off of a tree, go get me a branch, or what was it? A branch or my belt or a wrench? He goes, well, obviously you picked the switch. He goes, no, I picked the wrench. He goes, hold on, you were giving all Robin Williams is like trying to help Matt Damon understand like his abuse growing up, and why would anybody? What's with this, that, and the other? And he goes, why would you do that? He goes, because F him. That's why. If you're gonna do it, make it hurt. Choosing the wrench, you think that's gonna hurt? Well, okay, all you're doing is amplifying everything he was saying. Whoever took him out. We got an official story on this that anyone believes yet? No. Marion says, yes, agree. Going to D on this hill. David says, it's possible, but it's hard to know for sure. Yeah, and it's just kind of like the way his mouth, and I heard the D. And I'm going to... Sometimes you catch a phrase right before it escapes your mouth, and you call an audible. All right, here's Jimmy Dore on Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination. Because he looks like a zombie. So
Does he?
James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around.
Does there have to be music behind this? He turns around and starts walking. No music, please.
He does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him, because within a second before his body even falls off the chair, his chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, picks up the phone, turns around and starts literally under a second. It's 800 milliseconds.
Mikey McCoy, and he is right here.
There it is.
Another angle. You can see Charlie below being carried into the SUV, and Mikey is in the distance, looks to be still just on the phone, casually strolling away from the scene of the crime.
That's a guy who just got shot. He doesn't even know what happened to him, because as soon as the shot rang out, he turned around, went on the phone, and started walking away.
Who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Oh, and one last little bit. You'll never believe who was searching for one Mikey McCoy a few months before
Charlie's D in July of 2025. Oh, geez, it keeps going back between music and no music.
So from Israel, there was a Google search. Now, we've shown you all the crazy Google searches the day before the assassination. Somebody from D.C. was Googling Tyler James Robinson, the guy who they're trying to pin this on. And we find out in July, that's when they were searching Mikey McCoy. And where was it coming from? Israel. Mikey McCoy's dad, who's a pastor. 4 days after the assassination, he said this. Listen to this. He's talking about his son, Mike McCoy.
My son is 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching, the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck.
And as soon as the shot happened, his son got him on the phone. According to the New York Times, Mike McCoy was on the phone with Erica Kirk. It gets even worse. Watch this.
Every pastor and pray. It's okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him. And
he had blood all over him. Now, I just showed you the video where he clearly walked away before Charlie Kirk's body even hit the ground.
In a clean white shirt.
In a clean white shirt, turned away and walked away like a zombie. Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination. And he looks like a zombie. So, James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around and starts walking.
And by the way, he does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around, and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him.
All right, that's the reset of it. Bring it all to light. Bring it all to light. Smell a rat, though, huh? Sort of stinks to high heaven to me, if you ask me. Breaking, U.S. House voted to ban no cash bail in Washington, D.C. and prevents activist judges from routinely letting violent criminals back on the streets. Finally, no cash bail needs to be banned nationwide. I agree. Here's Matt Taibbi with Jesse Waters.
And we've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Jesse, it's the same moral mania story, and this particular one where all these politicians are demanding access to the evidence that they know is there, but are sure is being covered up or destroyed somehow. It's an almost exact replay of what went on at the tail end of the Mueller investigation in the early 2019, when that started to peter out and there were indications that they were not going to find collusion. Suddenly everyone was saying, well, they're hiding the underlying evidence, or they're hiding some kind of thing, these files from us. But they knew all along that there was nothing there. It's just that it's the same moral crusade, and it's the same assumption ahead of fact that happened in the Russiagate episode.
Matt, I mean, we've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, that was the beginning of it. Agreed. Hey, TMZ Sports releases this. Is there audio?
This is the footage from the burglary that occurred at Shedeur Sanders' home in Ohio during his debut versus the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. Officials told TMZ Sports that
so Shedeur Sanders gets his first playing time and his place is broken into during the game. Now they have video and it's coming out. Yeah, I wonder if it's somebody that knows Shedeur.
$200,000 worth of property was stolen. According to a new press release, 3 suspects entered the home wearing masks and gloves around 6:46 p.m. Suspects then left at 6:58 with, quote, various property belonging to Mr. Sanders. This incident is still under investigation, and people have theorized that the culprits could be someone close to Shedeur. But what do you guys think?
Shedeur Sanders set to make his NFL debut as a starter this Sunday in Las Vegas as the Browns take on the Raiders. I'm excited for it. But yeah, this is just another in a long string of break-ins for athletes. Very dangerous times to be an athlete. They know that you're busy during game time, so your house is vulnerable. All right, this is a terrifying piece of information that you need to know about for kids, teens. Sean Ryan here.
For teens.
Epstein was only the beginning.
I had no idea this.
OnlyFans for teens. Oh, why are they playing this music? Can I play this, or am I going to get a... I want...
On either.
So if you're not familiar with OnlyFans...
OF is a website where people sell their body for money to adults. And there's Brand Army. You can join the site as early as 13 years old. They have a policy of how many bikini or revealing photos that you can post. Like 1 bikini photo, and then it has to be 2 normal photos. Then another photo that's revealing, and then 2 more normal photos. These are the 13-year-old girls or boys. The other part of it is you have to be 18 years old to subscribe to the children's content. Oh my God. There's a house in Florida called the Bop House. Bop is like a slang term that kids are using for a slit or whatever. A slot or whatever. There's a lot of OnlyFans girls living in there, but one of them was under 18 and they were waiting for her to turn 18 to bring her onto OnlyFans, grooming her. They were on Brand Army before that. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's not a misunderstanding. Parents that are doing it and letting their kids use Brand Army, they're sexualizing them, profiting off of it. They're fully aware of it. Be aware. New York Post with this story. This is kind of funny. kind of, sometimes the universe. Boku music via Storyful.
When your car breaks down and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
We'll be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
So he's having a hard time and he breaks down. His car breaks down. Wearing a big Israel symbol there. Interesting to note. He goes, I might be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber slowed down to help me. He's like, what?
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
Love you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My man, I didn't know you was.
No, it's all good.
I love you, bro. I love you too.
I was already recording.
He's like, I was already recording, sitting there.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay. So, my life is bro.
My life is effed, bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear, I'm gonna stop recording because my life is crazy.
Pulled over to help him after his car broke down. He appeared like a guardian angel beside his stranded car. And Justin prayed with him because he told him he's going through a hard time. This guy's a musician, I guess. Hey. Yeah, you never know when your break is going to show. Just keep praying and be resilient. Don't quit. Yeah. What do you think got me out to Los Angeles? Just believing that there's something. Believing that there's something. Don't know. I've thought that I've had a glimpse of what it is. I thought that I figured it out. Never know. But you don't have this encounter if you don't get out there. So you got to get out there. That's a note to all of us. We're human beings living in this video game world. Let's get out there. Let's live our lives. It's not meant to just be, little, got to go explore. I went out today and on a quest, on a side quest, and met this person. Great conversation. And it was kind of like a redirect. It was kind of like a quick, this person figuring out that I'm into politics and current events. It was kind of a, are you in politics? Have you ever thought of running for this? And I'm like, yeah. And the conversation went like, oh, well, this person can't do that much because they don't like him over in the Capitol. And I'm like, yeah, well, if you're not taking flack, you're not over the target. I'm like, people hate it. Yeah, welcome to the club. I said, if people don't hate you, you're not saying anything worth saying. So, who knows what'll come from that conversation, but that's because you get out in the universe. You play the video game. You explore the world of the video game. Go explore. Literally, go explore. It's not a lot to ask, is it? Anyway. So that's pretty cool. I like that story. All right now. I'm going to buzz through our X feed and maybe wrap this show up a little bit. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. We will be on this Sunday for the Cleveland Browns football game. Also check out yesterday's program, Strictly Football, a division of the Unhappy Hour Sports Show here on the New American Media. Myself, Mike Barrett, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, with a look ahead to the week in football. That's Strictly Football. Yeah, we split our show up. Tuesdays are now looking backward at what happened. Thursdays are looking forward at what's coming up. It's fun. We doubled the show. I know we were trying to condense the show. I think we did the opposite. We doubled the length of the show. I kind of like. I like the new format. which is pretty cool. So check out the show, Strictly Football. The podcast form is called The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. But yeah, just a reminder, like, hey, dude, why aren't you getting into politics? Why aren't you? Have you? I'm like, I would, I could, I should. Who do I talk? Like, how do I do it? I don't know how to do it. I would, I will. Bring it. Let's go. I think I could do it. I think I'm kind of quick on my feet. I think I have pretty rational, common sense, helpful ideas. I think I'm a good dude, a smart, resourceful guy that would be a benefit to my community. Be that very local, moderately local, national, I don't care. I'm in. Reminds me of that song that the boys from Columbus, 21 Pilots have. I'm fairly local. I've been around. I've walked these streets. You're passing down. I'm fairly local. Good people now. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Such a good album. Go back and look at 21 Pilots' Blurry Face and maybe the album before it, the album after it. Oh, good music, good music. Fairly local. But yeah, go explore the world. Okay, here on X. Remember I told you that story of the man who's going to be jailed for 4 years after defending himself? Here's what it looked like. Or here's the report. Is it a report or it's just the video? Let's get this as big as you can see the whole thing. Okay. If you were outside your home and this was happening, how would you handle it?
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a...
Oh, an early morning smoke.
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 60...
And if somebody is walking backward and they feel threatened, why would you aggressively continue approaching them unless you deserve what's about to happen? What jury on earth? By the way, how glorious it is that these are two white people. Oh my God, did you just say it's glorious that a white person shot a white person? What I'm saying is, thank God that in this case, we don't have to be sidetracked with the goofy racial bullshit that's constantly foisted upon us. It doesn't matter what you look like. It matters how you act. I wouldn't feel any differently if the victim is the one who's retreating, backpedaling, defending themselves. I wouldn't feel any differently if that person were a woman. I wouldn't feel differently. I don't know their religion. I don't care. It wouldn't matter if this person were Asian. It wouldn't matter if the victim were Latino. It wouldn't matter if the victim were black. I would still defend their right to keep distance between themselves and somebody else that they don't want to get close to them or they have a weird vibe on, because weirdos will emit a weird vibe that we can all read. I would defend their right to self-defense. And by the way, the perpetrator, hey, look at that. I wouldn't feel any different if the aggressor, the criminal, the violent initiator of this interaction were Asian or Latino or black. I wouldn't feel any differently. Oh, and by the way, here's a tip for everybody out there. I don't feel kinship, empathy toward the victim or the aggressor because either of them look like me. I don't care if they look like me. Be it male, be it white. I don't care. I'm just looking at actions. You could put two stick figures up here for all I care. Blur out, gray out the faces. I don't care what they look like. I care about the actions. Sorry, let's let this whole report play out, but I wanted you to see who we're talking about here. I mean, it sort of looks like a mirror image of the same guy. Anyway, here's the report. I vehemently, strongly stand up for our right to self-defense. It's all we got. This is our line in the sand. There is no compromise.
An early morning smoke for Charles Feiner leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later.
Oh, hold on. Am I not? I'm sorry. I thought I had the whole screen in. No, I don't have the whole screen in view. My bad. I glanced at it. Oh, maybe it was because this wasn't. It's okay. Here. Let's just go full screen so we can all see what we're talking about, what the story is here. Nope, not on me. There we go.
Building an exclusive
who loops like that and lunges and charges toward
surveillance video. You can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later,
this guy's going right at him.
Off camera, police say Feiner pulls his revolver, shooting the 32-year-old multiple times, killing him. And
who's the aggressor? Obviously the one on the left.
Multiple times, killing him. NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that.
Okay. Our Second Amendment is our license.
NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that specific gun, but does have a permit for a shotgun and a clean record. He told investigators he believed the would-be robber was holding a sharp object, which turned out to be a pen. Gonzalez was demanding cash and cigarettes and had allegedly just gone on a rampage, smashing doors and glass along 82nd Avenue.
Oh my God. How could anybody side with the bad guy in that case? It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. But that is bullshit. That's a civil rights violation right there. We need to get that fixed. This story, way too much. Too much for me. Not okay. This is President Trump hosting soccer legend Cristiano Ronaldo at the White House dinner. Leftist celebrities tried to blackmail people like Ronaldo, threatening them with cancellation if they associate with Trump. They failed, and Trump is more popular than ever. I gotta mute the music, I guess, but come on. Now we got Trump playing soccer memes. Trump playing soccer AI. Trump, I don't know that I've ever seen Trump run. Trump running in a full suit. He's the type of dude that feels like he was born in a full suit. Gotta mute this. There you go. AI, Trump Trump kicking around the soccer ball with Ronaldo. This is the wholesome content I didn't know I needed. Please be advised that this is not real. Two goats together in the Oval Office, Ronaldo and Trump. Ronaldo looks ecstatic to be at the Trump White House, but when Biden invited soccer legend Lionel Messi, Messi declined. Oh, Ronaldo's pretty tall, isn't he? He's taller than him in this picture. He's a little ahead of him here. Interesting. Bo Loudon tells this story. I'd never heard this because I don't pay attention to soccer, but listen here, an interesting sidebar.
One thing that amazed me is that she says in the film, and you're there, that you were an unwanted child. She didn't want to keep you.
Mm-hmm.
Now that must be a shocking thing. The first time you hear that, that must be...
No. Normal.
But for you to hear that, I know it happens a lot.
Don't
but
change nothing in my mind. Nothing.
One thing.
He was going to be aborted by his mother, but God stepped in, saving his life. His mother went on to work 7 days a week as a cleaner to buy his first shoes. Today, President Trump called Cristiano the GOAT of soccer. Hallelujah. Here's President Trump with that.
This room is loaded up with the biggest leaders in the world, business, sports. You know, my son is a big fan of Ronaldo, wherever Ronaldo is here. Ronaldo. And Barron got to meet him, and I think he respects his father a little bit more now, just the fact that I introduced you. So I just want to thank you both for being here. Thank you very much. Really an honor. This room is loaded up with the big...
Barron respects his father a little bit more now. Is this Barron Trump playing soccer? All right, keep it moving. Yeah, that Charles Foner, charged with 26 counts of illegal weapon possession. You're just supposed to get K'd. That's insane. Come on, that is so stupid. We have a Second Amendment. Detectives recovered pistols, shotguns, rifles, assault rifles. There's no such thing as an assault rifle. AK-47, 153 loaded high-capacity magazines, and 2 body armor vests from his apartment. He had several different things. What does that mean? That doesn't mean a single thing to me. Did he ever do something to anybody innocent? That's the standard you follow. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I've been fiddling with Grok to change the New American Media logo. Got to get like a thumbnail size dimensions, like the rectangle, the horizontal rectangle. And Grok, the more you work with it, the more blurry and weird it gets. But yeah, I should switch it. All right, did Mamdani meet with President Trump yet? I know he's supposed to, but here's a tale of 2 Mamdanis before the election.
My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
Whoa!
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
All right, everybody. What's up, Burr? God pushed his sermon on your YouTube for a reason. What's up? Chino Hills. That's Los Angeles, right? I'm no longer in Los Angeles. But I do want to let you know that this is going to wrap up the show today because this was the rebroadcast of yesterday. We did a special show today. We don't normally do Saturday, but I did 2 hours and then 3 hours of the replay from yesterday. Hit like, hit subscribe. We got Rumble Rants and Super Chats if anyone wants to throw something in the tip jar, as well as Patreon. What else? Patreon. You can subscribe. You can on YouTube and Rumble as well. Venmo and Cash App is my name, Brian Engelman. It's all at the bottom of the screen scrolling. You can pause it and go back to it. Or on PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. I'm going to broadcast the game tomorrow, or at least we're going to do a live stream of Shedeur Sanders' first start in the NFL against the Las Vegas Raiders. Browns-Raiders at 4 o'clock. We'll probably go live around 3:30 or so. So stay tuned tomorrow. And then we have a special episode of Strictly Football because of the Turkey Week next week. It is going to be, let's see, it's going to be at 4 p.m. on Tuesday. It's not 4 p.m., it's now 2 p.m., by the way. It's been changed to 2 p.m. So tomorrow it's going to be an abbreviated version of the TNAM Daily Show at noon. And then at 2 p.m., Strictly Football. That's the revised schedule. Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football. So, I want to thank all of you for jumping in, hanging out. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Tell somebody that we exist. Try to follow us on a different platform. We're on all sorts of different platforms. Just search The New American Media wherever you find your social media shizzle. So on that note, I want to thank you for being here, and I'll be back tomorrow. Until next time, I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.